Chapter 1750, soon to be chaos. In the Hidden Land realm, following the opening of the Gate of Hell in Joyo City, powerful figures came to this side of the world through Joyo City, one after another. Gradually, more powerful forces came over, until one day, a super force descended. They sent out a summons and made the various forces of the Hidden Land realm pledge allegiance to them. The Hidden Land realm was about to be unified. In the Hidden Land realm, this caused an uproar. Everyone knew that this world had opened up. There were cultivators from the outside. Just as people thought that the local forces of the Hidden Land realm would resist, they discovered that the forces that stood at the peak of the realm were unusually peaceful. It was as though they had long known who the other party was and where they came from. Many forces of the Hidden Land realm continued to pledge their allegiance to this super force. Hell had reappeared in Joyo City and wanted to unify the Hidden Land realm. The top forces of the Hidden Land realm in Joyo City headed over to pledge their allegiances to this power. The influence of this incident had an unimaginable effect in the Hidden Land realm. Only then did everyone realize what was happening. The opening of the Gate of Hell seemed to have pulled back the curtain of a new era. Many of the older generation now recalled that the rise of top forces of the Hidden Land realm back in the day was due to the fall of Hell. Some people claimed that the top forces themselves were originally part of Hell. Now, the previous ruler of the Hidden Land realm had returned. News of this incident spread very quickly to the other realms. However, all the top forces were surprisingly silent on the matter. In reality, they were already aware of what had transpired. Ordinary people might not have known about powerful cultivators entering the realms one by one during this time, but how could the top forces possibly not be aware of this? They had all experienced the age of turmoil hundreds of years ago. Now, the peace seemed to have been broken. The age of turmoil had once again descended. After encountering the cultivators of the Shun clan, Futian returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He soon heard about the news from the Hidden Land realm. He was somewhat concerned about it. He seemed to have an unsettling premonition about the matter, and he appeared exceptionally serious. Futian was not concerned about himself, but rather about Qing Yarrow. Back in the Hidden Land realm, Futian had witnessed the incidents that Qing Yarrow had experienced. Now, a force from outside of the realm wanted to unify the Hidden Land realm. This force was very likely related to Hierophant Joyo as well as that demonic youth. If that was the case, that force had most certainly come for Qing Yarrow. Matters were gradually getting out of hand. If that force truly had the ability to unify the Hidden Land realm, then even their Heavenly Mandate Academy would be unable to stand against this opponent. After all, that force was neither the Shun clan nor Golden Divine Nation. Both the Shun clan and Golden Divine Nation still had reservations about going all out. The cost of fighting to the death was too great. However, that force was different. The other party was a force from the outer realms. They were not concerned about the deaths of the members of the Hidden Land realm. Just as Futian was contemplating on these matters, some people came over to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Futian's will swept out, and he noticed that one of them was very powerful. It was very likely that this person was also from a force from the outer realms. In the area where the Heavenly Mandate Academy held banquets to receive their guests, Futian and many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had gathered to receive this guest of theirs. When the group arrived, Futian rose and smiled, saying, "Seniors, you have traveled far to arrive here. I, Futian, have prepared a special banquet for all of you. Please, enjoy. Little friend, you doesn't need to be so polite. Please, join us," the leading elder replied with a smile. From the look of it, Futian already knew that they were from the outer realms. All of them took their seats. Futian sat in the main seat, and Hua Jiyu sat beside him. The elder, who sat across from them, looked at Hua Jiyu. Futian introduced her, saying, "This is my wife, Hua Jiyu." Hua Jiyu sat there quietly. She seemed to accept Futian's form of address for her calmly. She even nodded slightly at the elder sitting across from them. Such a peerless pair of spiritual partners. "You invite the envy of others," the elder said with a smile. "I am sure little friend Yi knows about things that are happening in the Void Realm now." "Yes." Futian nodded. "However, for me, This place is not the Void Realm. This is an actual world. Naturally. The Void Realm is but a title we give to this place. It is not that important, the elder replied with a smile. In reality, after the great emperor conquered and united the divine prefecture, he also gained control of the Void Realm. Hence, the Void Realm can also be considered as a part of the divine prefecture. My group and I come from the divine prefecture. Yi Futian felt slightly emotional. As expected, when Donghuang the Great united the divine prefecture 300 years ago, the war happened not only in the Void Realm, it involved the outer realms too. In the end, the great emperor seized control of the Void Realm. Where exactly are the Void Realm and the divine prefecture? Yi Futian asked curiously. According to Granny, the two were overlapping spaces. These top figures from the outer realms would surely have a better understanding of this. In the outer realms, we named this space the Void Realm because it symbolizes that this is an illusory world. It is not a real world. In short, the Void Realm has never existed, yet its existence is everywhere. The elder continued with a smile, for cultivators in the Void Realm, this is a huge secret that is known to few people. However, I don't mind telling little friendy about it now. The Void Realm and the outer realms are overlapped. The existence of the Void Realm can be ignored entirely. For example, our current location is a totally different place in the outer realms. The two locations share the same coordinates. However, you can't see it nor sense it. So it means that we are in two parallel universes. However, under specific circumstances, we can interact with each other, right? Yi Futian asked while looking at the elder. You can consider it so. The elder nodded in agreement with a smile. Yi Futian's gaze turned serious. No wonder this space was called the Void Realm. The cultivators in the outer realms could totally treat the Void Realm as a space that did not exist. It was as though here was a sealed-off space. Why would such a situation occur? Yi Futian asked. Little friend Yi, have you heard of the collapse of the heavenly path? The elder replied with another question. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. The Void Realm has another name. It is also called the Original Realm. It is the birthplace of the heavenly path. The collapse of the heavenly path caused the great paths of the world to expand, crumble, and be destroyed. This unique phenomenon of overlapping spaces was born out of it. Eons ago, the Void Realm was the source world, hence, it is also called the Original Realm. The elder continued to explain, because of this, for the past centuries, even though the Void Realm has been drained of all its fate and luck, those forces at the top of the world are still fighting to seize control of the Void Realm. The top of the world? Yi Futian mumbled. What about Donghuang the Great? The elder nodded slightly. With a smile, he said, I will not speak of these things. Little friend Yi, you will know about these things in the future. With your talent, you will sooner or later venture out into the outer realms. Now is also a good opportunity to do so. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. He indeed wanted to venture out to the outer realms. However, he did not believe that now was the time. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was still not powerful enough. He himself was also not powerful enough. Little friend Yi, have you considered using this opportunity to venture out? The elder asked Yi Futian with a smile. When Yi Futian heard what the elder said, he understood that the other party intended to win him over. With a smile, he replied, Junior indeed wants to venture out. However, now is not the time for me. I have too many things that I need to settle on this side. The elder said as he nodded his head. In the near future, the Void Realm might fall into chaos. Little friend, you should be prepared. All right, Yi Futian replied. Thank you, Senior, for the reminder. If you need any help, you can come find me. I will be in the Void Realm during this time, so it should be easy to locate me, the elder said again. Surely. Yi Futian nodded. However, if that day really came, it would most likely be the time when Yi Futian needed to seek refuge from the elder. Naturally, Yi Futian would want to avoid that. At their levels, Yi Futian was not so naive to believe that the elder would help him just because he asked for his aid. The so-called help would come with an equivalent price. Clearly, this elder thought of Yi Futian as someone valuable. Since our conversation has come to an end, I will not disturb you any further." The elder rose to his feet with a smile. Yi Futian did not keep him around any longer, either. He personally guided the elder out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After the elder had left, Yi Futian stood at his spot and pondered for a moment. Was this world going to fall into chaos soon? After the elder and his group had gone far, a youth beside the elder asked, "Master, is that all that we are going to do?" "He is intelligent. We don't have to say much," the elder responded with a profound smile. "Do you find it odd? We didn't even introduce ourselves, and he didn't ask either." The youth fell silent for a moment, then he conjectured, Master was waiting for him to ask, right? The elder smiled and answered, "This genius of the void realm appears docile and friendly. However, he is extremely arrogant. He didn't consider my suggestion at all, so he didn't even bother asking for my name. Since he has no intention of asking help from us, I don't have to intentionally tell him. Perhaps he has no idea what kind of forces we are," the youth said. Even though there were also giant figures in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they paled into insignificance when compared to ancient clans from the Divine Prefecture. The teachings of the ancient clans from the Divine Prefecture were far more superior than that of the forces from the Void Realm. One day, a few supreme-level forces descended at Joyo City in the Hidden Land Realm. Some top figures had personally come to visit Joyo City. In Joyo City, the atmosphere in the Hell Palace was solemn, and many domineering auras appeared without warning. Many cultivators had gathered in this Hell Palace. On the throne in the palace sat a majestic black-robed figure. The aura faintly emanated by him caused the entire palace to be suppressed by a might. However, at this moment, a strong aura fluctuation was suddenly detected in the sky above Joyo City. Then, a silhouette appeared in the sky. The next moment, the spatial swirl disappeared. "Huh!" In the Hell Palace, the black-robed figure raised his head and swept a glance in the direction where the visitor was. His gaze locked onto the visitor from miles apart. The visitor wore a simple black robe, and his black hair covered his shoulder. He appeared callous, and his gaze was cold. He gave off the might of a ruler. "Who has come? Quickly come here to receive your orders." Beside the throne of the Hell Palace, a domineering silhouette cried out loudly across the endless space. The silhouette's voice reached the ears of the figure who had arrived. However, the figure that appeared merely swept a calm glance at them. His gaze also seemed to penetrate the space. He merely glanced at them, and then he turned to leave. Presumptuous. Seeing that the other party ignored him, the person next to the throne unleashed his might. A majestic might gushed forth and surrounded the entire space. In the sky, a dark mudra of death appeared and directly slammed down on the visitor. The visitor turned around, and a huge palm print crashed down on him. However, the palm print was shattered into dust. The visitor stood quietly there as he gazed at the other party. In that instant, the figure beside the throne, who was at the peak of the Renhuang Plain, felt as though a demon had appeared before him. It was like the demon was standing before him and looking down on him. "Get lost," the other party ordered. The existence at the peak of the Renhuang Plain actually took several steps backward. He felt as though he had received a heavy blow. He had a look of surprise. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators also changed as they looked in astonishment at the silhouette in the distance. The black-robed figure who sat on the throne was also staring at the other party. The two of them exchanged a glance. "Do not meddle in this affair." The black-robed visitor cast an indifferent glance at the cultivator who sat on the throne. Then, he turned to leave. The gaze of the cultivator who sat on the throne changed slightly. He revealed a strange expression as he exclaimed, "A representative from the devil world is here too." Chapter 1751. Who was he? In the Heavenly Mandate Realm, a black-robed figure had arrived at a demonic city, which was in the territory of the demon realm. The aura emanated by the black-robed figure was terrifying. Many demonic beasts around him stared at him cautiously. Then, all of them subconsciously avoided him. Even though this black-robed figure did not emanate a strong aura, demonic beasts had a sharp sense of smell, and they could sense that he was a threat. This human before them was very powerful. However, currently, Almost the entire heavenly mandate realm had been united. The relationship between the human cultivation world and the demon realm was not as tense as it was before this. With the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the center, the humans and the cultivators of the demon realm formed a strong alliance. Hence, the various demonic beasts were not too concerned about this person. They merely avoided the person quietly. The black-robed figure walked until he came to a huge mountain range. He swept a glance at the mountain range before he advanced forward into the mountains with one step. "This is the land of dragon gods. You are forbidden to enter," a powerful voice cried out. A dragon figure took to the skies and circled above, his gaze locked on the black-robed figure. "I am looking for someone," the black-robed figure said indifferently. As he said this, his will swept out and directly enveloped the land of dragon gods. At that moment, many cultivators of dragon gods were shocked. The cries of dragons could be heard. The black-robed figure immediately walked into the mountain range of dragon gods as he spoke. The dragons roared as they charged at him. However, there was a demonic might circling the black-robed figure. In an instant, extremely overbearing pressure enveloped the entire mountain range. Under this immense pressure, the dragons actually felt themselves being pushed down. Even though they were existences at the level of demon emperors, their huge figures were all trembling, and they were roaring restlessly. "Which power has descended upon dragon gods?" a hoarse voice called out that filled the sky. In the distance, a silhouette dressed in long purple robes appeared. It was Dragon Master. Dragon Master watched the black-robed figure closely. He actually sensed a strong might from the latter. Naturally, Dragon Master knew that this world had not been peaceful recently. Many powerful figures had arrived. Could the person before him be one of the outsiders? "Where is the demonic dragon?" the black-robed figure asked. His will had scanned through the entire territory of dragon gods, but he actually had not found the demonic dragon. Dragon Master's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the black-robed figure intently, asking, "Who are you?" The black-robed figure continued to expand his will, and his will reached a restricted area in the territory of dragon gods, the abyss of the dragon. His domineering will directly broke the seal and penetrated into the abyss. Then, a scene was revealed to him in his mind. There was a hidden space in the abyss of the dragon. The black-robed figure turned around and left immediately. He took a step forward, and his figure directly disappeared from his original spot. Dragon Master watched his movements, but he did not stop the black-robed figure. Or more precisely, he was not confident that he could stop the black-robed figure. Dragon Master looked in the direction of the abyss of the dragon. His facial expression turned extremely serious in an instant. He had considered a possibility. "Your Highness." All the dragons looked at Dragon Master for instructions. Dragon Master waved his hand and said, "Do not act rashly." After he said that, he strode in the direction where the abyss of the dragon was. Right now, the passageway had been activated. Did the people from that place come here too? In the abyss of the dragon, numerous chains locked an enormous demonic dragon in place. He lay on the ground on his belly. His aura was much weaker than before. He had been recovering his vigor all these years. A few years ago, he extracted his dragon's soul out of his body, and his vigor was greatly impacted. Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared in front of him. His dark eyes stared at the demonic dragon intently. The demonic dragon let out a roar in a low voice. He stood up, and he held his head up high. Arrogantly, he stared at the black-robed figure before him. The black-robed figure appeared exceptionally tiny in front of the demonic dragon, but his aura was powerful even though he was standing there casually. "Where is your master?" the black-robed figure asked the demonic dragon. The eyes of the demonic dragon suddenly released frightening demonic light. However, the black-robed figure merely stared back at him with a cold gaze. In an instant, the demonic dragon seemed to not only see a simple silhouette but instead a stalwart and overbearing demon. The huge figure of the demonic dragon shifted uneasily. The huge eyes of the demonic dragon were locked onto the other party. "Who are you?" The eyes of the demonic dragon were staring at the demon. "You should be able to guess where I am from," the black-robed figure calmly replied. The figure of the demonic dragon was still shifting around. Had they arrived? After the incident back then, there was no news about him. He might be long gone, the demonic dragon replied as he stared at the other party with cautious eyes. The black-robed figure looked him back in the eye. Long gone? The black-robed figure had not heard any news of him dying and had also not seen a corpse. Some claimed that it was possible that he was still alive and might even have returned. However, they knew that he had never returned. You seem to know something, the black-robed figure said as he stared into the demonic dragon's cautious-looking gaze. I have always been imprisoned here. What could I possibly know? The demonic dragon retorted. Is that so? The black-robed figure took a step forward. His demonic might bellowed and enveloped the body of the demonic dragon. The huge figure of the demonic dragon shook. The black-robed figure's eyes seemed to pierce his own. The black-robed figure raised his palm and struck the demonic dragon on his head. Roar! The demonic dragon cried out. Demonic might churned, and a powerful aura swept out. However, the palm of the black-robed figure seemed to contain endless dominant power. His palm pressed down immediately, as though he had suppressed and restrained the huge figure of the demonic dragon. He placed his hand on the head of the demonic dragon. Rumble. He pressed down on his palm, and the body of the demonic dragon was immediately pressed down. The demonic dragon was originally heavily injured. He did not have the strength to resist at all. Even if he was in his prime, he was no match for this black-robed figure. The huge figure of the demonic dragon was sprawled out on the ground. The palm print of the black-robed figure was engorged in his head. The black-robed figure stood before the demonic dragon's head. His pair of demonic eyes stared into the eyes of the demonic dragon and immediately pierced through them, invading his consciousness. If you do not wish to suffer, then keep quiet, the black-robed figure said indifferently. Outside, Dragon Master and many cultivators of dragon gods were around. However, the vast demonic might that churned below was extremely terrifying. This caused the Dragon Master's facial expression to turn somewhat ugly. The demonic dragon knew that the black-robed figure's cultivation was more powerful than his own. He was no match for the black-robed figure. In the deep abyss, after a short while, the black-robed figure obtained what he wanted to know. A silhouette appeared in his mind. The black-robed figure lifted his palm from his opponent's head. His gaze was also gentler and not as cold as before. Does anyone know that you have taught him before? The black-robed figure asked the demonic dragon. There are some of my clansmen who know, the demonic dragon replied. He does not know. This matter most likely has not spread outside. What do you plan to do with him? The black-robed figure remained silent. He could not make the decision for this matter. Have you ever considered that if I did not appear and did not take him away, you would have been a potential danger? You should not have taught him, the black-robed figure said as he stared at the demonic dragon. He did not speak these words out loud, his voice was directly transmitted into the other party's mind. The demonic dragon was stunned as he raised his head and looked at the black-robed figure. I have been trapped here for so many years. Please end this for me, the demonic dragon asked of the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure looked him in the eye and remained silent for a short while. He then transmitted, saying, Give me your dragon's soul then. The demonic dragon was stupefied for a moment. His body trembled slightly. He was hesitating. Giving the black-robed figure his dragon's soul was harder than death. I have no use of your dragon's soul, the black-robed figure continued. The demonic dragon seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head, saying, Take it. The black-robed figure stared at the demonic dragon. He was a rather loyal dragon. This is your honor, the black-robed figure assured. My honor. The demonic dragon lowered his head, and the black-robed figure once again put his palm on the dragon's head. In the deep abyss, an alarming roar of a dragon could be heard. It was as though the dragon was experiencing excruciating pain. A moment later, the black-robed figure appeared in the sky above the abyss. Dragon Master and many cultivators had their gazes fixed on him. Dragon Master and the rest did not hear the conversation between the black-robed figure and the demonic dragon. They knew nothing about what had happened, but they knew that the demonic dragon had died. Why did you do that? Dragon Master asked. The black-robed figure cast a glance at him indifferently. Then, he turned around and left, not offering any response to Dragon Master. He did not need to explain himself to the latter. Dragon Master stood in the sky above the abyss of the dragon. His demonic aura churned ferociously as he stared at the black-robed figure leaving. He was Dragon Master of Dragon Gods. However, he felt helpless at this moment. With the ability of this black-robed figure, let alone Dragon Master, most likely nobody in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was a match for him. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yu Sheng was training quietly. Suddenly, he felt an unusual movement in the dragon's soul within his body. The demonic might churned uncontrollably in his body. He opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Yu Sheng took a step forward. Currently, he was already a demon emperor. His existence gave off an extremely strong pressure on the people around him. His might was domineering, and his aura was powerful. He frowned slightly as he stared into the distance. He felt uneasy inside. What had happened? Had something occurred in the territory of the dragon gods? If something really happened, Dragon Master would come here right away using the teleportation Grand Matrix, right? A day later, in a tavern in Heavenly Mandate City, a black-robed figure was sitting alone drinking wine as he listened to the conversations of the people around him. Most of them were talking about the cultivators that had recently arrived here and that there were other worlds outside of theirs. Of course, occasionally, somebody would talk about a youth called Futian. Yesterday, the black-robed figure had already arrived here from the demon realm and learned of some matters. Now, he had an even deeper understanding of the matters here. He lowered his wine cup as he gazed into the distance in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the most famous person was not Yu Sheng. Not many people actually knew of Yu Sheng. Clearly, his fame was not too great. However, Yi Futian was like the sun in the sky. He was renowned in the 9 realms. Although he had just reached the Renhuang Plain, he had already caused such an uproar. Yu Sheng had always been following Yi Futian and trained with him. They seemed to have been together for a very long time. They came together from the lower worlds and should have known each other for many years. The black-robed figure naturally knew who Yu Sheng was and whose blood coursed through his veins. However, a person like Yu Sheng had actually been following another youth. This youth had unparalleled talent and was known as the top figure of this generation. It didn't amount to anything if the black-robed figure did not know who Yu Sheng was. However, knowing the identity of Yu Sheng, it was easy for the black-robed figure to try and speculate. Had he intentionally arranged for this to happen? If so, then what was the true identity of the youth called Yi Futian? Who was he? Chapter 1752 came for someone. The man in dark robes was eating and drinking at the restaurant, everyone around him watching him. He gave off an aloof air. Everyone could tell that this man was strong. Extremely strong. Some people could just sit there, not even giving off an aura, and they would still give off a feeling like that. This was what happened when you trained for many years. No matter where you were, everyone could sense a sort of invisible force field around you. But the man in black did not care what anyone else thought. He was thinking about Yi Futian's identity. If he had not guessed wrong, Yu Sheng was his son. So did Yi Futian, with his surname Yi, have anything to do with Emperor Yi Qing? At that moment, the man in black seemed to realize something. Suddenly, a powerful burst of pressure went out from him. In a flash, everyone in the restaurant could feel a suffocating force. They looked shocked, and they could not help but tremble. Although they had already guessed that this man was very strong, this pressure that it was hard to tell if it even existed was still frightening. Everyone else rose up and left with great difficulty. The weakest among them felt their legs tremble as they were under so much pressure. In the blink of an eye, the restaurant was empty. The man in black was left sitting there alone. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over from a distance. The man in black looked up, seeming to see across a great distance. His gaze met that of another. An incomparably terrifying force filled a vast area. Even people at the Renhuang level had difficulty breathing under it. However, there was nothing in the place the power was emanating out of, just 2 invisible airflows. This gave everyone a strange feeling. What was happening here? The 2 of them looked at each other from across the distance. The black-robed figure seemed to see an old man within a great hall in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This man was also incredibly powerful. He said telepathically, "You have been watching the Heavenly Mandate Academy for so long. Would you like me to teach you a lesson?" "Whenever you want," said the black-robed man. His voice was still cold. Here in the Void Realm, he knew there was no one who could threaten him. No matter if it were the Dragon Gods or the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he would not hide from them. He would go there openly. The man at the Heavenly Mandate Academy facing him was naturally Lord Taishen. "It is a bit rude of you to spy on us like this. I hope that in the future, you will be a bit more proper," said Lord Taishen. He naturally could feel how powerful the man in black was. Facing someone like this, who had probably come from another realm, he could not act too forcefully. Otherwise, he would cause problems for the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If the other man had no ill intent, then this simple reminder would be enough. The black-robed man did not say anything. His aura dissipated, and he no longer looked over at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taishen saw the man's divine consciousness disperse, and his aura retract. In a moment, the two mighty auras that had clashed in mid-air were completely gone, making the people who had felt them think they had only imagined it. Within the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Lord Taishen had retracted his aura as well, but there was still a slight frown on his face. These days, the world was getting more and more violent. This unknown cultivator who was focusing on the Heavenly Mandate Academy and was very strong made him feel threatened. There were few people at that higher level. It seemed that the power of the outer realms was much stronger than that of the mortal world. At that moment, Futian was walking over. He looked at Lord Taishen and asked, "Who is it?" Lord Taishen shook his head and said, "It seems to be a cultivator from the outer realms who is extremely strong. His aura is no less than my own. But when I said something to him, he immediately retracted his aura. I don't know what he wants. It seems he has no ill intent. I don't know what he is here for." Futian was silent for a few moments. He had felt someone watching him, and thus he had come here to Lord Taishen. Then Lord Taishen had directly found out who was doing it. "I hope it is just like the old man from before," said Futian. "But many people at this level have appeared lately. This part of the world is certainly about to become chaotic." That was his prediction. Some things were going to happen. "Yes," said Lord Taishen, nodding. "The news has already come out from the Hidden Land realm. Hell has reappeared and conquered Joyo City. Then they summoned all the cultivators of the Hidden Land realm to give them orders. In this way, they conquered the entire realm. Moreover, if they are really this bold, they might actually have the strength to succeed." Futian narrowed his eyes. If the Hidden Land realm had really been conquered by Hell, what was going to happen? He did not know, but it definitely would not be a good thing. "My lord, Futian," said someone else. "There is news from the mountain realm. Tianxian Temple has attacked the Shunxing clan. This time their attack was extremely fierce. They wanted to eliminate the Shunxing clan from the mountain realm completely. The clan lord was forced to flee as the abbot of Tianxian Temple was there himself, pursuing him all the way." "The mountain realm?" A look of surprise came over Lord Taishuan's face. "I never thought that would be the first realm to change. Tianxian Temple is very bold. It seems like they made their decision after the battle in the Hidden Land realm." Futian nodded. At that time, everything that the clan lord of the Shunxing clan had done had infuriated Tianxian Temple. The clan lord had even stolen the treasures of the Vajra Buddha. How could Tianxian Temple forgive them? However, the clan lord of the Shunxing clan was a false monk and had no mercy in his heart. Perhaps he did not care if the people of the Shunxing clan lived or died. "There is also news from the Hidden Land realm. All of the forces, great and small, have gone to Joyo City to see the refounding of Hell," said the man who had come. A solemn look came into Lord Taishuan's eyes. "Understood," he said. The other man left, and Lord Taishen and Futian looked at each other. Lord Taishen said, "Go and cultivate, there is no point in thinking too much about this. We will see how the situation develops." Futian nodded and left. He returned to his place of cultivation, a heavy feeling in his heart. But when he saw Hua Jiu, a warm smile appeared his face. Is something wrong? She asked him. Can you always see when something is wrong with me? Asked Yi Futian, walking up to her. Hua Jiu did not say anything. She reached out a graceful hand and took him by the hand. She looked at him, and Yi Futian thought his heart would melt. At that moment, he had a strange feeling. It was as if Jiu had really come back. He looked into her beautiful eyes and embraced her, giving her a tender kiss. Hua Jiu's eyes were still open wide, but Yi Futian blinked as he looked into her beautiful face. There was a hint of shyness there. This feeling seemed so strange. It seemed so sweet. His heart beat even faster. Why was he having this feeling? Yi Futian let her go, then pulled her forward by the hand. He was much happier now. He had managed to survive in the Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states all those years ago. No matter how chaotic things were now, were they really more chaotic than they had been then? The Holy Ji Palace had come under siege. Now, the chaos of the 9 realms had begun. It had started with the Mountain Realm and the Hidden Land Realm. On the second day, another group of cultivators descended on the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They had come from the Hidden Land Realm. The person at their head was Lian Qingyi, the goddess of the clan of the God Ghost in the Hidden Land Realm. When Yi Futian had first gone to the Hidden Land Realm, he had gone to visit her. Now, she and many other cultivators had come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm to visit him. When he saw her once again, her manner seemed to have changed. She seemed a little dispirited, not as confident as before. How is that you have time to come and see me? Asked Yi Futian with a smile when he saw her. This time, I came here for someone, she said to him. Yi Futian frowned slightly and said directly, in that case, you should leave. Lian Qingyi obviously had not thought that Yi Futian would refuse her even before she had made her request. He obviously knew who she wanted. The Hidden Land Realm has been conquered by hell, she suddenly said, making Yi Futian look up at her in surprise. So quickly? Was hell really that strong? Listen to my plea. Give this person to me. The Heavenly Mandate Academy cannot resist hell's power. Even with your alliances, it will not be enough, Lian Qingyi pleaded. Yi Futian stared at her. Was hell really so powerful? But hell was destroyed in the past, said Yi Futian. I have heard my clan lord speak of that, but it is not as simple as people imagine. There is a great amount of power behind hell, truly frightening power. It was said that in that year, it was the forces behind hell that lost to the emperor, said Lian Qingyi. They lost to the emperor. Do you understand? How could the Heavenly Mandate Academy hope to get involved in a conflict at this level? Yi Futian looked at her. Did this mean that the power behind hell was a top force of the outer realms? Although they had lost to the emperor, this meant that they were powerful enough to fight him. They were without question on the same level as him, at the very peak of what was possible. Can you at least tell me why you want her? Asked Yi Futian. Do the powers behind hell want her? Qingyao, who had been born with a law body, had broken all the norms of cultivation. She had never cultivated, but she could still kill a Ren Huang. She could be called a fate-defying figure. She was the most frightening person he had ever seen, bar none. It seemed that in this current situation, all the great powers wanted her. What had she dragged them into? You are too hard on me, Emperor Yi. How should I know a secret like this? Said Lian Qingyi. Just trust me. You know how terrible she is. She is no relation to you, so just give her to me. Yi Futian stared at Lian Qingyi. From what she said, it sounded like the powers behind hell really did want Qingyao. Chapter 1753 Killing in 10. Heartless and faithless? Yi Futian looked at Lian Qingyi and smiled. Qingyao has the same surname as me, thus, she calls me brother. Don't you think, in that case, that it would not be fitting for me to hand her over to you? Moreover, since the hell wants her, why do they not come and get her themselves if they are so strong that they conquered the Hidden Land Realm? You are not being honest with me, are you, goddess? Lian Qingyi's expression changed slightly when she heard him say this. This was indeed a matter that had been tasked to her by her superiors. If she could complete it successfully, she would have the chance to come to the attention of the forces behind hell. This was incredibly important to her. As far as she was concerned, the Hidden Land Realm and the Void Realm were only holding her back now. She wanted to find a new, more powerful master. "You are putting too much thought into this," she said. None of the great powers of the Hidden Land Realm had the power to resist the power of Hell. Can you imagine, then, how powerful the forces behind Hell must be, Emperor Yi? I know it is hard for you to accept this, but after all, she is only a girl that you have not known for long. The many people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy are all your friends. Is it worth putting all of their lives at risk just for this one girl? Do you think that this is the way I see the matter? Said Yi Futian with a sarcastic smile. I can remember the opening of the gate of hell. The things that happened before that attracted the attention of all the 9 realms. Were there any figures from the Hidden Land Realm among them? Lian Qingyi stared at him, then smiled and stood, saying, I can tell your mind is made up, so there seems to be no more need to discuss this. Since you doubt me so much, I will say farewell. I hope you will take care of yourself. Yi Futian smiled as well, saying, in the past, hell was destroyed and wiped away by the 9 realms. You should think long and hard about your choice. I don't need to see you out. You can find your own way out. A cold look came into Lian Qingyi's eyes. She turned and left. The whole group left with her, soon disappearing from the Heavenly Mandate realm. After they left, Yi Futian turned and said, still eavesdropping, I see. Yi Qingyao came out, pulling Nianyu behind her, with her head lowered. Although she did not understand these forces, she was becoming mature enough to begin to have some idea of what they wanted. Qingyao, you shouldn't worry about any of this, said Yi Futian, stepping forward and placing a hand on her shoulder. She said with a nod. Then she pulled Nianyu's hand and said, let's go play, Nianyu. Okay, said Nianyu. She looked at Yi Futian, then left with Qingyao. That girl is hiding something in her heart, said Lord Taishan, walking up. Nianyu will always tell you when she wants something, but Qingyao is different. She is not good at expressing herself, but would rather hide her feelings inside. This was caused by the environment she grew up in. Yi Futian nodded slightly, then said, My lord, hell was wiped out many years ago. They have laid low ever since then and are only now coming back. This must mean that they have some misgivings. Of course. The world has been conquered by Donghuang the Great, but the powers behind hell are no less than him. But they were defeated once, said Lord Taishan. Thus, they must want to take Qingyao away directly. That is why they sent people here to threaten us. Yi Futian nodded. Lian Qingyao had acted like she was concerned for him, but how could he not have heard the threat behind her words? She wanted him to give Qingyao to her directly. As the two of them were talking, Lord Taishan looked up into the distance and said, They are here. I did not think they would come so quickly. As he said this, Yi Futian felt another aura, an incredibly powerful one that made everyone who felt it feel uncomfortable. Soon, golden divine light fell from high up in the sky, covering the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The cultivators of the academy looked up into the sky and saw the endless divine light. A group of Buddha-like figures stood there as if they had come from heaven. The cultivators of the mountain realm had come. On the battlefield of hell, Yi Futian had learned that the mountain realm had been involved in the decisive battle with hell all those years ago. Gui Zong was among them as well. Yi Futian had seen the man at their head before. It was Master Pudu. Up in the sky, all the Buddhas folded their hands together, and they suddenly began chanting. Master Pudu said, All of the monks of Tianxian Temple are here to visit the Heavenly Mandate Academy if that is convenient for you. Please come in, said Lord Taishan, looking up into the sky. Suddenly, the people from Tianxian Temple strode forward, entering the academy. Soon, they had reached Lord Taishan and Yi Futian. The monks all bowed slightly to him, saying, Forgive us for disturbing you, Lord. It is no problem. We are honored to have you, said Lord Taishan with a smile. Why have you come? Have you heard the news from the Hidden Land Realm? Asked Master Pudu. I have, said Lord Taishan with a nod. Hell has reappeared and conquered the realm. I do not know if this is what effects this will have, good or bad. I must tell you, Hell's next target will likely be the Heavenly Mandate Academy, continued Pudu. This made a slight look of surprise come over Lord Taishen and Yi Futian's faces. Tianxian Temple was well informed. Pudu looked at Yi Futian and said, "Benefactor Yi, I saw the girl Yi Qingyao once before in Joyo City. Might I see her more closely?" "Why do you seek Qingyao, master?" asked Yi Futian. "The girl is very important. Hell will come here for her. I hope you will let us see why she is so important to them," continued Pudu. Yi Futian could not very well refuse him. Moreover, he already knew about Qingyao, so he had probably already figured out a good deal of the matter. They would not be able to hide her. His spiritual consciousness spread out until he found where she was. He said, "Lulan, bring Qingyao here." On saying this, he and the others waited there calmly. Not long after, Yi Qingyao arrived. When she saw everyone there, she could not help but lower her head a little. "Come here, Qingyao," said Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Qingyao stepped lightly over to his side. He placed his left hand on her shoulder and said to Pudu, "Here she is." Pudu looked at her. In a flash, Buddha light glowed. Chanting filled the air. Pudu placed his hands on his chest and fingered his Buddhist beams. He closed his eyes but seemed to open his spiritual ones. It was as if the light had become his eyes. They pierced through all illusions, revealing the truth. Soon, Pudu's expression slightly changed. The Buddha light seemed to have been infected by a great power. The Buddha beads in his hand changed faster and faster. Crack! A clear sound rang out as the Buddha beads broke and fell to the ground. Pudu opened his eyes. He was normally as peaceful as a Buddha, seemed as furious as Vajra. His eyes were frightening to behold, and Qingyao was so scared that she would have fallen backward if Yi Futian had not held her up. Yi Futian looked at Pudu and saw killing intent in his eyes. He frowned and stood in front of Qingyao. Qingyao seemed terrified. She hugged him tightly. "Master," called out Lord Taishen. Only then did Master Pudu retract his aura. "Master," said Lord Taishen, his tone a bit dangerous, "are Buddhists not supposed to be compassionate? What is the meaning of this?" "Benefactor Yi, she cannot stay," said Master Pudu. "You are overstepping yourself, Master," said Yi Futian coldly. "Listen to me, Benefactor Yi. She will bring disaster," said Master Pudu. "You can tell the future," said Yi Futian. "I cannot," said Pudu with a shake of the head. "So you are just guessing," said Yi Futian. "Do Buddhist monks also kill indiscriminately?" "This is fate," said Master Pudu. "I don't care about fate. She is just a girl who has never hurt anyone." "Do you not think that you are overreacting?" said Yi Futian. Pudu looked dispirited. He lowered his head slightly and said, "If it is a sin, I am willing to bear it." "How can you bear it?" asked Yi Futian coldly. "Is there anything in Buddhism about trading a life for a life?" Pudu said nothing. "If that is the way it is, then you must look after yourself. You are no longer welcome at the Heavenly Mandate Academy," said Yi Futian. When Pudu heard Yi Futian's words, he sighed inwardly. He looked at the girl, who poked her head out with tears in her eyes. At that moment, her eyes were clear and bright, making Pudu feel guilty and ashamed. But he could not forget what he had seen. "It's all right, Qingyao," said Yi Futian softly. Yi Qingyao looked up at him and smiled slightly. "Thank you, brother." Seeing this, Pudu clasped his hands together, and the chanting began again. "Since you are firm in this," he said, "I will desist. I hope that you can prevent anything bad from happening." Yi Futian ignored him, so he continued, "I apologize for disturbing you. We will station ourselves in Heavenly Mandate City. This girl cannot fall into hell's hands." On saying this, he took his people and left. Yi Futian was speechless. He was the first person to realize that Qingyao was special, but Pudu had obviously seen something as well, and what he had seen was different than what Yi Futian had seen. The powers behind hell were probably thinking of her as well. He had no way to predict what would happen next. "Qingyao, no matter what happens, don't grow to hate the world. Can you promise me that?" said Yi Futian, looking into her eyes. "Yes," she said, nodding seriously. Then she smiled and said, "I will always listen to you, brother, no matter where you are." "Good girl," he said, patting her head. Let's go and find Yaya. Over the next few days, many people arrived at Heavenly Mandate City. The people of Heavenly Mandate Academy could sense them clearly. Many of the people from the forces that were coming were very strong. They came from other realms, and some came from the outer realms. The news had come from somewhere that Hell was looking for someone, a girl. And this girl was at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As more and more cultivators arrived, the people of Heavenly Mandate City could sense that a storm would descend upon the academy once again. Chapter 1754 My Ting. The Heavenly Mandate Academy's allies naturally knew of all this, and they sent people to him one after the other to speak with him about it. At that time, Xiao Muyu came to see Yi Futian. "Teacher, do you wish to ask me about the family?" she said to him. Yi Futian nodded. He said, "I did not know that so much would happen when I first met Qingyao in the Hidden Land realm. Otherwise, I don't think I could have been so righteous. But since I already brought her here, I can't just give her away. That would be too cruel. But I realize that I am not the only person here at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I have spoken to Lord Taishen about this. Anyone, master or student, can choose not to join us, and I will not hold it against you. I will do this myself if I must. If the Xiao clan and other forces are willing to help, I will do all I can to protect Qingyao. In short, I will do my best. I have spoken of this with others as well. You can report this back to your family." Xiao Muyu looked at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "I do not know what my family will say, but I will support whatever choice you make." She had been born into one of the greatest power of the land, and she had become accustomed to people's indifference. She did not know if what Yi Futian was doing was right or wrong. Different people would evaluate his actions differently, but to have someone standing alone amongst the cold world of cultivators made her feel warm. This astounding teacher made her feel very safe, though she was not sure why. Perhaps it was just faith. "You are a goddess, there is no need to act like a young student," said Yi Futian with a smile. Xiao Muyu smiled back at him and said, "Then I will go and report to my family." "All right," said Yi Futian with a nod. Xiao Muyu left. When she was gone, Yi Futian frowned. His words had been light, but there was a weight in his heart. He was not a perfect person. If he had known that saving Qingyao would have caused such a stir, he probably would not have done so. After all, there were many pitiful girls like her in the world, he could not save them all. But there were some things that once you had decided to do, you had to live with the consequences. This was not so much a sort of kindness as it was a sort of righteousness. It could also be called a code of conduct. If his master had not given up his life to go to the Nandu clan, if Yi Xiong had not gambled his life, if the cottage had abandoned him when he was in danger, if Qi Shengang and Yang Yuan had handed him over to Emperor Li, then he would not exist. Had they even known him that well? His master had only taught him a few songs. He had gone to the cottage to study art. And as for the imperial advisor and Yang Yuan, they were his natural enemies. All of them had plenty of reasons to abandon him. But they had not. He had grown up in an environment like this, and so he would naturally maintain this kind of worldview. Several days later, contrary to Yi Futian's expectations, the teleportation matrix at the Heavenly Mandate Academy lit up incredibly brightly, making all the disciples look towards it. A group of figures walked out. Yi Futian watched them too, his divine consciousness sweeping out towards them. He smiled and walked out to meet them. Cultivators from various top forces had all arrived, but now the three powerful figures who had met once before were all here at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Now they were truly strong. A feast was prepared, and Lord Taishen, Yi Futian, and many others attended. No one brought up the matter of Qingyao, for no one needed to. After the feast, all of the great figures were given rooms in the academy. The whole academy was boiling over with discussions. After the others left, Yi Futian, Lord Taishen, and a few others stayed behind at the feast. "Are you surprised?" Lord Taishen asked Yi Futian, smiling. "A little," said Yi Futian with a nod. He had expected to encounter some resistance, not for things to go so smoothly. His three great allies had sent their strongest formations to support him and the decision he had made. "It shouldn't be hard to understand," said Lord Taishen, still smiling, a flash of wisdom in his eyes. He seemed to have already guessed what would happen. Yi Futian looked into his eyes, then nodded slightly. He realized that he should have known, too. In such a chaotic situation, if the Heavenly Mandate Academy can stand firm in the Heavenly Mandate realm, then in the future, you and the Academy will represent the next era, said Lord Taishen. What was happening now would possibly become an iconic event in the future. You are also one of the creators of this era, said Yi Futian. Although there was a lot of pressure right now, he still believed that if he could persevere, they would make history. I am honored, said Lord Taishen with a smile. Within the guest palace that the Xiao clan was staying in, Old Man Xiao, Xiao Qianshan, and Xiao Muyu were all together. They watched the elder of the family, Xiao Dingtian, enter the palace. Let's go, said Xiao Qianshan as he set off. Behind him, Xiao Hanjiang and Xiao Muyu followed. Grandfather. Xiao Muyu seemed like she wanted to ask something. Are you surprised that we came here ourselves? Xiao Qianshan asked her. Yes, said Xiao Muyu, nodding. She was confused. You may be a Renhuang, but you are still young, and your sense of humanity is not well developed, said Xiao Qianshan. Right now, all the great forces are forming an alliance because we see Yi Futian's power and potential and because he helped you. But what is the most important thing in our alliance? Is it not your power? Asked Muyu. You could say that, but more precisely speaking, it is Yi Futian, said Xiao Qianshan. It is not just his talent, but it is also his way of doing things. That is, his character and his perseverance are key to this alliance. But if he gets other ideas, this alliance will be very fragile. So, the absolute trust of all parties involved is required. Xiao Muyu did not quite understand. Right now, he can put forth all his power to defend that young girl. In the future, if Qingyao runs into any difficulties, or if we do, will he not put forth all his power to help her or us as well? If he abandons her now, then what about when he runs into a similar situation in the future? Said Xiao Qianshan. Yi Futian's decision has vast implications. Thus, all the great forces have come here. We are expressing our position by being here ourselves. When the power of our alliance truly comes together, only then will it mean anything. Xiao Muyu nodded slightly. She finally understood why she had felt so safe after speaking to Yi Futian. But danger is still coming, no? She asked. After all, their enemies were incredibly powerful. Of course, said Xiao Qianshan with a smile. But don't forget, the forces that are here are the most powerful ones in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Troubled times are approaching. In an era like this, compromise and retreat are neither wise nor safe. Only by moving forward through the storm and putting forth greater amounts of power can one stand firm. Heroes in chaotic times never compromise. They grow stronger through iron and blood. The vast heavenly mandate city seemed to be on a knife's edge. Any activity there would attract the attention of many cultivators. More and more legends about Yi Qingyao were spreading. Some people said she was the daughter of Hell, the Dark Inheritor. Hell was coming to take her back. Other legends said she was extremely talented. Yi Futian had noticed this and thus taken her as a disciple. These legends spread throughout Heavenly Mandate City. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation arrived at a restaurant. They had heard of these things too. There were two powerful figures among them, the sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation, Gari Kang, and his brother Gari Qiong. Gari Qiong knew all about the enmity between Yi Futian and the Golden Divine Nation. Right now, they had let the matter rest, but Yi Futian had killed two of his nephews, so it was not hard to know how he felt about him. However, he was a vassal of Donghuang the Great. There was a good reason that they had been called together. And his own goals were related to Hell. That was to say that his goal would harm Yi Futian. That made him think. When should he make his move? At that moment, another group of people entered the restaurant. Everyone around looked up at them, and suddenly their hearts trembled. Even people off in the distance were shocked. After the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation had arrived, the Shun clan had come as well. Moreover, they had brought several of their top figures. This group of people was too powerful by far. Gari Kang, Gari Qiong, came a voice from someone of the Shun clan. Shinjiao. The sovereign and his brother said, looking at the man who had spoken. This man was a legendary figure whose name had shaken the 9 realms many years ago. Naturally, all 3 of them knew each other. The sovereign of the Golden Divine Nation has come here personally. "What are you doing here?" asked Shen Jiao with a smile, sitting at a table not far away from them. "We're here to see all the chaos," said Gari Kang indifferently. "What about you?" "For exactly the same reason as you," answered Shen Jiao. "What about when you've had your fill of watching all this chaos?" "We'll see what happens then," said Gari Kang. "I heard that the cultivators of the mountain realm are here as well." "The abbot himself came," said Shen Jiao. The abbot had had the chance to leave, but he had not. He had chosen to stay in this world. "Yes, I heard about that. People from the demon realm have come here as well," said Gari Cheung. "The demon realm?" A look of surprise came over Shun Gao's face. "They are interested in the original realm too? Who knows? But I heard that they looked right into the Master of Hell's eyes and told him not to make any more trouble. Truly formidable. Who do you think the people who just arrived are? Probably one of the 8 great demon generals and his retinue, no? If so, there will truly be some chaos to watch." As they were talking, a black-robed figure was still sitting all alone in another restaurant, eating and drinking calmly and quietly. He was named Mai Ting, my meaning plum. He was one of the 8 great demon generals of the demon realm, sworn to the service of the demon emperor. Chapter 1755 The Tavern in the Darkness. Heavenly Mandate City was recently packed with mixed company, with the arrival of cultivators from everywhere and all sides. And among them, there were probably many cultivators from the Hidden Land realm who had already gotten inside the Heavenly Mandate City. Aside from the cultivators from the Devil World, the Shun Clan, and the Golden Divine Nation, who had arrived, most of the supreme powers in the land of the 9 supreme imperial realms, in truth, had all dispatched their people to the Heavenly Mandate City. Recently, a story about the girl had spread around. The fact that the abbot of Tianxian Temple had come in person to deal with this matter showed its importance. As the girl was also someone the Hell wanted, many cultivators from the outside had also gathered here. Everyone had a premonition that a storm was imminent in Heavenly Mandate City. This time, it seemed, that drama was still centered around the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it seemed to always be the center of attention. But could the Heavenly Mandate Academy survive this catastrophe? Presently, many forces from all sides had converged in one place. For example, where the cultivators from Shun Clan and the Golden Divine Nation had settled was also the place where the cultivators from Celestial Worthy Hall and Sky Reaching School had gathered. Moreover, the Celestial Worthy Temple in the upper worlds was equally powerful to the somewhat similar Shun Clan. The difference was that the Shun Clan was a family-based principality while the power possessed by Celestial Worthy Temple in the upper worlds was considered a sect. In the upper worlds, this principality was called Celestial Worthy Mountain, and it was created by a Skylord. Many of the unique methods that were cultivated today at the Celestial Worthy Temple all came from Celestial Worthy Mountain. Sky Reaching School was considered a local principality. This time, the gate of hell has opened. Who do you think will be sent to the lower worlds from the court? A cultivator from Celestial Worthy Mountain asked. They were also from the outside and knew who was the principality behind hell. In fact, the origin of the top forces in the Hidden Land realm today all once stemmed from that principality, but they competed in the original realm in the name of hell. The Dark World ruled by the Dark Court was a force at the same level as the divine prefectures of the East. In the endless Dark World, there were many who cultivated the dark arts. These cultivators were once ordered to cultivate in this world, thus created those other supreme forces such as the Hidden Land realm and the others. Therefore, judging from its source, the various principalities in the Hidden Land realm all operated within the influence of the Dark World. As for the Shun Clan, Celestial Worthy Mountain, and other forces, they were top principalities from the land of Divine Prefecture, which was the territory ruled by Donghuang the Great. Don't know, but if the girl is so important to the Dark Court, then whoever that comes this time will be someone mighty. They may possibly one of the prominent figures on the Dark Thrones. Anyone less would not do, Shin Jiao replied. If this is the case, then who can stop the hell? The cultivator from Celestial Worthy Mountain looked at Gari Cheong. Brother Gari, what instructions from the great emperor? Will someone be sent to the lower worlds? Gari Cheong was a divine general under Donghuang the Great, who was also known as a super-powerful existence in the outside world. He held a high position in the army and was commanded by Donghuang the Great. If the emperor had an order, perhaps he would know. The emperor has his own plan, and it's not my place to ask, Gari Cheong said. His response showed great reverence to Donghuang the Great, who was the ruler of the Eastern Divine Prefecture. He had ended an era and now stood at the peak of Divine Prefecture. Didn't someone come from the mountain realm? Even if the great emperor didn't send someone, I don't believe these Buddhists would just stand by and watch. Well, the great emperor and Western Heaven have always enjoyed a great relationship. Gari Kang nodded. This was yet another rumor from many years ago, claiming that the great emperor rose from nothing and that in order to gain his experience in the world, he had once traveled to the Western Heaven to seek Buddhist doctrines. Donghuang the Great was supremely talented, and no methods in the world could not be mastered by him. Even the way of the Buddha, he could also master it just as well. The Buddha Lord of Western Heaven had wanted to take Donghuang the Great as an heir, but he did not agree. Later, Donghuang the Great created his own era, but his relationship with Western Heaven had always been close, and the Buddhists had reciprocated with their full support as well. In the unification process of the Divine Prefecture, the Buddhists had also made a great contribution. Put aside the incident with Emperor Yi Qing, Donghuang the Great could be considered quite perfect, a true legend, and no one in the land of Divine Prefecture would not worship him. With the coming of the cultivators from the mountain realm, the question remained whether someone would be coming to the lower worlds from Western Heaven. Just wait quietly, everyone whispered. Not only them but all those in Heavenly Mandate City, where many cultivators had gathered. Many top figures were from the outside. This was truly a grand occasion. Yi Futian had been cultivating in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and he had heard intermittent reports of the recent developments in Heavenly Mandate City. But the more he heard, the more pressure Yi Futian felt. No one knew what would happen in this situation. But a storm was definitely inevitable. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Heavenly Mandate City, the white clouds above the firmament gradually dissipated, and wisps of black light seemed to appear. The black clouds drove away the white clouds as the sky gradually darkened. It seemed night was about to descend. But it was only noon, so there should not have been any darkness. They are here. Countless people inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up toward the void. Currently, those who were still at the Heavenly Mandate Academy were all cultivators in the Renhuang realm. Anyone below Renhuang had been sent away by Yi Futian through the teleportation Grand Matrix. In this impending storm, there was no sense for them to remain here, as they would only become a burden. By sending them away, their safety could be ensured. Yi Futian had promised his master Hua Fengliu that if there was to be a crisis, he and Nianyu would be sent to a safe place right away. And Yi Futian believed that those top forces would not be interested in those below Rehuang realm anyways. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would still be able to guarantee their safety. Here they come. In Heavenly Mandate City, countless people stopped in their tracks to look at the sky. The world seemed to be darkening. The dusky clouds floated in the sky, and the whole city was shrouded by a faint oppressive power. This pressure gradually became stronger, and it didn't take long for many to feel great pressure or even a sense of suffocation. Boom! Above the dusky sky, there seemed to be dark lightning crashing down somewhere, lighting up that side of the world. In that terrible area of destruction and lightning, a terrifying storm appeared, from which an extremely powerful spatial might of wave permeated. The dark lightning became more and more frightening, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. Terrible dark vortices appeared in many different places. Boom! Bang! Another loud crashing sound was heard, and the lightning storm fell down. Suddenly, illuminated by that lightning, a group of men appeared in the sky above Heavenly Mandate City, and every one of them exuded a terrifying aura. Then, accompanying the strengthening storm of destruction, great armies appeared successively, descended in different directions, but all in the same general area. When all the cultivators made their appearances one after another, a throne seemed to appear above the darkening sky, and an elusive figure appeared on the throne. He was wearing a long dark robe, but he did not seem real. What they saw caused many cultivators from the outside world to sharpen their focus. Could it be that this time the Dark Court had really dispatched such a terror-stricken existence as this? Was it to show their determination to get the girl? No one inside the heavenly mandate city dared to stand high in the sky, and all of them landed back on the ground. There was excitement in their hearts but also a touch of fear. If this war was to break out, would it affect the entire heavenly mandate city? They were too powerful. All the supreme forces in the hidden land realm seemed to have arrived, but they were not the main players, just followers. Presumably, the phantasmal figure upon the throne was their leader. The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked grim. One after another, they rose into the air, looking into the distance. Even Lord Taishian had felt extremely heavy pressure. The opponent's formation was truly powerful this time. All the top forces from the hidden land realm were involved. Above the darkened void, the group moved forward. As the dark lightning of destruction continued to crash down, its might shocked the entire heavenly mandate city, and many buildings were smashed. Crack! A clear sound came from the top of a tavern. Here, only one person was still sitting there at the moment. Mai Ting. He looked down at the broken wine glass, which was shattered by the lightning. His indifferent eyes lifted slightly, looking at the mighty group of cultivators that was coming his way. "You have disturbed my drinking." An indifferent voice came out of him, not very loud. However, in an environment with the sound of lightning and storm, this voice was still exceptionally clear. Everyone could hear him clearly. Disturbed his drinking? At the tavern where Mai Ting was located, many eyes around him were looking at him, sitting there, as if they had seen a ghost. Was this guy crazy? Under such circumstances, was he seriously complaining about his drinking being interrupted? The people in the void glanced at Mai Ting, ignored him, and continued moving forward. "Didn't you hear me?" Mai Ting insisted. But as his voice fell, terrible dark lightning directly descending from the sky. This incredibly thick dark lightning contained an unbelievably terrifying destructive power, with a horrific light of destruction, crashing down directly on the top of Mai Ting's head. Boom! There was a loud bang as lightning struck Mai Ting's head. The light of darkness was gleaming and flowed toward the tavern. However, neither Mai Ting nor the tavern suffered any damage. Unscathed, there was not one bit of reaction from him. Beneath such powerful destructive lightning, Mai Ting didn't even flinch. Mai Ting raised his head and glanced at the Ren Huang who attacked him. The man came from the Fate world, a supreme power in the hidden land realm. He sat there and raised his hand. In an instant, a giant hand of the demonic way appeared in the sky. The hand smashed down at that Ren Huang. This hand of the demonic way was like the hand of God, wrapping the heaven and the earth. In an instant, the opponent's body was held in the palm of that hand. At this moment, the face of that Ren Huang changed. In the camp of the Fate world, many were looking at Mai Ting, who was below. Boom! As he began squeezing tightly, fresh blood flowed down the giant palm. A Ren Huang was squeezed to death before he even had a chance to scream. "You guys had interrupted my drinking," Mai Ting said again. This time, no one dared to ignore his voice. Chapter 1756 Arrogance. The advancing dark army suddenly halted. Above the darkened firmament, even as a terrifying storm was still raging, those cultivators were looking down below. The tavern under the darkened sky looked extraordinarily lonesome, and the man drinking inside the tavern seemed even more forsaken, as if he was the only one in the world. But those eyes had penetrated the void, overbearing and aggressive, gave everyone a feeling that even though he was sitting there alone, he could still vanquish an entire Ren Huang army single-handedly. Above the darkened void, several men with a terrifying aura were coming toward him, as all eyes were fixed on Mai Ting. Not only them, but many of the prominent figures who had arrived at Heavenly Mandate City at this time had directed their divine spirits in Mai Ting's direction. No one expected that right before a great battle was about to erupt, someone who was drinking in a tavern would have killed a Ren Huang in the Great Army because of a broken wine glass, and stopped this dark legion abruptly in its track. Who is he? Over where Shun Jiao of the Shun clan, Gari Qiong, and other cultivators were located, They looked at the figure in black and wondered if there was really some devil general who had already arrived amongst them. The devil world was in a remote corner of the world and did not have much interaction with divine prefecture. It was known for its aggressive and objective ways, which made the whole world its enemy. The devil world had no allies, and everyone was an enemy, but they didn't much care. Everyone knew that the goal of the Devil Emperor was to dispatch the great army of the devil world to every part of the world and conquer it. And they had almost done it too. Before the unification of divine prefecture, the devil emperor had the idea of conquering the world. However, according to the rumors, before the great army of the devil world was dispatched, Donghuang the Great and the devil emperor had a meeting. No one knew what happened during that meeting. Some said that the two fought an unprecedented battle without a winner. Finally, in the end, the devil emperor gave up the idea of conquering the world. It was also said that after that battle between the two of them, out of mutual respect, they had agreed that they would never set foot on each other's territory. In short, after that historic meeting, the cultivators of the devil world had stayed in the devil world without making any expedition. Among the famous 8 great devil generals, some were promoted later, replacing the previous generals. Therefore, very few people, if any, had ever seen the 8 great devil generals that were currently under the command of the devil emperor. So that even as Mai Ting was sitting there, Shen Jiao and the others could only guess, but had no clue as to who he really was. Perhaps, I was right. Next to him, Gari Cheung said. His bright golden eyes penetrating through the void, honing in on Mai Ting. No ordinary person would have the audacity to sit there alone and stop an entire army of darkness, let alone the ability to do so. If it were someone from the outside, they would have known that the Dark Court was behind this dark army. Even if it was a cultivator from in the devil world, for someone to be able to intercept the Dark Court alone, there could only be one possibility, and that was this person must have possessed powerful cultivation for him to be so confident. Who are you? Above the darkened sky, a figure spoke. The might of Wei that surrounded him descended and shrouded the tavern. However, at this moment, an apprehensive aura appeared around the tavern, making it impossible for the might of Wei to invade, and it seemed to have no effect on the person sitting inside the tavern. This man in black was indeed powerful. Mai Ting did not respond to the question. He glanced at the broken wine glass on the table and asked, "What are you going to do about it?" About what? The cultivator in the void looked cold and indifferent. He had killed a Renhuang over a broken wine glass, and he was asking them what do they want to do about it. Someone dared to be this arrogant and aggressive in the face of the Dark Army. "What do you want to do?" someone said indifferently. The one who spoke was a top figure in the Fate world. The Renhuang that died moments ago was his peer. Even though this man was extremely strong, he didn't think there was anyone who could be strong enough to counter an entire army. Never mind the many top figures that had come from the hidden land realm, just that supreme existence from the Dark Court alone should give everyone pause. "You are asking me?" Mai Ting looked at the other and asked instead, slowly getting up. Suddenly, a tremendous powerful demonic might swept across the sky. With Mai Ting as the center, a terrifying storm was forming. Countless demonic currents raged across the sky, and pitch-black demonic currents moved through the space with wrath. Bang! Mai Ting stepped into the void. At this moment, the sky seemed to be quite still, and countless cultivators felt that it was difficult to move. Everyone was oppressed by a suffocating force of the Great Path. When the region lord of the Fate world felt this aura of the Great Path, his expression altered somewhat. He took a step as a horrific destructive image of life and death appeared in the sky. Infinite death rays sprinkled down, turning into pitch-black lightning of death. The space seemed to be on the verge of collapse and destruction. Under the lightning of death, it seemed that no life could exist, a true doomsday scenario. Boom! 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 There was a terrible sound of destruction, but it did not seem to affect Mai Ting much. With him as the center, an independent field of the Great Path was forming, so that even as that terrible destructive lightning slammed down, it could not breach the defense of the Great Path. Buzz! Mai Ting took a step forward, but his body disappeared in the next moment, turning into a black afterimage. Watch it! Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Where the army of the Fate world was located was penetrated directly by a dark light, and no one could make out that shadow clearly. Not only was it fast, but all the cultivators were being oppressed by the great path. It was as if they didn't even have the ability to dodge. The dark light traveled in a straight line as it traversed directly through the army of the Fate world. Time seemed to stand still. Mai Ting appeared behind the great army, with his back facing the army of the Fate world. The next moment, in that straight line, the bodies of all the cultivators exploded and shattered, turning into dust. The rest of those who were still alive trembled, turning their heads cautiously to look at the man in shock, with great fear in their eyes. The region lord of the Fate world was pale. His eyes fixed on the back of that man, who was still standing there quietly. One strike had smashed through an area, killing anyone who was in its path. It seemed that his fist was no longer human. The light streamers of the demonic way still wreaked havoc between heaven and earth, and the Dark Legion was shaken by it. The people in Heavenly Mandate City felt this even more so. Way too powerful. No one imagined that a demonic cultivator who casually sat and drank in a tavern could be so powerful to this terrifying degree. How many other awesome existences were currently inside Heavenly Mandate City at this moment? Even at the Heavenly Mandate Academy at this time, as Lord Taixian and many other cultivators stood above the academy, covering the endless area with their divine spirit, they were shocked into speechlessness. With the coming of the great army, they had made the preparation for war. However, as the army was passing by a tavern, a wine glass was broken, and someone's drinking was interrupted. Therefore, in a most dramatic fashion, the army was forced to stop. Among the cultivators at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the Dragon Master of the Dragon Gods was also present, and he was shocked even more as he saw what was played out before him. He had seen that man before, and it was at the Dragon Gods. Unless the other had done this to help the Heavenly Mandate Academy? This turn of event perplexed him greatly. At the Dragon Gods, the other had killed the demonic dragon, so why would he help them now? Lord Taixian, Futian, this man had been to the Dragon Gods just a few days ago. The Dragon Master transmitted his voice to Lord Taixian and Yi Futian. Both Lord Taixian and Yi Futian looked curious. Yi Futian asked in return, what was he doing there? To see the demonic dragon. Soon after his visit, the demonic dragon of Long Yuan perished. The Dragon Master continued to speak through voice transmission, as he didn't want to relay the information in public. After all, the current situation was way too complicated. It was better not to disclose the matter. You mean the dragon elder who taught you Sheng? Yi Futian asked. Well, I was going to tell you about this later, the Dragon Master continued. Yi Futian was extremely disturbed. He knew that the demonic dragon had instructed Yu Sheng. It was said that the demonic dragon was imprisoned in Long Yuan because of his involvement with Emperor Yi Qing. Was there any connection to all this? His foster father was a demonic cultivator, and the skills taught to Yu Sheng was also demonic methods, and the sword that was given to the great senior brother was a demonic sword. He suddenly had a bold idea. When the demonic dragon instructed Yu Sheng back then, could it be because he knew who Yu Sheng was? Could this powerful demonic cultivator be coming for none other than Yu Sheng? What exactly was the true identity of this foster father? However, guessing was all that could be done at the moment. If this was really the case, that this person was here for Yu Sheng, then the matter was more involved than previously imagined. He had a vague feeling that the mystery of both Yu Sheng and his birth was getting closer to being unraveled. Perhaps after they got out, they would have the chance to find the answer. Mai Ting. At this moment, a terrible sound was heard from above the firmament. It resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Mandate City. Above the darkened sky, an infinitely domineering dark figure appeared. With the appearance of this figure, infinite darkness descended on the throne, and the phantom in front of the throne gradually solidified. Accompanying the infinite darkness, the figure upon the throne turned into an entity, a cultivator dressed in a dark robe. The moment he appeared, the sky seemed to grow even more horrific. However, all the cultivators from the outside world were shocked by the two words he spat out. Mai Ting. Mai Ting was one of the 8 great devil generals under the command of the Devil Emperor. It turned out that a devil general from the devil world had truly arrived. Although they had never seen him before, the names of the 8 great devil generals were well known to all. As for the figure that just appeared, cultivators from the outside world stared at the man upon the throne. Another super cultivator had arrived. One of the kings of the Dark Court, only that no one knew who the king that had arrived here was. The Dark Court had 7 great thrones that were occupied by the Dark Kings. The 7 Dark Kings ruled the Dark World for the Dark Emperor. In the Dark World, every cultivator on the throne had unparalleled authority and awesome strength. 4 such characters, in the Void Realm, as well as the outside world, they would always be the topmost existence. 2 great men at the peak of their existence from the outside world, including Mai Ting, who was one of the 8 great devil generals, had now made their appearances in Heavenly Mandate City of the Void Realm. Such a grand occasion was rare, even in the outside world. Yuming, Mai Ting said as he raised his head and glanced at the figure on the throne. Suddenly, everyone from the outside knew that the Dark King who had arrived was the master of the Yuming throne. Yuming had come here in person. Just how important was that girl? Since they interrupted your drinking, allow me to have a drink with you. Yuming sat on the throne. With him as the center, a suffocating pressure enveloped the space where he and Mai Ting were, as a death storm was raging. He stretched out his hand, and 2 wine glasses appeared in front of his palm, suspended in the air. Then, he took out a jug of wine and poured it into the glasses, filling them to the brim. Please, Yuming said, and suddenly, one of the glasses of wine, like lightning, flew in Mai Ting's direction. Mai Ting reached out into the air, and the wine glass abruptly stopped, steadily, in front of his hand. The wine in the glass had not moved in the slightest. Yuming raised his glass to Mai Ting from the distance and drank up. Mai Ting did the same. Afterward, he waved his hand and sent the glass back. Everyone from the outside world was quite frightened. Not many could command the master of the Dark Throne to pour the wine in person. The 8 great devil generals of the devil world must have been at the same level as the other, so that even the master of the Yuming throne had to treat him with respect. Mai Ting, the devil emperor, hasn't ventured outside for hundreds of years. You wouldn't be here at the original realm just to stop me, would you? After all, the devil world had never been interested in the original realm. Yuming poured the wine again and remarked. His position was superior enough, but he wouldn't be so conceited as to think that the devil world would be here because of them. Those from the devil world were known to be willful and arrogant. There were also many things that they would not deign to do. Rather than believing that Mai Ting had come to stop them, he would rather believe that it was because they did interrupt Mai Ting's drinking, because the latter was more consistent with their temperament. Because you were defeated, the original realm ended up being ruled by Donghuang the Great. Why are you here in the original realm? Mai Ting asked instead. That was many years ago. On the throne, Yuming smiled. But even his smile was chilling to those who beheld it. As you were. Continue with what you are supposed to do, Yuming looked at the army and commanded. He then turned his attention to Mai Ting and continued, since they disturbed your drinking, how about I stay here and drink with you? He didn't insist on knowing Mai Ting's purpose, he would just play along with the drinking pretext. Nor would he pursue the matter that Mai Ting had killed one of his men. Every master on the Dark Throne was ruthless. In their eyes, the end justified the means. If he really wanted to settle the matter, he would have to fight Mai Ting. But the battle would affect the others, and he couldn't really say for sure that he could suppress Mai Ting. That works, Mai Ting responded coolly. A smile appeared at the corner of Yuming's mouth. Suddenly, in front of him, the army moved forward once again, marching oppressively toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The army, hindered by Mai Ting alone, finally moved on. The region lord of the Fate world looked gloomy. But if the master of the Yuming throne did not pursue the matter, how could he? After all, these powerful men from the outside world were much too strong than even their own top figures in the original realm. The army marched forward, dark and heavy, and the sky dimmed without light. An extremely tyrannical mass descended on the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A devastating death storm raged above the sky, and a horrific vortex appeared above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It seemed intent on swallowing everything in its path. Someone stepped out. Their body was surrounded by a flowing dark light with a terrifying aura. He looked down at the Heavenly Mandate Academy below and said, "Turn her over to us, and no one will lose their lives today." Lord Taishen looked at him and replied, "That is not something that the Heavenly Mandate Academy is accustomed to doing." "Never have, and never will," everyone in the Heavenly Mandate City exclaimed silently. This was the courage of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Anyone inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy had no reason to be handed over to someone else. They would rather go to war than hand over the girl. What appeared to be sacrificing a single person to avoid war was not as it appeared. Once, Shunji from the Shun clan had come and demanded the Heavenly Mandate Academy to surrender Yi Futian to him, but it did not acquiesce. After that, the Heavenly Mandate Academy joined their allies to go to the Shun clan and made their demands. That time, Yi Futian gambled with his life, but even so, the Shun clan did not easily turn over those that he wanted, not until the intervention from an already crazed Sky River Great Elder. In that exchange, the reputation of the Shun clan was completely destroyed. Instead, Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy claimed their fame on the back of the Shun clan. That was probably an eternal shame that the Shun clan could never live down. And now, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would not compromise. "Is it worth it?" the clan leader of Clan of the God of Ghost pronounced loudly, looking down at Lord Taishen below. "Today's battle, even if just one person from the Heavenly Mandate Academy perishes, the Academy will forever be at war with the Hidden Land Realm for today's participation. Maybe I won't be able to stop you, but unless you all disappear from the Hidden Land Realm forever, you will rue this day until the end of time," Lord Taishen said. If they were to unleash their utmost against any Renhuang, any low-level Renhuang would not stand a chance. Lord Taishuan's indifferent voice caused great internal conflicts for those forces from the Hidden Land Realm. It was true that they had considered the possibility of an eternal grudge. If they insisted, they would probably always be facing the threats of death in the future. However, it seemed that they had no choice but to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, the appearance of Mai Ting, who was capable of stopping their leader, suddenly put a damper on things. They were not so sure now that they could destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Above the sky, the dark storm was getting stronger still. In the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, an immense storm of destruction appeared, covering the firmament. Countless devastating lightning seemed to be raging in the storm. This storm seemed to be moving, gradually eating away the boundless space. Boom, boom, boom beneath the sky. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate Academy felt a force of destruction. But at this moment, infinite light of the Buddha descended and enveloped the heavens. A group of dazzling figures traveled from the far-off void and came upon the space above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The breadth of these Buddhist cultivators was astounding. They clasped their hands together and chanted the sound of the Buddha. Suddenly, as the sound lingered, thousands of Buddha appeared in the sky, filled the sky. Figures of the Buddha condensed and manifested, responding to the dark power. The Buddha's handprint reached out toward the sky, and suddenly, the sky was blocked by the light of the Buddha so that the destructive power was unable to descend. Buddhist cultivators from the mountain realm, many remarked with shock, for the man heading the group was the abbot of Chenxian Temple, who was also an eminent monk. Was it not enough that the king of hell perished in the void realm? Now you are here to repeat the same mistakes, the abbot of Chenxian Temple said loudly. The king of hell, who had perished in the past, was also one of the cultivators who occupied the dark throne of the Dark Court, the master of the Hell Throne. However, the master of the Hell Throne was suppressed by the Vajra Buddha with Buddhist doctrine, and the two died together. In that battle, Vajra Buddha, the strongest Buddha in the mountain realm, fell as well. Heaven loves all living things. The war of the past did not affect the forces in the Hidden Land Realm, but now you want to help the Avilders and set off the storm again. If the Vajra Buddha is here, I am sure he would not be as merciful back then. The abbot continued his admonishment, which did not speak kindly of the forces from the Hidden Land Realm. The forces from the Hidden Land Realm were also aware of their connection with the Dark World. However, Donghuang the Great did not involve them and allowed them to continue their cultivation in the Void Realm. In the distance, Yu Ming, who was drinking with my Ting, saw what transpired there as well. Just as he had suspected, the attempt at a comeback this time was not so easy. This void realm was more difficult to chew than they had imagined. The Heavenly Mandate Academy, the first opponent they encountered, already gave them huge troubles by pledging their lives to save an inconsequential girl. At the moment, the composition of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was already considerable. In addition to the allied forces gathered at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there were now reinforcements from the Mountain Realm. Secretly, there were still many cultivators who might still be joining in. More importantly, the cultivator on the throne, the strongest of them all in the Hell Army, was still there, drinking. The two mighty armies were in a face-off, while Lord Taishen and several other major figures walked to the front. The aura that swept across the sky was extremely terrifying. At this moment, not far from Heavenly Mandate Academy, another group appeared with a terrifying aura, as if they might also join the battlefield. Shangxiao Divine Palace is intervening. The clan leader of Clan of the God of Ghost looked at the group of cultivators, who were from Shangxiao Divine Palace of the Higher Heavens Realm. Whether this world is the Void Realm or the original realm, it is not allowed to be trampled. If the Hidden Land Realm wants to take action, then, the name of the Hidden Land Realm will be struck out. The voice of their leader was indifferent but still determined. If there were to be a war, Shangxiao Divine Palace would not sit idly by, it would intervene. The Divine Palace did not normally inquire about outside affairs, but this matter was different. This sight in front of him moved Yi Futian tremendously. He remembered the stone tablets he saw in the ancestral land when he was seeking the truth in the Divine Palace. The inscriptions on the stone tablets were, "The heart for heaven and earth, the life for the people, to pass on the sacred learning, to seek peace for generations." The Divine Palace was a true preaching holy land. Although it wasn't swayed by outside disturbances, its heart was always in the world. Presently, with the invasions of outside forces, a large army descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The cultivators from Divine Palace had come to back them up. As a result, the makeup of their groups had become even more powerful. Even the entire forces of the Hidden Land Realm were to join together, it would be difficult to shake up their opponent. Yi Futian pondered that although the world of cultivation was a cruel one, there were still many who cared about the world. They didn't want to see the chaos of centuries ago sweeping through the world once again. Chapter 1758, The Beauty in Humanity. The cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Buddhist monks from the Mountain Realm, the Yuanyang clan and Xiao clan from the Central Emperor Realm, and the Dou tribe from the Ziwei Realm were already here. Now, Shangxiao Divine Palace came to lend a hand as well. They made an incredibly formidable alliance. Even the menacing army coming all the way from the Hidden Land Realm became hesitant about launching their attack. The army from the Hidden Land Realm was comprised of not only cultivators from the native forces in the Hidden Land Realm, but also people from the outer realms. They even had cultivators from the Dark Court, led by the Lord of the Underworld. However, as domineering as they were, they couldn't gain the upper hand in the current situation. If the Lord of the Underworld didn't fight in the battle himself, they might even be at a disadvantage. It was extremely difficult for them to snatch the girl from the Heavenly Mandate Academy under such circumstances. No one could estimate how many people would lose their lives here if a battle broke out. People from various places who had come to watch the battle were shocked and amazed that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was able to assemble such a strong defense lineup that even included the Shangxiao Divine Palace. The Shangxiao Divine Palace was the holy land of the Higher Heavens Realm. Many people in the 9 realms believed that 3 holy places were the best at imparting knowledge and training cultivators: the Tianqian Academy in the Central Emperor Realm, the Shangxiao Divine Palace in the Higher Heavens Realm, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Although the Heavenly Mandate Academy was rising to prominence and had almost surpassed the Shangxiao Divine Palace, no one could deny the great power the Shangxiao Divine Palace held. Such a grand occasion for the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shangxiao Divine Palace to join hands and fight against the enemy side by side was unprecedented. The cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate City Right were witnessing history now. Some people even envisioned how the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shangxiao Divine Palace could merge and become the predominant holy land in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They would outstrip the Tiantian Academy altogether. Of course, it was only a fanciful notion that would never happen in reality. The Shangxiao Divine Palace only sent reinforcement here to support the Heavenly Mandate Academy for this particular time. The two sides reached a stalemate. While the Dark Army marched here all the way from the Hidden Land Realm, they didn't want to die in vain. They couldn't achieve their goal if they blindly jumped into the fight without having some confidence in victory. Two menacing forces were locked in a confrontation. The entire Heavenly Mandate City was engulfed in the terrifying might of the Great Path. Qingyaro stood quietly inside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yaya was next to her, holding her hand. Except for Qingyaro, Yi Futian sent away everyone who had not reached the Renhuang Plain. He wouldn't give her up to the enemy, and he was willing to fight for her. But he could never compromise the people he sent away by hiding Qingyaro among them, on the off chance that he lost the battle. He would do everything in his power to keep his promise to Qingyaro. But Qingyaro had to face her destiny if he was defeated in the end. Although Qingyaro was still a young girl, she understood the risk Yi Futian was taking. She was deeply moved but remained composed and tearless. Her brother Yi and so many people hovering in the air were willing to fight for her. She brought bad lucks to everyone and was despised and shunned everywhere until she met her brother and sister, who protected her fiercely. Nianyu played with her and regarded her as the best friend. Grandpa Xian also took care of her. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate realm treated her exceptionally well. She never experienced such kindness in her life. Even today, she saw all of those good people from other forces who came here willingly and were ready to risk their lives for a girl like her who had a cursed fate. Then, what about her? What should she do? Did she really want to implicate her brother, sister, and everyone else? Could she really stand by idly and selfishly at the expense of other people's lives? She lived through a lifetime of darkness and never felt as warm and loved as today. It was because tens of thousands of extraordinary and kind people stood up for her, a cursed girl. All of a sudden, she grinned in silence. She didn't cry. Instead, she cracked a blissful smile. "Sister," said Qingyao. She raised her head and looked at Yaya. Yaya heard her voice and looked back. She grasped Qingyao's hand firmly and reassured her, "Don't be nervous. This will be over soon." Qingyao shook her head and said with a smile, "Sister, I'm not nervous. Let me go with them." Surprised, Yaya gripped Qingyao's hand even harder and said, "Qingyao, your brother Yi and other people will protect you. No one can take you away against your will. Look, even more people are coming to help our side. They will win this fight." Yet Qingyao was still shaking her head. "Sister, I believe that we will win. But I have made my decision. I will go with those people from the Hidden Land Realm." "Why?" Yaya asked, staring at the girl. "Because you're all so kind to me." Qingyao smiled radiantly. She continued, "No one has ever been nice to me before. Now that I get to know all of you, I will certainly feel terrible if bad things happen to you because of me. I don't want to see any of you being hurt. Not today, not ever." Yaya was astounded. Looking at the smile on Qingyao's face, she was overwhelmed by mixed feelings. She felt touched and sorrowful at the same time. She surely understood that this matter had put tremendous pressure on both Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, Yi Futian obviously wouldn't hand Qingyao over without a fight. This was about holding one's ground and keeping one's words. It was meaningless and unnecessary to argue about right and wrong or to put a price on the level of sacrifice. None of them would give in to the enemy and put people they cared about in danger. To fight to the death was different from utter abandonment. Nevertheless, Qingyao wanted to leave even when Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Academy had already summoned enough people to turn the tables. "Qingyao, take a look, those people don't dare to provoke us now." Yaya was going to speak more, yet was interrupted by Qingyao, who said, "Sister, they came here and committed such acts because of me. They won't simply give up in the future. People here in the academy will definitely be harmed if I stay here." Yaya looked at the girl and was at a loss for words. She couldn't refute because she knew Qingyao was right. These people in the Hidden Land Realm sent a large army at high costs all the way to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even if they failed or retreated this time, who could tell what they would do in the future to achieve their objective? Would they give up? Absolutely not. The threat would always lurk in the shadows as long as Qingyao stayed in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Sister, Brother Yi told me that everyone has the right to determine their own fates. Isn't that right? Qingyao smiled broadly, said, Right now, I have made my decision. Qingyao learned this from Yi Futian, and she was telling it to Yaya now. If you don't want me to go, I will leave on my own. Would you grab me against my will? You would make yourself a bad person if you did that, Qingyao chuckled. As a 12-year-old girl, she seemed to be exceptionally mature and rational. Yaya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qingyao's innocent face. Despite Qingyao's average appearance, she seemed truly beautiful to Yaya. It was the beauty of a gentle and kind spirit. Yaya smiled back at Qingyao. She knew that Qingyao had grown up now. Qingyao, have you really decided? Yaya asked. Brother Yi will definitely help you as long as you want to stay. Sister, this is the only choice I have ever made. I will never regret it, Qingyao replied. Yaya looked at her earnest face, said, I support you. Thank you, sister. Qingyao beamed with joy. All of her fear and anxiety evaporated. She felt incredibly relaxed at the moment. The two armies were still engaged in a standoff in the air. No one dared to act recklessly. The Dark Army seemed to be waiting for order while the Lord of the Underworld was drinking wine. At the time, Yaya held Qingyao's hand and slowly rose into the air. They moved toward Yi Futian, who was standing on the battlefield. No one noticed Qingyao and Yaya's conversation in front of the academy since the atmosphere was so intense. Yaya, why do you bring Qingyao here? Yi Futian saw them and asked. Brother, I'm leaving, Qingyao said to Yi Futian with a smile. Her eyes were filled with deep affection. The past few days in the academy were the happiest time she had in her entire life. You're leaving? Yi Futian looked at Qingyao, surprised. Qingyao decided to leave, Yaya said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian stared at them in confusion. I agree with Qingyao about her decision. Yaya saw Yi Futian's expression and added. Yaya, she is still a little girl. What does she know? Lord Taishen walked toward them and said to Yaya and Qingyao. Grandpa Xian, if only you were my real grandpa, Qingyao smiled and replied. Lord Taishen was puzzled and said to her, but I am your real grandpa. Ha ha, Qingyao chuckled again when she heard Lord Taishuan's reply. The laughter then turned into a muffled sob, not because she was sad, but because she was moved by their care for her. Grandpa Xian, just like Nianyu, I want to play with you affectionately too. But I was not brave enough. Now that I'm leaving, can I give you a hug? Qingyao asked, smiling and crying at the same time. Of course you can. But who said you have to leave? Lord Taishen stepped forward and held the girl in his arms. Qingyao hugged Lord Taishen tightly, then she mimicked Nianyu and pulled Lord Taishuan's beard. Lord Taishen looked at Qingyao's smile and could feel that she was a different girl now. Have you really made up your mind? Lord Taishen suddenly asked. Yes, Qingyao nodded. Maybe I won't see Grandpa Xian again in the future, but I surely will miss you a lot. After that, she turned around and opened her arms at Yi Futian, who was standing to the side. Yi Futian picked up the girl and looked at her. Qingyao used her hand to cover Yi Futian's mouth, said, Brother, can you let me choose my own life, please? I made this choice on my own. Chapter 1759 The Declaration of War. Lord of the Underworld was still chatting with Mai Ting in the distance. Right now, he also gazed at the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and said, This is the right choice. You were destined to belong to the darkness. This is not the right place for you. Come with me, and I will take you home. Who is she? Mai Ting asked Lord of the Underworld. Lord of the Underworld was one of the lords in the Dark Court. He led a large army himself and marched here to grab a little girl. Even though Mai Ting wasn't in the loop before, he now understood that this girl was nothing but ordinary. The Devil General from the Devil World is also interested. Lord of the Underworld laughed and said to Mai Ting. Mai Ting didn't reply. He certainly wouldn't be intrigued if it was only an average girl. Nonetheless, it was Yi Futian's identity that really piqued his curiosity. This girl just happened to be under Yi Futian's protection right now. Mai Ting made a connection between the girl and Yu Sheng. He wondered if this could all be the arrangement of fate. He surely didn't believe in fate. But perhaps even Lord of the Underworld, one of the lords in the Dark Court, didn't know the identity of the man who was protecting the girl. Nor would he know who Yu Sheng was. If he did, he would certainly attach more importance to his encounter with this girl. This was a remarkable meeting. Nevertheless, it was apparent that no one had realized that yet. Yi Futian looked intently at the girl standing in front of him and asked in a gentle voice, "Have you really made up your mind?" "Yes." Qingyao nodded. "All right." Yi Futian smiled with relief. Just like what he told Qingyao before, everyone deserved to determine their destiny. No one else had the right to intrude. He took care of Qingyao because he pitied her for being hunted by cultivators in the Renhuang Plain. However, Qingyao had metamorphosed into a mature person. She gained a deeper understanding of everything and was well aware of the consequences of her choice. Such being the case, he respected her will. He also knew that the enemy didn't come to capture Qingyao to hurt her. He saw what happened to Qingyao in the past through Shen Luoshue's divine consciousness and realized that Qingyao probably was born with extraordinary gifts. The enemy didn't need to dispatch so many people if they only wanted to harm her or kill her. He also understood that Qingyao already chose to confront and accept what might happen to her in the future. Therefore, it was not his place to stop her in the name of protection only to satisfy his ego. She had already found herself. Thus, he agreed with her choice. Besides, he was willing to believe that Qingyao would never forget the goodwill and kindness in her heart that convinced her to make this choice, no matter what happened to her in the future. "She can't." All of a sudden, someone opposed to the idea spoke out. It was Master Pudu, a Buddhist cultivator from the mountain realm and one of the leaders on the side of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He stared at the girl with a particularly grim face. He heard what the Lord of the Underworld just said and had more confidence in his own judgment. He would rather start a war over this girl than letting her go. Since Yi Futian didn't allow him to kill the girl, the only choice left was to keep her in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There was no way he would let the Lord of the Underworld take her away. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Master Pudu, who continued, "We can never send her to the hands of the Lord of the Underworld." To everyone's surprise, the brilliant light of Buddha became menacing. A murderous thought entered the monk's mind. "Master, you lost your mind." Lord Taishen said, "I believe you have good intentions, but the Buddhist doctrine emphasizes mercy and benevolence. How can it be compatible with the Buddhist doctrine if you harm people for a crime they haven't committed? My lord, this is different." Master Pudu spoke loudly. "I am willing to fight. But I can't sit idly and watch her being taken away. If she made mistakes in the future, I would willingly give up everything I have to correct them," Lord Taishen said. He looked at the Buddhist cultivators standing next to Master Pudu and asked, "What does the abbot think?" The abbot of Tianxian Temple put his palms together in front of the chest. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Everyone has the potential for good. I would like to believe that her goodwill can beat her doomed fate, and I have faith in Lord Taishen and Benefactor Yi." Master Pudu turned to the abbot and said, "Pudu, everything in the world is predestined. Let's wait and see how it goes in the future," said the abbot. Pudu heard him and finally stopped arguing. He put his palms together and chanted the Buddhist scriptures with his eyes closed. He looked solemn and dignified as the light of Buddha radiating from his body. Even though Yi Futian was a little upset about Pudu's malicious intent, he didn't hold any grudge against him because he knew that Master Pudu was worrying about the future of the world and the sufferings of the people. "Let me send you off." Yi Futian picked up Qingyao's hand and stepped forward. Lord Taishen walked next to them. Yi Futian held Qingyao's hand and walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A master cultivator from the opposing side also strode toward them to come and take Qingyao. They soon met each other. Rather than handing over Qingyao right away, he made a demand, "I want someone." "Who do you want?" the guy from the opposing side asked. Lian Qingyi from the clan of the god of ghost, said Yi Futian. Lian Qingyi was standing in the matrix of the clan of the god of ghost far away. She was stunned. What did Yi Futian mean? What did he want her for? The master cultivator who met with Yi Futian hesitated and glanced back, unsure of how to proceed. Lian Qingyi was the goddess of the clan of the god of ghost, not a mere commoner. Give her to him, the lord of the underworld instructed in a calm voice. They came here with only one goal in mind, to take Qingyao away. He certainly wouldn't give Yi Futian chances to negotiate if he had an absolute advantage over him. However, they were in an unfavorable position and only got the girl because she wanted to leave with them herself. Therefore, how could he refuse to trade Lian Qingyi with Yi Futian? He would agree to Yi Futian's terms straight off even if Yi Futian added a few more people to his list of requests. The leader of the clan of the god of ghost narrowed his eyes and turned back to look at the lord of the underworld. Lord of the underworld glanced at him and said, "Didn't you hear me?" "Yes." The leader of the clan of the god of ghost nodded. He looked at Lian Qingyi in silence. His expression took Lian Qingyi aback. She was abandoned. The Dark Court finally arrived at the Hidden Land Realm again and provided them an excellent opportunity to break free from the Hidden Land Realm and advance to the Dark Court. Comparing with the Hidden Land Realm, where they were constantly hampered and restrained, the Dark Court seemed like a true paradise for them. That was why she volunteered to come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy last time. She intended to get Qingyao back in order to earn a merit badge. However, Yi Futian didn't hand over Qingyao to her. Why on earth did Yi Futian ask for her now? Chills went down Lian Qingyi's spine as she saw the obliging faces of the master cultivators on her side. She felt as though she was abandoned by the world. This was distinctly different from what happened with Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao came out of her own volition. Before that, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would rather start a war than giving up Yi Qingyao. Yet Lian Qingyi, on the other hand, was discarded without a doubt, even when she was the goddess of the clan of the god of ghost. It offered a sharp contrast. Lian Qingyi had no choice under such circumstances. She understood the cruelty and viciousness of the dark world, and she knew that they would kill her immediately if she refused. Lian Qingyi stared at Yi Futian and stepped forward. She soon stood in front of Yi Futian and said to him, "This is against my will. But I will serve you if it's Renhuang Yi's wish." Yi Futian took a brief look at her. The master cultivator then walked closer and said, "Give the girl to me now." "Brother, I'm leaving." Qingyao gazed at Yi Futian. "Take care of yourself." Yi Futian nodded. He let go of her without saying much. Qingyao's body drifted toward the master cultivator. She and the master cultivator went away soon after and left Lian Qingyi with Yi Futian. Lord of the underworld stood up from his throne. Joy flashed in his dark eyes. "My Ting, let's call it a day. We should have another drink in the future if the opportunity arises." The Lord of the underworld had accomplished his objective and naturally lost interest in staying. He was about to leave with his people. The dark storm dissipated, and the nerve-wracking situation seemed to be over. A bloody battle was averted. Yi Futian stared at Lian Qingyi. The goddess of the clan of the god of ghost probably never said anything truthful to him ever since they met the first time. Yi Futian's fingers generated tremendous sword will of the great path and formed a terrifying whirlwind. Lian Qingyi lowered her head and noticed Yi Futian's hand. Panic-stricken, she yelled, "Renhuang Yi, I didn't ask for this. You made a choice. Everyone needs to pay the price for their choices," Yi Futian said to her. A storm of sword will surged as he pointed his fingers at her. Lian Qingyi's face turned deathly pale. She drew back hastily yet was still struck by Yi Futian's finger. The force from his finger tore through the air. Buzz. Yi Futian's finger penetrated the storm of the great path. It gathered around Lian Qingyi's body and pierced her brow chakra. Her spiritual soul was shattered. Devastated, she stared at Yi Futian with her vacant eyes as though she still didn't understand why she had to die. Lian Qingyi's body fell from the sky. The cultivators of the clan of the god of ghost were furious. The Dark Army also turned their heads to Yi Futian. The situation became volatile again at once. Even Lord of the Underworld fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. What did this silver-haired young man intend to do? Did he want to establish his authority? The cultivators in the heavenly mandate city looked at Yi Futian with curious eyes as well. None of them expected Yi Futian to kill the goddess of the clan of the god of Ghost. His attack showed no hesitation or pity for such a pretty woman. No one, including Lian Qingyi, would foresee that Yi Futian asked for her just to kill her. Various groups from the Hidden Land realm trespassed on the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and thereby, the Heavenly Mandate Academy declares war on the forces that came here today, said Yi Futian. His icy voice reverberated in the air and made a lot of people shudder in silence. The Heavenly Mandate Academy gave up Qingyao not because they were afraid of the enemy and bent under pressure, they did it out of due regard for her choice. Qingyao would suffer tremendously, much more so than losing her life, if many people who cared for her and rekindled her spirit died to protect her. They made Qingyao realize that she was real flesh and blood. She was human. Yi Futian respected her wish yet still declared war on the forces from the Hidden Land realm by killing the goddess of the clan of the god of Ghost, Lian Qingyi. Chapter 1762 Holy Lands joined hands. Qingyao turned her head and looked at Yi Futian briefly. Her clear eyes were filled with surprise at first. They crinkled in a smile. She understood what Brother Yi meant. Many people from the Hidden Land realm were stunned by Yi Futian's announcement. By killing the goddess of the clan of the god of Ghost to declare war on the Hidden Land realm, Yi Futian made them aware that he would never let anyone who besieged the Heavenly Mandate Academy on this day off the hook even though the battle didn't really happen. The Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't declare war on everyone who participated in the confrontation because of Yi Qingyao, they wanted to eradicate the hell. It was just like how the Buddhist cultivators collaborated with Emperor Nan and took out the hell in the past. The forces in the Hidden Land realm got themselves involved in trouble this time. No one could escape the disaster that befell the group. The cultivators of the clan of the god of Ghost looked particularly stern. Lian Qingyi was their goddess, yet she was killed by Yi Futian in front of everyone to make a statement. They devoted a lot of resources to train Lian Qingyi, who also had extraordinary talents. But Yi Futian didn't even give her a chance to fight back. At the same time, the turn of events also demonstrated the difference between the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Dark Forces. Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate realm did their utmost to protect Yi Qingyao up until the point that the girl herself didn't want them to sacrifice their lives for her. On the contrary, the hell cast Lian Qingyi aside straight out. Let's go. The Lord of the Underworld glanced at Yi Futian. He already obtained Yi Futian and had no intention to cause more complications. He couldn't care less about Yi Futian's statement. An ant had no quarrel with a boot. Why should he pay any attention to some war in the Void Realm? Even if Yi Futian destroyed the entire Hidden Land realm, so what? The Dark World controlled by the Dark Court could easily wipe the 9 supreme imperial realms in the Void Realm off the map if not for the consideration of Donghuang the Great Emperor. The Dark Army and the Hell pulled back and left. No one expected that the large enemy force that bore down upon the border withdrew in such manner. Both people in Heavenly Mandate City and cultivators came from other places were taken by surprise. The incident would most likely mark a watershed in the history of the 9 realms. Yi Futian and the others didn't block the Dark Army to force them to fire right now. A battle at this level better took place outside of their territory. Yi Futian still had qualms and would rather attack the Hidden Land realm. After the hell cleared off, Yi Futian looked at the cultivators from Buddhist temples and the Divine Palace, said, "Thank all of you very much for coming to help the Heavenly Mandate Academy." The hell made a comeback. The Buddhist cultivators naturally can't stand by and watch, said the abbot of Tianxian Temple. He put his palms together and continued to speak to Yi Futian. "I heard them mention your name in the past. The girl probably will need you again in the future. Qingyao would rather sacrifice herself than implicate any of us. No matter who she is and where she comes from, I believe that she will stay true to herself," said Yi Futian. "I hope so." The abbot nodded. The hell officially came out of hiding from the Hidden Land realm and announced itself today although the battle didn't break out. "There is going to be a turbulent time soon," someone from the Divine Palace commented. Other than the Hell, many groups from the outer realms came to the Heavenly Mandate City earlier as well. Notwithstanding, the majority of them simply looked on. These groups and other top forces that would come from the outer realms later in the future would cause considerable trouble in the Void Realm. I used to cultivate in the Divine Palace and can be counted as a disciple. It's extremely fortunate for me to have your help and support today. Since there has been a drastic change in the situation, I would like to invite the seniors from the Divine Palace to come into the academy to have a discussion, Futian said. The Divine Palace was a group worth associating with. Futian hoped to unite more forces to weather the changes that would happen in the near future. All right. The cultivators from the Divine Palace nodded in agreement. Futian gazed into the distance and spoke loudly. Not long ago, the Hell assassinated cultivators from various forces and caused turmoil in the 9 realms to lure us to the Hidden Land realm. Now that the Hell has returned, will you really be able to remain intact if you stand by indifferently? Since you came to the Heavenly Mandate City today, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will set up a banquet and invite all of you to have a drink with us. His voice boomed through the air. Even people far away could hear him clearly. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had declared war on the Hidden Land realm only a short time ago. It went without saying that Futian invited people to go to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to bring the forces in the 9 realms together and contend with the Hell. Did he want to attack the Hell proactively? Inside the tavern where cultivators of the Divine Palace, Golden Divine Nation, and Celestial Worthy Temple were staying, Shun Jiao heard Futian's voice and said, "This man is not only remarkably talented but also has amazing courage and resolution. He would be a great leader with an unfathomable future if he reached a higher plane. The Shun clan could become even stronger if he were one of us." A cultivator from the Celestial Worthy Mountain said, "He wants to team up the forces in the 9 realms to confront the Hell. It's not as easy as he thinks. Many groups are related to the outer realms and certainly won't participate in the effort. The Celestial Worthy Temple originated in the outer realms and would never join a force led by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Other than the Celestial Worthy Temple, quite a few top forces also had deep connections with the outer realms, such as the Solar Divine Palace in the Solar Realm and the Yu Divine Palace in the Shadow Realm. Moreover, did Futian believe the Hell was the only enemy? That would be wishful thinking. The cultivators from the Celestial Worthy Mountain certainly understood the argument and concerns of other top forces that were rooted in the outer realms. A different group of people was sitting in another direction. There were plenty of famous cultivators among them, including Jian Qingzhu. They came from Tiantian Academy in the Central Emperor Realm. Tiantian Academy was a group with immense power in the entire Void Realm. How about we take a trip to the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Jian Qingzhu looked at a senior cultivator with inquiring eyes and asked. However, the senior cultivator hesitated a moment and replied, "Let's go back." Jian Qingzhu was surprised. Why would they go back? "Let's go." The senior cultivator stood up and walked out while contemplating some ideas in his mind. The current leader of Tiantian Academy was the Jian family, to which Jian Qingzhu belonged. The Jian family had a solid background and immense power. They went to Tiantian Academy years ago under Donghuang the Great Emperor's direction, and built Tiantian Academy, crafting it as the best academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. A lot of people thought it was because they had the support of the Great Emperor. Only people of the Jian family knew that they were banished to the Void Realm for their crimes. The Jian family was an ancient aristocratic family that came from the Divine Prefecture in the Outer Realms. They were exiled to Tiantian Academy by Donghuang the Great Emperor. Despite having even more power than people imagined, they kept a low profile and nurtured the younger generations quietly. They raised many excellent cultivators who were already celebrated in the Central Emperor Realm. These cultivators would all become part of their resources. They trained Jian Qingzhu to be the leader of Tiantian Academy in the future or even the leader of the whole Void Realm. It was their goal. However, Futian outshone Jian Qingzhu nowadays. A lot of people showed up in the Heavenly Mandate Academy in Heavenly Mandate City. They were all discussing what happened during the day. Besides Futian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Another person made a strong and lasting impression on the people in Heavenly Mandate City. It was Mai Ting, who stopped the Dark Army by himself. And it seemed like he only intervened because they spoiled his mood for drinking. Right now, he was sitting in the tavern and drinking alone again. Many cultivators gathered around the tavern, yet no one dared to come forward and drink with him. They could only stare at him from afar. This man dressed in black was a formidable fighter. He punched through the fate world with one strike and slaughtered many Renhuangs. No one from the Dark Army dared to pick a fight with him. His absolute power was self-evident. After everything was over, he resumed drinking as if no one else was around. The banquet was quickly set up in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was a grand feast with countless seats. The cultivators from the Divine Palace certainly were present while the Buddhist cultivators left before the banquet started. Besides that, most of the cultivators from the Yu Divine Palace attended the banquet, including Changshi the goddess. People from the clan of the Seven Slayers in the Ziwei realm were also there. They always had a fine relationship with Yi Futian and believed the Heavenly Mandate Academy could be a valuable partner in the face of the incoming storm. The clan of the Seven Slayers was willing to join forces with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. As Yi Futian said, it was difficult for a group to stay out of trouble and protect itself under the current circumstances. Everyone would be embroiled in the upcoming war. Yi Futian met the Lord of the Divine Palace for the first time. The Lord was a middle-aged man in his 40s with an elegant bearing. He led a secluded life and was not well known by people, especially the younger generation. He rarely showed his face, even in the Divine Palace. Huang Zhong followed him around quietly. Although Huang Zhong was a legendary cultivator with a perfect divine wheel, he still acted like a reserved student in front of the Lord of the Divine Palace. I used to cultivate in the ancestral lands. It's an honor to meet my lord today. Let me propose 3 toasts to you. Yi Futian stood up and said to the Lord of the Divine Palace. He observed the etiquette for juniors and drank 3 glasses of wine. Although you never met me before, I noticed you when you entered the ancestral lands. However, it seemed like the ancestral lands were not that significant to you, the Lord of the Divine Palace said with a smile. The ancestral lands could help cultivators develop perfect divine wheels. Yi Futian obviously didn't need that. I benefited a lot from my time in the ancestral lands. I'm almost a disciple of the Divine Palace, Yi Futian replied deferentially and humbly. You were not so modest when you were in the Divine Palace. The Lord of the Divine Palace laughed. People around him all recalled Yi Futian's arrogant conduct in the Divine Palace and started to laugh. He was so high and mighty back then. My lord is laughing at me now, said Yi Futian. Lord Taishian, who was on the side, also joined the conversation. Futian is practically a disciple of the Divine Palace and the founder and leader of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Looking at it this way, the Heavenly Mandate Academy is more or less a form of extension of the Divine Palace in the Heavenly Mandate realm. We both impart knowledge to disciples and are derived from the same origin. I suggest we connect the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shangxiao Divine Palace with a teleportation grand matrix so the disciples on both sides can move around and share their experience easily. What does my lord think? I think if disciples in the Divine Palace will be exhilarated if they learn about this. I'm only afraid that my disciples will all come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Lord of the Divine Palace laughed. He apparently agreed to the proposal. He was joking because the Heavenly Mandate Academy focused on helping people to develop perfect wheels, so they had been a strong attraction for top cultivators. Chapter 1761 Chaos and Opportunities. When Lord Taishian saw that the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace gave his promise, he smiled and said, "The Palace Lord is most benevolent. Do you know if the clan of the Seven Slayers and Yu Divine Palace have any thoughts on the matter? Now that the Void Realm is facing such a major change, those of us in the Void Realm should be making preparations." The clan leader of Clan of the Seven Slayers did not come in person, but he was a powerful figure with great ability himself. The first disciple of the clan leader, the first kill, was a man who looked to be 35, and his temperament was very cold. "I will discuss this matter with my master after I return," the first kill said. Lord Taishen nodded. As to Yu Divine Palace, I am afraid there will be people coming from the divine prefectures of the upper worlds in the future, so I cannot make a decision in this case, Goddess Chang, she said apologetically. Lord Taishen completely understood. This time, the chaos in the Void Realm will not be limited to just the Hidden Land Realm. Now that the passage to the Void Realm has been opened, and without any definitive orders issued by the Great Emperor, I am afraid that another round of changes is inevitable, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace commented. In this era of great changes, the 9 supreme imperial realms may see a shuffling of powers. Lord Taishen nodded in agreement. Unless Donghuang the Great issued an order, the power structure of the 9 realms would change drastically. In the next few years, they would no doubt undergo a baptism of war. Some forces would die out, while others would rise against all odds. If the top forces from the outside world had any intentions about the Void Realm, they would not easily squander an opportunity such as this. For example, because Yu Divine Palace also had connections to the outside world, they would not be involved with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this time, someone came to inform Lord Taishen, "My lord, Nantian Divine Kingdom has come to pay us a visit." "Please show them in," Lord Taishen replied. Nantian Divine Kingdom was a transcendental power, and Emperor Nan's cultivation was extremely powerful. If Nantian Divine Kingdom could form an alliance with them, it would be of great significance. Soon, the cultivators from the Nantian Divine Kingdom arrived, and the person in the lead was pitilessly graceful, stunningly beautiful, and seemed to be out of this world. It was the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luotian. Nan Luotian greets Lord Taishen and all the elders. Although Nan Luotian was the palace lord of the Nantian Divine Kingdom and the treasured daughter of Emperor Nan, she was in the presence of many prominent individuals who were of the same level existence as her father. Their strength may not be comparable to her father's, but their seniority far outranked that of her father. Therefore, Nan Luotian would not exhibit too much arrogance on an occasion like this. "The princess is truly stunning. Everyone, please take a seat," Lord Taishen said. Soon, the cultivators from Nantian Divine Kingdom settled in. Futian looked at Nan Luotian and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Nantian Divine Kingdom would attend the banquet. "Princess Luotian, what is your father's view on what is happening now?" Lord Taishen asked, referring to Emperor Nan's Qinghe divine sword as the sword that had sealed the gate of hell. "Back then, on the order of the Great Emperor, my father had fought with hell on the battlefield, in the hopes that the world would be peaceful and there would be no more chaos. Now that hell is up to its old tricks again, my father is worried that troublesome times will once again descend upon us. Therefore, on this trip, my father wished that a teleportation grand matrix can be built between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Nantian Divine Kingdom. If there are emergencies at the academy, we can take care of each other," said Nan Luotian. Her words were surprising to Lord Taishen, but he was delighted because it was exactly as he had hoped. He didn't expect Emperor Nan to have the same idea that coincided with his own. "I had the same idea, too. We are so pleased that Emperor Nan would be willing to lend a helping hand. Please thank the Emperor on my behalf. We will immediately prepare to set up the spatial grand matrix," Lord Taishen said with a smile. "My lord needn't be so formal. My father had said that if chaos were to break out, it is not so much as lending aid to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but it might be that the Nantian Divine Kingdom would also require help from the Heavenly Mandate Academy one day," Nan Luotian replied. When she spoke, she remembered her father's comment that great changes were about to occur and that no one could predict what would happen in the future. Her parents didn't have too many concerns except for her well-being. Therefore, this alliance was not so much to help the Heavenly Mandate Academy but to give her a backup if she ever needed it. Her father had commanded Nantian Divine Kingdom, and if there were no changes, he would continue on with his rule as before. In all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, no one would dare to attack Nantian Divine Kingdom. But the outside world was a different story. The future was full of unknowns. When Nan Luotian heard her father's words, she understood that he had long grown tired of the fighting, and now that he was involved in this turmoil, he was worried about her. If anything were really to happen in the future, he didn't want her to be entirely helpless. In truth, Nantian Divine Kingdom still had many other options. With the strength of Emperor Nan, he could choose Tiantian Academy or even the Shun clan. But he reckoned that he could still protect Nan Luotian for some years to come. In the future, his bet was on Yi Futian. If he did not die before his time, Yi Futian would have a chance to surpass the emperor himself. Otherwise, if the alternative was someone not as good as he, what was the point in that? In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were indeed few who could contend with Emperor Nan. After the banquet was over, all the cultivators began to leave. Although this battle did not break out with the coming of the great army of Hell, it signaled the coming changes for the 9 realms in the future, which would surely set off a storm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy began setting up the Teleportation Grand Matrix. This super-spatial matrix would directly connect Shangxiao Divine Palace, Nantian Divine Kingdom, and the Clan of the Seven Slayers. Clan of the Seven Slayers also agreed to join the alliance. The reason why these major principalities were willing to form an alliance with the Heavenly Mandate Academy had a lot to do with the previous turmoil. The resolve shown by the Heavenly Mandate Academy was recognized by the entire 9 realms, and such an ally was absolutely worthy of their trust. On the day the spatial teleportation Grand Matrix fell in place inside the city, Yi Futian stood in the teleportation area and saw the extremely radiant divine light lit up. The space formed a terrifying spatial storm as the currents of the Great Path flowed. Golden spatial divine light rose upward as if forging a channel. Many figures suddenly appeared on the teleportation matrix, and Yi Futian smiled when he beheld them. Success! Many cultivators from Shangxiao Divine Palace had arrived. Lord Taishen and many other important figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were there, and they were all looking at the arriving visitors. Greetings, Lord Taishen. The visitor saluted Lord Taishen by bowing slightly, and many people were also looking at Yi Futian, who was standing next to Lord Taishen. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces among these visitors. Li Daozi and Li Zun of the Divine Sword Li family were there, and they had come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. Afterward, the light lit up again, and the cultivators from Nantian Divine Kingdom and Clan of the Seven Slayers appeared successively. Nan Luotian and the 7th Kill also appeared within their field of vision. The setup of the spatial teleportation Grand Matrix was a complete success. So, with the Heavenly Mandate Academy as the center, in addition to being able to reach the forces directly within the Heavenly Mandate realm, it would also directly open up passageways to Yuanyang Clan, Xiao Clan, Dou Tribes, Nantian Divine Kingdom, Shangxiao Divine Palace, and the Clan of the Seven Slayers. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would be the strongest gathering place within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. From this standpoint, no other principalities could compare with it, not even Tiantian Academy. Except for the fact that the Heavenly Mandate Academy itself still had room for improvement, it could almost be considered as the core of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Even Lord Taishen and Shun Luoshua were delightfully surprised to see such a sight. The Heavenly Mandate Academy took an extremely important step forward. Changes and opportunities had always coexisted. Nonetheless, this was also because the recognition bestowed upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy by various forces. In a blink of an eye, several months had passed. Over the past few months, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path could be said to have been peaceful, but it could also be said that it had continued to transform. The hell that unified the hidden land realm was beginning to prepare all the forces in the realm. It seemed to want to control all the lands in its grasp and started to build a great army of hell. As for Qingyao, who had already been sent away, that was their number 1 target. The next target of the Dark Court was the entire original realm. In addition, many principalities, such as the Solar Divine Palace and Yu Divine Palace, had shared interests with some of the outside forces. Gradually they began to want to control the voice of the principalities within the Void Realm. Struggles were being played out all the time, openly and in secret. At the same time, they were also preparing for the great changes that were to come. Precisely because of this, the past few months appeared to be particularly calm, but in fact, undercurrents had already been surging for quite a while. There didn't seem to be many changes happening at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but its relationship with various forces had become even closer. Of course, they were the forces with whom they had formed an alliance. Even Nan Luotian was now cultivating at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which showed just how important Emperor Nan viewed this alliance, and it was by no means a whim. On this day, while at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian received an invitation. Someone from a principality inside of Divine Prefecture had invited him to go to the Heavenly Mandate City for a chat. Yi Futian happily departed to the banquet and came to a palace inside Heavenly Mandate City, with many cultivators in tow. Inside the palace, music of guqin could be heard playing, and it was extremely pleasing to the ears. A maid guided Yi Futian into the palace, and he saw a stunning woman playing the guqin quietly. She was wearing a white dress, with ethereal temperament, as if she was a goddess who had come down from heaven. Yi Futian and the others stood there quietly and listened. At this moment, a group of people came from the other direction. The person in the lead was an elder with a supreme temperament. He said, "We came from afar and are temporarily lodging here. It's not as elaborate as we would have liked, please bear with us." Yi Futian stood there still, bowing slightly, and said, "Elder invited me to here. How can I be of service?" "Sit down and talk," the elder said with a smile while he himself took the main seat. The woman next to him still played quietly, as if there was no one around. Everyone around the old man possessed extraordinary temperament. Yi Futian could feel that all of them were of the realm of Upper Renhuang. These men were very powerful. Nowadays, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, his status was unquestionable. Ordinary folks may not be received by him even if they visited, but someone had sent out an invitation for him to come to their door, which demonstrated the high-handed attitude of the other. But here he was anyway. Now that the situation was unknown, and chaos was imminent. At this time, an invitation from the forces of Divine Prefecture should be treated with caution, hence his visit to parse out the intention of the other party. "Presumably, little friend, you have already guessed that we are from the Divine Prefecture," the old man said. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are from the Song Imperial Palace in Divine Prefecture." Imperial Palace? Yi Futian's eyes sharpened slightly. To be able to take the name of the Imperial Palace, even if it was no longer ruled by an emperor now, there must have been a figure of the same level as the Great Emperor, another ancient and terrifying principality. Yi Futian was not clear on exactly how many forces from the 9 realms had come. However, he knew that even in Heavenly Mandate City, there were already many top forces that were active all the time. Aside from the forces that had previously visited the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Song Imperial City was the first force to send him an invitation to come over to their place. Yi Futian sat there quietly and did not say anything, waiting for the other party to continue speaking. The elder of Song Imperial City continued saying, "When coming over from the Divine Prefecture, I came to understand a little about the events that occurred in the Void Realm. I have heard that, currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy is facing a bit of trouble." "We are doing well," Yi Futian replied. "Thank you, Senior, for your concern. Hell is a power that belongs to the Dark Court," the elder continued. "Even the Master of the Throne of the Underworld has come in person. Although he was held off by my Ting was merely passing by last time. Next time, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will most likely face trouble. Even if you cooperate with the local forces, it will be difficult to stand against them. To my knowledge, the Heavenly Mandate Academy also has many enemies in the Void Realm. In the upper worlds, Shun Clan is also a super force." "Senior, you seem to be well informed," Yi Futian said with a smile. The other party clearly had already investigated the matter very thoroughly. "Since I came over, it is only natural that I should understand things clearly. Not only do I know about the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but I also roughly know about the various top forces in the Void Realm. For example, do you know the background of Tiantian Academy?" the elder asked. "There is a story about Tiantian Academy?" Yi Futian asked. The elder explained, for Tiantian Academy to be able to become the top academy in the Void Realm was actually all the work of the Great Emperor behind the scenes. The Jian family of Tiantian Academy was previously an ancient clan renowned in the Divine Prefecture. They had many resources and were an extremely powerful force. However, because they had committed crimes in the Divine Prefecture, they were sentenced to exile in the Void Realm by the Great Emperor. He made them redeem themselves through their service. This gave birth to the splendor of the top academy of the Void Realm. The elder continued, the Gen family has very powerful abilities. However, most likely, the members of the Void Realm are not aware of this. Yi Futian remained silent and did not say anything. Jian Qingzhu should be a member of the Gen family. Yi Futian never imagined that they had such a backstory. Many forces like Solar Divine Palace, Yu Divine Palace, and Celestial Worthy Temple are actually branch powers of the Outer Realms. However, hundreds of years ago, the Great Emperor sealed off the Void Realm, causing their relationship with the Outer Realms to wane. Nevertheless, now that the passageway has been reopened, many things are about to change. Little friend Yi, have you ever considered making the Heavenly Mandate Academy the top academy of the Void Realm? When Yi Futian heard the elder's words, he raised his head. He knew that the elder had begun to get to his point. Did Song Imperial City have their eyes on the Heavenly Mandate Academy? The Heavenly Mandate Academy is a place of teaching. However, being powerful is also the foundation of teaching, Yi Futian replied. The elder nodded and said, currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy's ability is already not weak. It is also allied with many forces. However, they are not the Heavenly Mandate Academy itself. Little friend Yi, have you considered taking other forces into the Heavenly Mandate Academy? If the Heavenly Mandate Academy can have a top force of the Divine Prefecture backing it, not only will it be able to withstand against Hell, but it can also stand firmly at the peak of the Void Realm and become the top cultivating holy land in the Void Realm. The elder had already said it so directly, how could Yi Futian not understand what he meant? Song Imperial Palace wanted to take over the Heavenly Mandate Academy. These top forces from the Divine Prefecture also wanted to hold power in the Void Realm. Senior, what do you want? Yi Futian asked directly, not beating around the bush. The elder looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said, Song Imperial Palace can aid the Heavenly Mandate Academy to become powerful. However, we wish to be like what the Gen family is to the Tiantian Academy and become the clan behind the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, on the surface, the college chief of the academy is still Lord Taishen. In the future, it can also be passed on to you. Song Imperial Palace wanted to stand behind the Heavenly Mandate Academy and become the force that controlled it behind the scenes. It wanted to take over the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Such ambition. It seemed that Song Imperial Palace was far more powerful than Yi Futian had imagined. Otherwise, their appetite would not be so big. Previously, when Yi Futian was chatting with the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, they had talked about other forces from the Outer Realms coming to take over the top forces of the 9 realms. Now, Yi Futian encountered such a case. However, it was naturally impossible for Yi Futian to agree to this. His ideals were the same as Lord Taishuan's. Only by being independent could they control the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They had never treated the Heavenly Mandate Academy as a force that they controlled. However, once they let Song Imperial Palace take over, everything would change. Would the Heavenly Mandate Academy still be the same? There would no longer be any meaning in it existing. Junior thanks Senior for your good intentions. However, I am just a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I am not qualified at all to determine who the Heavenly Mandate Academy belongs to, Yi Futian explained. Of course, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will also not be controlled by any one person or force. As the college chief, Lord Taishen is only working to pass down teachings. Hence, I can only politely decline Senior's offer. Yi Futian, sooner or later, you are going to leave the Void Realm. You don't belong here. Song Imperial Palace will be a very good place for you. You can directly get in contact with central powers in the Divine Prefecture. The elder continued to persuade Yi Futian and painted a bright future for him. It seems like Senior has yet to comprehend my words just now, Yi Futian said. All that I said is true. I have not told any lies. So whatever Senior says now is meaningless to me. Upon listening to Yi Futian's words, the elder fell silent and just stared at Yi Futian quietly. Yi Futian looked the elder in the eyes and did not retract his gaze. The elder obviously did not believe Yi Futian's words. Based on the information the elder gathered, Yi Futian was the decision-maker in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His influence in the Heavenly Mandate Academy might even surpass that of Lord Taishen, who was the college chief. Therefore, the elder approached Yi Futian. "Are you not going to consider my offer at all?" the elder asked. Yi Futian stood up. Bowing slightly, he said, "Junior will take my leave now." Even though he was somewhat irritated, he did not want to make more enemies now. Hence, Yi Futian still kept his manners even though he had lost interest in continuing the conversation with the elder. Suddenly, the music turned intense and rang in Yi Futian's ears. He turned around and saw that the lady had stopped playing the instrument. Her gaze was fixed on him. Her eyes were extremely enchanting, but they revealed hints of aloofness. One could clearly sense that she was distancing herself from the rest. Yi Futian swept a glance at her and left. The members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy left along with him. After they left, the elder was still sitting at his spot. "They are ignorant of their current state," a stern-looking, middle-aged man who stood behind the elder commented. His aura was overbearing. Before Yi Futian and the rest left, he was pressuring everyone from the Heavenly Mandate Academy with his might. If the elder had given his order, he would have attacked them right away. "We are outsiders, after all. They are the owners of this side of the world. Naturally, they will not hand over the right of control so easily," the elder responded. "Moreover, this Yi Futian is talented and famous. I am sure he is very arrogant. Judging from his attitude, it is impossible for him to willingly allow us to have shares in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The group from Song Imperial Palace came here with a mission this time. They had to seize control of a force in the Void Realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was undoubtedly their first choice. This force had huge influence and potential. If they could win Yi Futian over to join their Song Imperial Palace, it would be even more perfect. Unfortunately, their plan had failed. However, they still had plenty of time, and they were not in a rush. Now that the passageway had been connected, the chaos in the Void Realm would last for a while. Other forces from Divine Prefecture would most likely make a move too. After Yi Futian returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he informed Lord Taishen and the others about this matter. Lord Taishen and the others all realized that there were forces from the outer realms that already wanted to claim the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Prior to this, other forces had tried to do so, but they had failed. Song Imperial Palace would also definitely not be the last force to try to do so. As expected, the next day, in the sky outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, a large group of cultivators descended. Their auras were frightening and had spread across the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone could clearly sense it. Lord Taishen, Yi Futian, and the others stepped forward and came up into the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They gazed into the distant sky. "May I know what business you have with us for all of you to come over to the Heavenly Mandate Academy?" Lord Taishen asked from afar. "We are from the Divine Prefecture's training Holy Land, the Holy Land of Taichu. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Mandate Academy is passing on teachings in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Holy Land of Taichu wishes to establish a cultivation temple here in the Void Realm. Why don't we join forces and establish it together? We can set the Heavenly Mandate Academy as a branch of the Holy Land of Taichu. When that happens, the Holy Land of Taichu will be connected to the Heavenly Mandate Academy and will send cultivators from the Divine Prefecture to the Academy to pass on teachings." A voice called out. It could be heard all across the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They were even more direct and overbearing than the previous Song Imperial Palace. They wanted the Heavenly Mandate Academy to become a branch of the Holy Land of Taichu. This act was so arrogant. The various cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were somewhat dumbfounded. The Holy Land of Taichu was actually behaving so high and mighty. They came from the outer realms, yet they wanted the Heavenly Mandate Academy to submit to them. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is the Heavenly Mandate Academy. We do not need other forces to come and pass on their teachings here. When Lord Taishen heard the words of the other party, his aura immediately turned cold. This was practically too presumptuous. The Holy Land of Taichu was looking down on them completely. Since you are a force that passes on teachings, the name of the force is not important. It is all right as long as you can pass on teachings and improve the conditions of cultivators, the other party continued. Taichu Saint Emperor has peerless cultivation and has many mighty existences serving beneath him. He has trained countless outstanding figures. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy becomes a branch of the Holy Land of Taichu, it will only stand to benefit. There will not be any losses. I believe the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will also not mind. Please see yourself out. I will not send you off. Lord Taishen immediately chased them away. It was impossible to have an exchange with them when they had such a haughty attitude. If that is the case, we will return in 7 days. When we return, we wish to experience the abilities of the Heavenly Mandate Academy in passing on teachings. If your abilities are not up to par, then the Academy should step aside and let the Holy Land of Taichu pass on teachings here, the other party said. Then, he immediately left. When the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy heard this, everyone understood that the other party came over here merely to inform them of this. They were not planning to use methods of persuasion like Song Imperial Palace had at all. Instead, they wanted to take down the Heavenly Mandate Academy directly. This takedown was also somewhat different. They were trying to suppress the members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy through their ability to pass on teachings. That way, the Holy Land of Taichu could replace the Heavenly Mandate Academy directly. By passing on their teachings here, just as they had said, it was no concern for the local cultivators. If the ability of the Holy Land of Taichu to pass on teachings was stronger, they would naturally be more suitable for cultivators. The Holy Land of Taichu merely wanted to claim all the hard work of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and directly replace them. The people of the Holy Land of Taichu walked out, but the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy seemed rather restless. This legendary force from the Divine Prefecture was too arrogant. They wanted to replace them. And their plans did not stop there. They were the wildest force from the outer realms that Yi Futian had ever encountered. Let's go back. Lord Taishuan's expression was a little cold. He moved down, and his group turned back towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Hell is leading the army of the Hidden Land here to attack. We are all facing them head-on. Where does the Holy Land of Taichu's confidence come from? They are far too arrogant, said a cultivator. His tone showed how displeased he was. Since the Holy Land of Taichu had come here, they surely heard of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's situation. What do you think, Futian? Said Lord Taishen. The fact that they dare to do this must be because they are one of the supreme forces of the Divine Prefecture. Their power goes without saying. Secondly, although they are acting arrogantly, they are still very smart. They want to establish their power by teaching in the lower realms, and doing that step by step by themselves would be difficult. If they can come right to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they will be able to spread throughout the world more quickly, said Yi Futian. Moreover, they don't want to attack us. They just want to replace us. This is very different. If the Academy is completely conquered and they propose coming here to teach, there would be nothing wrong with that. Even if we don't agree, they can found their own place to each in the Holy Land of Taichu. Yes, said Lord Taishen with a nod. They just want to replace us. If they can't, they can still use our name to establish themselves. The techniques that the Holy Land of Taichu was using were very different from what the Song Imperial Palace had done. But they were equally effective. The Song Imperial Palace was not a place for teaching, so they could not do things that way, but the Holy Land of Taichu could. In that way, the lower realms would regard it as a struggle between the teaching Holy Lands of the Divine Prefecture and the Void Realm. If they lost, it would only be a matter of course that the Holy Land of Taichu would start teaching in the Void Realm. Honestly speaking, many people in the Divine Prefecture wanted to establish their power in the Void Realm, reshuffling the cards in the Void Realm and making things just like they were before. However, from this, one could see that the forces of the Divine Prefecture attached great importance on the Void Realm. Perhaps it was because this was the original realm, the source of the Great Path, and the Heavenly Great Path. After the collapse, it could form a new world. Unlike before, when Song Imperial Palace had come quietly, When the cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu descended upon Heavenly Mandate City, they caused an uproar. It was just as Yi Futian expected. Many people regarded this as a battle between the teaching forces of the Void Realm and the Divine Prefecture. And it was not only Heavenly Mandate City. The news spread quickly throughout the 9 Supreme Realms, including the Heavenly Mandate Realm itself. The chaos caused by the armies of the Hidden Land Realm had not yet subsided, and this caused new disturbances. Things were truly unsettled now. Many people sighed at this. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had truly become the center of the 9 realms. It was extremely busy there now. At that moment, in the guest palace where the people from the Song Imperial Palace were staying, the old man who had invited Yi Futian was there. He and the others were discussing these matters. The Holy Land of Taichu is very direct. They have never been in contact with the Heavenly Mandate Academy before, and yet they want to replace them in the most simple and overbearing manner, said a middle-aged man. The old man smiled and said, "The Holy Land of Taichu is very smart. They know that there is no use in negotiating. They must have heard about our conversation with Yi Futian and his conversations with the other powers. So, can the Holy Land of Taichu succeed?" asked a woman, looking at the old man. "Their power goes without saying, as you all know. Their strength in the Divine Prefecture is vast, and their influence is truly terrifying. Many powerful figures have come from there. It is said that many of them have come here now. It must be very important to them to teach their ways in the original realm." The old man said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy has made many alliances, and the Holy Land of Taichu will not go to war with them. But in terms of forums, even the Academy and all their allies will be no match for them. At that time, we will go watch the excitement. Maybe we will get something out of it," said the old man with a smile. "I'm going out for a walk," said the woman, then she rose and left. Many people followed her. Obviously, this woman was very important. Now, all the cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City seemed to be talking about this. When the woman came to a restaurant, everyone there was talking to it. The woman and her followers sat down. Another group of people was sitting in another part of the restaurant. One of them looked up at the woman. These people looked rather young, but they had powerful auras. They were from the Holy Land of Taichu. It seemed that the woman had come here on purpose. But the others did not know that. The people in the restaurant were all engaged in their own discussions. Where even is this Holy Land of Taichu? They are too much. Are they really one of the top places for teaching in the upper realms? Someone said. If they dared to do what they did, they must be special, someone else said. But even if they are a top force from the Divine Prefecture, if I had some talent and was asked to choose, I would still choose the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Academy does things in a manner that I like. They act righteously. And not to mention that girl, Chu Yu of our very own Chu family. She has achieved great things there and forged a perfect divine wheel. Her potential is limitless. They do not look down on anyone there. And as for the Holy Land of Taichu, who knows how powerful they are? Moreover, they are a force from the Divine Prefecture. No matter how wonderful their teaching, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has Yi Futian. He is more well suited to teach powerful and talented people. At that moment, Yi Futian's status within the Academy was extremely high. Many of the younger people there worshipped him. You are right, especially when we have many heroic figures like Do Jiao of the Do tribe and the goddess of the Xiao clan. Are they any worse than the people of the Divine Prefecture? They are willing to follow Yi Futian and cultivate with him. I heard that now even Nan Luotian is cultivating at the Academy. She is the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Emperor Nan's precious pearl, the light of his eyes, right? Emperor Nan was a legendary figure. At that moment, a scoff rang out, piercing everyone's ears in the quiet restaurant. Everyone turned and looked in the direction that the scoffing sound had come from. They saw that it was the great figure from the Holy Land of Taichu. Seeing how powerful he and his companions were, the rest of the people in the restaurant were silent. The person who had spoken before asked, "Do you think that what I said was false?" The people from the Holy Land of Taichu did not answer. They still sat there. The woman from Song Imperial Palace watched them. The cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu were so arrogant that they would certainly not deign to get into a fight here. Moreover, the ones who had come were all Renhuangs. How many levels of swordsmanship has Brother Qing Ku mastered? Someone asked. 7, someone answered. That's incredible. I wonder if I'll get a chance to test his swordsmanship while I'm here in the Void Realm. I heard that the Heavenly Mandate Academy is training many people who have perfect divine wheels. They are probably quite capable. Perhaps there will be a time for crossing swords, said someone else. Suddenly, the restaurant became very calm. It seemed that they all knew who these people were. They were the icons that they had just been discussing, the people from the Holy Land of Taichu. It was just like when they had appeared at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their words were empty and arrogant, as there would be none of the crossing of swords that they spoke of. This made it so that some people could not stand to listen to them. A Renhuang-level cultivator who had his back to them said, although they come from the Divine Prefecture, they are blind to their actual strength. The people at the Heavenly Mandate Academy stand at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The people of the Holy Land of Tianchu just smiled. But in the next instant, a suffocating sword will filled the restaurant. Everyone could clearly feel it enter them. It seemed that the place had suddenly been sealed off by sword will. And the Renhuang who had just spoken felt it the fiercest. It was like there were swords everywhere, and they were all as sharp as possible. Soon, sweat began to bead on the Renhuang's face. He was under a great amount of pressure. But then the sword will disappeared. One of the people from the Holy Land of Taichu said, a summer insect cannot discuss ice. You have never left here, so your perspective is limited to here. When your vision is so limited, there is no need for your opinion. Let's go. On saying this, they rose and prepared to leave. But the woman said, is Mu Chinka of the Taichu sparring grounds here? The people from the Holy Land of Taichu turned and looked at the woman, a look of surprise on their faces. One of them quickly guessed her identity. He smiled and said, I would never have thought that the Princess of Song Imperial Palace would personally come to the lower realms. Pleased to meet you. The woman just sat there. She said indifferently, I wonder if the Tai sword of Tianchu sparring ground is as fat as people say. On saying this, she rose and left. The Holy Land of Taichu was legendary within the Divine Prefecture. They had countless disciples, and they cultivated many different arts. Swordsmanship was naturally one of them. Taichu sparring ground was incredibly prestigious. It was said that Mu Chinka was the most masterful swordsman of his generation there. The people from the Holy Land of Taichu watched her leave with smiles on their faces. The Princess of Song Imperial City had come personally. It seemed she was just like them. She wanted to establish a foothold in the original realm. Now all was clear. They turned and left as well. After they did, the restaurant became lively again. But the Renhuang who had been targeted before looked a little solemn. A summer insect could not discuss ice. Was the Holy Land of Taichu really that strong? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Mandate City was bustling as countless cultivators gathered there. They were heading for the center of the city, where the Heavenly Mandate Academy was. 7 days before, the force from the Divine Prefecture known as the Holy Land of Taichu had come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy with their arrogant words to see if they had the right to be teaching the way. They wanted to take their place, becoming the ones who would teach the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was said that several days ago, they had shown their vast strength in a restaurant. Now, even people as highly regarded as Futian were beginning to worry. The Holy Land of Taichu was too strong. They had come from the Divine Prefecture like a dragon crossing a river. If the two forces got into a fight, given the strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's current alliance, even the Holy Land of Taichu would not have a chance. But they did not want to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They just wanted to enter it and become its masters or replace it. In this situation, it was impossible for the Heavenly Mandate Academy to unite with all their allies to surround and repress them. This was a struggle between the teaching Holy Lands of the Divine Prefecture and the Heavenly Mandate realm. Once the Heavenly Mandate Academy came under pressure, then even if they could keep teaching, it would still be a great shock to them. After all, the Holy Land of Taichu wanted to teach here as well. And this was not short-term, they would be here for a long time. Gradually, they would naturally replace the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Thus, the people Heavenly Mandate City paid close attention to this struggle. At dawn, cultivators from all over would gather together outside the academy like a sea of people. Everyone was looking at the character inscribed at the top of the academy. The light off of the great path covered an endless area, and everyone could feel a marvelous will. They all remembered the character that Lord Taishen had once inscribed when the academy had been founded. Ever since the founding of the academy, it had withstood many storms. But they didn't know if it would make it through this one. At that moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were with Hua Fengliu within the academy. Nianyu was there as well, enjoying the peaceful quiet. After the crisis ended, Yi Futian had taken them back from the Dou tribe. Will there be any trouble today? Although they were in the center of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, cultivators had excellent hearing, and Hua Fengliu could faintly hear the voices outside in the distance. People would occasionally go flying by through the air outside, coming towards the academy. But they did not dare fly directly above the academy but instead descended outside. Only a little trouble, otherwise, how could I be your apprentice? Yi Futian asked Hua Fengliu. Said Hua Fengliu with a nod. He was used to Yi Futian's boasting ability. After all, he was his apprentice, and thus the ability came from him. I know that Donghuang the Great was very far away from Qingju City, but I did not know he was quite this far. Now that you have finally come into contact with the Divine Prefecture, these top forces that come from there will put some pressure on you, said Hua Fengliu. He was not totally sure about Yi Futian's identity, but he knew that he was related to Emperor Yi Qing. Thus, in his view, even those forces that came from the Divine Prefecture could not block his path. Yi Futian shrugged and said, "You don't need to worry about any of these things. I will take care of them." All right. Hua Fengliu aid no more on the subject. He waved his hand and said, "You and Jiyu can go. Nianyu, stay here." Okay, said Yi Futian with a nod. He took Hua Jiyu's hand and left. Nianyu wanted to follow them, but she looked at Hua Fengliu's expression and just sat there pouting. It was Huang Zhong of the Shangxiao Divine Palace. He had come as well. The Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Shangxiao Divine Palace were allies now. It was only natural that their cultivators would be here. Of course I remember, said Yi Futian with a nod. It had left a deep impression on him. The palace lord said, "There are many wonderful mysteries and divine objects in the world of cultivation. Some of the top forces of the higher heavens have rare cultivation resources, making them stronger than the Divine Palace," said Huang Zhong to Yi Futian. Thus, we should never take our enemies lightly. Huang Zhong was normally very proud, but now, facing the Holy Land of Taichu, he seemed to be a bit more calculating. Although he was proud, he knew not to underestimate his opponent. Back then, at the Shangxiao Divine Palace, he had been the only one to enter the ancestral land at that time. Thus, he had the right to be proud. But this situation was different. There were many people at the Holy Land of Taichu who were his equal. Thus, he had no right to be arrogant in these circumstances. Yi Futian understood what he meant. There were incredible treasures in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, which could let the cultivator who got them to forge a perfect divine wheel. Would the top forces of the Divine Prefecture not have something similar? They knew that the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were now called the Void Realm by the Divine Prefecture. Before the path had been opened, they had been shut off from each other. Over countless years, most of the land's cultivation resources had been used up. Yi Futian nodded slightly. A holy land of the Divine Prefecture could also train cultivators with perfect divine wheels. At that moment, the winds and clouds changed up in the sky. Brilliant sword light descended from the sky, and the clouds opened up as they were cut by a sword. Then, a group of mighty figures descended, standing in the air above the Heavenly Mandate Academy like a group of gods. They looked down upon the academy. "They're here." The people outside the academy looked up at the cultivators in the sky. At that moment, a group of figures walked out of the academy. "Let's go," said Yi Futian as he and the others stepped up into the air. Soon, they had reached the edge of the academy and were standing atop an ancient temple, looking at the figures in the air before them. On the other side, the cultivators of Song Imperial Palace had arrived as well and were standing there calmly. In addition, there were the cultivators of several powerful forces within the crowd. All of them were from the Divine Prefecture. The one who had told Yi Futian that if he needed help, he could seek out his elder was there as well. In the middle of the crowd of people from Song Imperial Palace, an old man looked up at the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu, his gaze falling upon a youth with his hair tied back with a headband. He was suffused with sharp will. As he stood there, he gave off the sense that he was both mighty and overbearing. That must be Mu Chinka of the Taichu sparring grounds, known as the most powerful contender in the next generation of swordsmen. He has great potential, said the elder. The foremost skill that the Taichu sparring grounds taught was swordsmanship. Thus, this Mu Chinka was the leader of his generation. Beside the elder, the princess of Song Imperial Palace nodded slightly. They wondered if Mu Cuinka would have a chance to show off now. The great figures of the Divine Palace stood within the Heavenly Mandate Academy, looking at the cultivators in the distance. One of them said, "People are gathering like clouds here in Heavenly Mandate City. There are many forces from the Divine Prefecture here." "How large is the gap between the Divine Prefecture and us?" asked Lord Taishen. "My lord, our world has the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. But in all 3,000 realms, how much space does the place of human cultivation occupy?" asked the great figure from the Divine Palace. "In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, every realm is independent of one another, separated by an endless distance. This distance far exceeds the realms themselves, as there is boundless space added to it. The place where humans are active is just a drop in the ocean," said Lord Taishen. Said the great figure from the Divine Palace with a nod. "It is said that many years ago, the heavenly path collapsed, creating this situation. But the Palace Lord said that the Divine Prefecture is like an endless continent, not like one of our 3,000 realms. The one realm is like a whole world connected together. It is so vast and has countless cultivators. Can you imagine it?" Lord Taishen was shocked when he heard this. Although he had reached such a high level, 300 years ago, he had lacked some formative experiences, and thus had never left his realm. Moreover, for countless years amazing cultivators have taught in the Divine Prefecture from generation to generation. Where we are now is the original land, but in the eyes of the Divine Prefecture, it is just a forbidden land. "There is no comparison," continued the man. "The people of the top forces of the Void Realm could perhaps compete with the great figures of the Outer Realms individually, but altogether, the difference in power was far too great. There was no way to make up for their lack. This was just the Void Realm. Because of this, many ancient, powerful forces had risen in the land of the Divine Prefecture, and all of them had terrifying histories. Chapter 1765 Almost Perfect. Both within and without the Heavenly Mandate Academy, cultivators from all over had gathered like clouds. At a single glance, one could tell that their vast numbers were divided into different camps. Among them, the two major teaching forces lay in opposite directions, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Holy Land of Taichu from the Divine Prefecture. Both sides were looking across at their opponent's area. There was a tense atmosphere, making it feel like the whole area was under a great amount of pressure that made everyone below the Renhuang level's hearts beat without stopping. So many great figures that just their invisible auras were enough to make people below the Renhuang level feel nervous. The vast space gradually turned from noisy into quiet, as if everyone was stopping their discussions. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, it was not long before everything was silent. This strange silence made the area feel even more gloomy. The cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu were still standing up in the air. The one at their head wore a white robe and had a magnificent aura. He swept his gaze over the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then said in a loud, clear voice, "The Holy Land of Taichu is the foremost holy land for teaching on the continent of the Divine Prefecture. We have trained countless disciples, with many top-level Renhuangs among them. Now that a path has been opened between the Void Realm and the Divine Prefecture, We wish to begin teaching here in the Void Realm. We will follow the order of Donghuang the Great and let the martial arts of the Void Realm flourish." His voice carried through the air, righteous and awe-inspiring. It made many people believe that what he was saying was true. But Lord Taishen, Yi Futian, and others sneered inwardly. If they really wanted to make the Void Realm's martial arts flourish, why come here and directly build another holy land? Doing this was for no other reason than to gain a foothold in the Void Realm, giving them the right to speak and establishing their power there. Of course, the continent of the Divine Prefecture and the Void Realm were all controlled by Donghuang the Great. Thus, the man's words seemed to be both correct and powerful. In fact, the Holy Land of Taichu was famous for its teachers. They had come here to teach the way, following the will of Donghuang the Great. In that case, there should be no objections. I have heard that the Heavenly Mandate Academy is teaching in the lower realms, acting as a holy land for the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Thus, we are willing to enter the academy and take it over, in order to help them teach the Void Realm better, came that clear voice once again. Is the academy willing to fulfill the will of Donghuang the Great along with us and join hands? Song Imperial City and some of the other forces that had come from the Divine Prefecture watched this scene silently. The words of the man speaking for the Holy Land of Taichu really were high-sounding. It was as if they really had come here to fulfill the will of Donghuang the Great. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has won the trust of the people of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. All the forces of the realm teach the way here, enriching everyone's martial arts. So there is no need for you to go to any trouble on our part. Moreover, you are not of this world, and you are not our people. Thus, to be completely open and aboveboard, you should find somewhere else in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to gain your foothold, Lord Taishen directly retorted, his voice cold. I heard that you were once the master of Taishen Mountain in the higher heavens realm and that you are not from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. And yet you came here to take up the post of headmaster? Why is then are we the only ones that you doubt? Said the man from the Holy Land of Taichu. We came to your realm with open hearts and minds. We teach the way in the Divine Prefecture, so if we enter the academy, won't that be extremely prestigious for you? The people of the Void Realm will be the ones to gain the greatest advantage from this. Why refuse? Because your way of teaching the way is not worthy of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Lord Taishen did not say too much. He spoke directly and mockingly. Suddenly, the area grew quiet again. Then, the white-robed man smiled and said, "We are not worthy of teaching in the Heavenly Mandate Realm?" "You are not," said Lord Taishen coldly. Their way of teaching was to let all the people of the world cultivate, whereas the Holy Land of Taichu was different. They had come here with a purpose, to force their way in. This deceitful move was clearly not worthy of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. In that case, there is no need to speak further. The white-robed cultivator waved his hand, and a terrifying wave of chi swept out. He continued, "Since we are teachers of the way, we should test each other's strength, level, cultivation methods, and combat ability. Now, we will let the people of the Void Realm see who has the right to teach here." As he said this, he looked at someone beside him. The man stepped forward. As he did, his might swept through the sky. The clouds changed color, and terrible sword will flowed out, covering the sun. It seemed like there were countless swords above the crowd's heads. His body was suffused with brilliant light, and it looked like his body had become a sword. He gave off dazzling sword light. He seemed invincible. Whoosh! As the sword will flowed, countless people in Heavenly Mandate City looked up. They all felt their hearts tremble. The flowing sword will was incomparably sharp. It seemed like as soon as it fell, the whole city would be buried within it. At that moment, everyone felt a suffocating pressure. An upper-level Renhuang. Many of the Renhuang level people there could feel the man's aura. He was simply too strong. The power of an upper-level Renhuang was absolutely terrifying. Lord Taishen stared at the man as well. He could feel the majesty of his wheel of the Great Path. As he watched, the sword will all around the man seemed to become solid, and now endless swords were swirling around him. The will of a great path of swordsmanship divine will filled him. There were 7 layers of wheels, making it a 7th-tier divine wheel. The swordsmanship divine wheels were incredibly brilliant and almost perfect. This man was very strong. To the side, the powerful figures of the divine palace and other forces all looked very solemn. It's almost perfect. Only the seventh wheel is flawed, thought the great figure from the divine palace. This meant that all the divine wheels the man had forged when he was a lower level and mid-level Renhuang were perfect. It was only when he reached the upper Renhuang plane that he had forged an imperfect, flawed wheel. There were 3 major levels for Renhuangs: lower level, mid-level, and upper level. But this was further divided into 9 tiers. On each tier, one could add a layer to one's divine wheel. Each of the major levels of the Renhuang plane was a test. When one became a Renhuang, if you were able to forge a perfect divine wheel, that implied that all of the wheels you forged at the lower level could be perfect. But when you broke through to the mid-level, you were tested again. Thus, in all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, of all the cultivators of the great forces of the 9 supreme realms, the only ones with perfect divine wheels were Yi Futian and those few others. It was not that there had never been any, it was just that later flaws had appeared in their wheels. If one wanted to maintain a perfect divine wheel, one had to keep moving forward and getting stronger and stronger. This meant that becoming a Renhuang was but a single step, though it was a difficult enough starting point. Creating a perfect divine wheel at that point gave you a great opportunity, for if you started at a lower level, you would never have a chance to get up that high. At least in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, such a thing had never happened. To go from an imperfect wheel to a perfect one required going against the laws of cultivation. Do Jiao, Xiao Muyu, and others had cultivated with Yi Futian and thus had a high starting point. Thus, they had gambled the fates of their families by continuing to cultivate with Yi Futian. Anyone with a perfect divine wheel would hope at the very least to become a pillar of their force. If they stayed with Yi Futian, they would be creating a future. Thus, the Xiao clan and the others had stuck by him. At that moment, a cultivator with a nearly perfect divine wheel had come. There were few people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy or their allies who were at his level, who had maintained perfect divine wheels while they were lower and mid-level Renhuangs. Moreover, this man had been chosen to be the first one to step forth to fight. He must be a great warrior. It would probably be difficult to find someone to resist him. It had to be said that this was typical of the gap between the Void Realm and the Divine Prefecture. In terms of individual combat ability, they were no match for the Holy Land of Taichu. After all, they had come from a holy land in the Divine Prefecture. Lord Taishen did not care how weak or strong cultivators were. But since this was a competition of teaching ability, and all of the Heavenly Mandate realm was watching, he would naturally respond to his opponents by the most advantageous means possible. As you have said, the Holy Land of Taichu is a force from the Divine Prefecture, so obviously you have a much more illustrious background than us. We teach here in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and our names shake the 9 realms. One reason for that is due to our philosophies. This is why we have refused to let you enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The second reason is because of some of the aspiring members of the younger generation. They are the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since you have provoked us today, why don't you spar with these younger members? We don't need to compare members of every level, said Lord Taishen in a loud, clear voice. All the people in the vast area agreed. What Lord Taishen had said was true. The Heavenly Mandate Academy's fame was indeed due to these 2 reasons. They had been pressed by the Shen clan and yet had defeated them. They had not hesitated to fight for Yi Qingyao. They had done everything they could to train talented people, helping them forge perfect divine wheels. These things were all very attractive to cultivators. As for the second point, it would have been more precise to say that it was due to Yi Futian. The people had been able to obtain perfect divine wheels due to him. Chapter 1766 Overpowered. Lord Taishen stared at his opponent, intently. It seemed like the conflict today couldn't be avoided. The Heavenly Mandate City, as well as the entire 9 realms, was keeping a close eye on the situation. If the Holy Land of Taichu wanted to pick a fight, the Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't chicken out. Lord Taishian turned around and looked at Yi Futian, who was standing close to him. Yi Futian had to make the decisions. Yi Futian and the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage represented the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They were the cornerstone of the academy. The disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage all developed perfect divine wheels. They were the only group of cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy that stood a chance against the Holy Land of Taichu. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would certainly lose if they sent out junior cultivators in lower planes to clash with the challengers from the Holy Land of Taichu. Yi Futian had been standing quietly for a while. At this point, he glanced around and realized that people were all waiting to see his response. Several cultivators were eager to have a try already. With a determined face, Do Jiao was on the edge of his seat. He had been asking to be sent to the front before his arrival. And Yi Futian gave him the nod. As might be expected, Do Jiao couldn't wait to step up to the plate. "I will go." Another person spoke at this moment. It was Xiong Mang. Xiong Mang proved his path later than everyone else, and he hadn't had a real fight ever since that. This was a great opportunity for him to see how much the perfect divine will improved his capability. Yi Futian looked at the rest of the group and said, "Let Xiong Mang go." "Good," Xiong Mang nodded, then stepped out in a couple of strides. He became a demon emperor with a stately bearing and a domineering attitude after he proved his path. Do Jiao was slightly irritated. He stared at Yi Futian, his eyes wide. "Have some patience," said Yi Futian. Xiong Mang proved his path much later and was less powerful than Do Jiao. Although they both developed perfect divine wheels, there was still a gap between them. Xiong Mang was the successor to the divine elephants, while Do Jiao was the most talented cultivator in the Do tribe. The battle between Yu Sheng and Do Jiao back in the days already demonstrated how strong Do Jiao was. Yi Futian picked Xiong Mang for the opening exchange as a means to temper and strengthen him. This would be Xiong Mang's first fight since he proved his path. Such pressure could help bring out his latent potentials. Even if he lost, it could arouse his fighting spirit. Besides, Yi Futian could have a chance to catch a glimpse of the ability of the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu. In all honesty, Yi Futian wasn't too hopeful about this fight. He knew it was more likely for Xiong Mang to lose to the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu. Bang! With a deafening roar, the trumpets of an elephant were reverberating through the great path. Xiong Mang walked forward while glaring at the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu standing in the distance. Xiong Mang was bathed in divine golden light. The perfect divine wheel of the great path in his body burst and radiated brilliantly. The shadow of the gigantic divine elephant was faintly visible. The old man in white robe from the Holy Land of Taichu turned around and looked at the people standing behind him. His eyes fixed on one cultivator, who then stepped out. This man seemed quite young and was at the same cultivation level as Xiong Mang. The Holy Land of Taichu was supposed to be the best place for imparting knowledge in the entire divine prefecture. Unlike the Shun clan, they couldn't send out cultivators in significantly higher planes than their opponents from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If they wanted to outshine the Heavenly Mandate Academy, or even supersede it altogether, they had to win an overwhelming victory in the battle against the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Only that could smooth the way for the Holy Land of Taichu and help them establish their presence in the Void Realm without too many twists and turns in the future. Therefore, they sent out an exceptionally powerful and talented cultivator for the first fight. He was one of the best in the Taichu sparring grounds of the Holy Land of Taichu. Although most people in the Renhuang Plain in the Divine Prefecture couldn't develop perfect divine wheels, some gifted cultivators from forces with a long history and rich heritage still had a decent chance of forging perfect divine wheels when they were proving their paths. The reason was simple. The Divine Prefecture had a vast territory and a sizable population. The cultivators selected by each force undoubtedly had tremendous talent. In addition, the top forces in the Divine Prefecture had more and better resources than the supreme forces in the Void Realm. Thus, there were several Renhuangs who had perfect divine wheels in each generation. Of course, to maintain a perfect divine wheel and advance to the higher level Renhuang plane was still extremely difficult even in the Divine Prefecture. Cultivators with such achievements truly were eminent masters. The swordsman from the Holy Land of Taichu walked out. He held a sword firmly in his hand. A terrifying storm of the great path surged around him while he was standing still. The storm cast a shadow over all heavens and swallowed the shadow of the divine elephant. His body became more and more indistinct. His shadows popped up in different directions, then disappeared in the blink of an eye as if he was everywhere. Bang! Xiong Mang stamped his foot in midair. The divine wheel in his body surged and formed a towering golden statue of the divine elephant in the sky behind him. The massive elephant trod on and crushed all heavens. The divine elephant stomping the sky, coupled with the divine elephant massive power and Xiong Mang's divine wheel, almost made the sky fall. The storm of the sword chi rampaged around them frantically as if it could reach anywhere. Buzz! At the moment, the shadow of the swordsman in the Renhuang plain from the Holy Land of Taichu appeared in different directions simultaneously. The sword will and the wind blended together and moved freely. It was as if they had become a whole. Blades of light shone brightly. Xiong Mang had an illusion that the space of great path he suppressed was cut into millions of pieces, yet he couldn't even detect the location of his opponent. Yi Futian watched the battlefield and thought Xiong Mang was about to lose. It seemed like that the Holy Land of Taichu specifically selected this Renhuang to hit back at Xiong Mang. Yi Futian had a devilish look in his eyes. Everything that happened on the battlefield was engraved in his head. He clearly saw that the attacks of the sword were real. The swordsman was moving so fast that he and the wind had become one. He could launch countless attacks in a second. Moreover, every attack was forceful enough to tear the space and sever Xiong Mang's connection with the Great Path. The link between Xiong Mang and the worldly Great Path was completely cut off by the sword will. Yi Futian had never seen such kind of technique before. The swordsman used his speed to detach Xiong Mang from the Great Path and fully surround him. Bang! Surges of the dreadful storm of the sword chi blew up around Xiong Mang's body and engulfed him. The Renhuang cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu emerged from the storm. He twisted his hand and turned every wisp of wind in the storm into a sword right away. Countless swords charged at Xiong Mang and buried him in the endless storm of the swords in a flash. Xiong Mang roared in anger. The mighty shadow of the divine elephant stamped the sky, trying to charge out of the storm. The millions of swords jabbed on the giant body of the divine elephant and left innumerable marks. Xiong Mang's perfect divine will brought him remarkable defense capabilities. However, his divine will couldn't help him gain the upper hand in this fight since his opponent also had the perfect divine wheel. Therefore, the swords left marks on the shadow of the divine elephant. Each sword created a mark. Cracks started to become visible on the divine elephant when the damage was extensive enough. Xiong Mang let out a long and loud cry. Using the divine elephant void-splitting fist, he shattered the space around him with one punch. The giant divine elephant charged forward into the storm. Everyone in the heavenly mandate city looked up and saw the divine elephant was trapped in the horrifying storm, struggling. The darkening wall of clouds completely obliterated the sky. Right at this moment, a man appeared in the sky. It was the swordsman from the Holy Land of Taichu. He unleashed the divine wheel of swordsmanship. Millions of swords surrounded his body and rapidly rotated downward, eventually formed a deadly hurricane of divine sword. How frightening! Many people shook with fear. All of a sudden, the swordsman vanished. The crowd in the heavenly mandate city saw the hurricane of divine sword immediately moved onto the divine elephant. It was impossible to describe the power of the hurricane of divine sword. The force of 1,000,000 swords concentrated on one point, the tip of the hurricane of divine sword. It was the ultimate attack. Then, the cracks on the divine elephant spread like a spider's web. With a loud and clear trumpet of the elephant, Xiong Mang transformed into his original form. The golden divine elephant merged with the divine wheel and dashed against the hurricane of divine sword. The violent storm swept the space, and the divine elephant fell from the sky. The crowd of onlookers in the heavenly mandate city all hurried to get out of the way. The divine elephant smashed on the ground with a loud bang. Covered in blood, the divine elephant apparently suffered severe injuries. Meanwhile, The Ren Huang from the Holy Land of Taichu was still hovering in the sky high above. Wisps of wind, as sharp as blades, surrounded his body. He floated in the air and looked out on the people in the Heavenly Mandate City, said, even though the cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy developed the perfect divine wheels, their combat skills lack variety, and their capabilities are limited. This kind of education is bound to set people back and waste their talents and time. People in the Heavenly Mandate Academy didn't know how to respond. Xiong Mang, in the form of the divine elephant, raised his head and made every effort to stand up and return to the sky. He felt aggrieved and couldn't resign himself to failure. Come back, Yi Futian said to him. The swordsman from the Holy Land of Taichu was right. The two sides were not on the same level. The swordsman applied a superior technique and completely overpowered Xiong Mang. Xiong Mang had been at a disadvantage since the beginning. Besides, the swordsman's attack was powerful enough to breach the most vigorous defense and eventually wounded Xiong Mang. Yi Futian had to admit that there was a significant gap between Xiong Mang and the swordsman from the Holy Land of Taichu. Xiong Mang would only be injured more if the fight went on. Xiong Mang was not ready to pull back when he heard Yi Futian's words, yet he still followed the instruction. People in the Heavenly Mandate City all sighed quietly. Even the cultivator who had the perfect divine will couldn't defeat the challenger from the Holy Land of Taichu. It seemed like the Holy Land of Taichu was going to overshadow the Heavenly Mandate Academy after all. Chapter 1767. A powerful opponent. Xiong Mang came back, wounded and downhearted. Yi Futian said to him with a smile, "Your opponent is from the Holy Land of the Divine Prefecture. He is carefully selected to come to challenge us. It's only normal for you to lose. The disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Cottage in the Heavenly Mandate Academy have to go through hardships and tribulations in order to take steps forward." Xiong Mang heard Yi Futian and raised his head, replied, "I understand. I'm just upset at myself for embarrassing the academy. It's not that big of a deal. Don't think too much of it." Yi Futian patted Xiong Mang on his shoulder and said. Xiong Mang returned to the team. The cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu was still standing in the void. His clothes flapped in the wind, swirling around his body. Yi Futian looked at him. This man excelled at controlling both the wind and the sword. The two skills were fused together and transformed into the great path with terrifying strength that was extremely fast and pervasive. The final blow, the hurricane of divine sword, converged all the power on one point. It was the ultimate attack that completely destroyed Xiong Mang's defense shield. Cracks spread from the point of the attack, and the storm eventually tore everything apart. The swordsman chose a tactic that totally brought Xiong Mang to his knees. Xiong Mang was overpowered without any chance to fight back. Lord Taixian and the others also glared at the swordsman. The speed of his movement and his sword attack was impeccable. Anyone who wanted to defeat him had to be either faster than him or able to lock onto him and launch an attack. Otherwise, even a cultivator stronger than the swordsman still couldn't win against him easily. Do you want to send more cultivators at this level or change it up? The cultivator in a white robe from the Holy Land of Taichu said in an arrogant and domineering tone. Invaders from the Holy Land of Taichu were still standing high up and looking out on the people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy below. They aimed to win a landslide victory over the Heavenly Mandate Academy and leave them no chance to turn the situation around. People in the Void Realm would only remember the Holy Land of Taichu after this battle. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would be slowly forgotten and completely replaced in no time. "Yaya, do you want to have a try?" Yi Futian asked Yaya, who was standing beside him. Yaya and Sword of Lihan were both swordsmen in training. Yi Futian figured that Yaya could gain some experience from this match since this cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu also used swords. They could learn more about the skills and techniques of the swordsman with a perfect divine wheel from the Holy Land of Taichu. "Sure." Yaya nodded gently and stepped forward. Her clothes were all white, and her long, black hair was blowing in the wind. Wisps of the sword will flowed in the air and wrapped around her body. "Pull out," the man in the white robe said. The swordsman who defeated Xiong Mang before stepped back and left the battlefield. He already had one fight and needs to rest, the white-robed cultivator said loudly. People in the Heavenly Mandate Academy could hardly refuse such a request. Sparring sessions obviously needed to be fair. The Holy Land of Taichu had every right to change their delegate. The Heavenly Mandate Academy couldn't insist on fighting the swordsman by turns to wear him down. Futian didn't care if Yaya had to fight against someone else. He sent Yaya out because he wanted to see how much Yaya improved after inheriting the divine martial. After all, Yaya came from the lower worlds of the 9 states and had lesser innate ability. Nevertheless, Yaya had cultivated for 2 lifetimes and once transformed into a sword spirit. She was a natural swordsman with decent talent. Another person stepped out of the team of the Holy Land of Taichu. He carried tremendous momentum as if an invisible wave of energy was emanating from his body. He was quiet and steady, yet appeared as dangerous as a fierce beast. Futian gazed at the man and sensed the indistinct energy around him. It seemed that waves of the great path ripped through his body and formed an invisible force. The girl is going to have some trouble, Lord Taishian said to Futian. Futian nodded. He also realized that this person was even stronger than the swordsman in training before. The Holy Land of Taichu obviously was well prepared for this battle. They particularly dispatched plenty of strong cultivators in the lower Renhuang plain. After all, they knew that the Heavenly Mandate Academy heavily relied on Futian. Therefore, they could vanquish the Heavenly Mandate Academy if they triumphed over Futian and his associates. Yaya and the man from the Holy Land Taichu met in the sky. The weather changed instantaneously. Sword whistled in the vast space as the intangible sword will flowed in the void menacingly. Although the Holy Land of Taichu had been getting the upper hand over the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they were still astounded by Yaya, another cultivator with a perfect divine wheel, and her strength. The Heavenly Mandate Academy might not be a match for the top force in the Divine Prefecture, such as the Holy Land of Taichu, but it was surely a formidable place that was unparalleled in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Their cultivators would definitely become powerful figures down the road. However, their luck could have been better. The world changed, and the passage leading to the outer realms was opened again. Cultivators from various parties came to the Void Realm one after the other. The flowing sword will became stronger and began to dart across the void. The invisible force of the sword charged at the man from the Holy Land of Taichu. The invisible force of the sword instantly swamped the place the man was standing at as though he had nowhere to retreat to. It was an extremely dangerous attack. People started to wonder if the first fight would be more exciting if Yaya fought against the swordsman. The terrifying sword will materialized. A destructive rhythm charged across the void at Yaya's opponent. Just when it was about to penetrate the man, an exceptionally forceful golden wave rolled forward and dashed against the sword will, accompanied by a loud and clear sound and beams of divine golden light. The sword will blew up into pieces. After that, the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu lunged forward. A golden ripple transfigured into terrifying waves and frantically ripped apart all of the sword will in the void. True will of waves of the war god. The cultivators of the Song Imperial Palace watching from the distance were stunned by the scene. They didn't expect the Holy Land of Taichu would be so prepared that even this man came. Who is that? The princess of the Song Imperial Palace asked. Who can it be? It's his official heir, the old man replied. The princess of the Song Imperial Palace immediately thought of someone who was a war god and one of the 3 most powerful cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu. He acquired such power by integrating the Gungjin with the Great Path of Water. It's deadly and invincible. Besides, this disciple of his also excels at the Great Path of Space and developed an extraordinary divine wheel with 3 life spirits. This man is so powerful that he may be able to contend with Mu Chinka in the future. The senior cultivator from the Song Imperial Palace explained. As he was speaking, the man continued to move forward. A giant golden wave surged with each step he took. The waves crushed everything they touched with devastating force. The sword will couldn't approach the man at all. Divine swords took shape and spun around Yaya's body. They formed a sword diagram, which was a high-powered sword matrix. Countless streams of sword will converged and were condensed into the sword might. A sense of foreboding permeated in the cold air. The sword will charged at Yaya's opponent from all directions. The man stopped moving forward. He twisted his hands together and summoned his divine wheel. Much to everyone's surprise, it was a golden divine wheel that looked like a golden divine eye with millions of patterns and shapes overlapped together layer after layer. It spun rapidly and expanded. Unprecedented waves of the great path rolled and surged in the vast sky. Everyone raised their heads to look at the flowing sword wheel and the roaring waves. What kind of a method is this? People were astonished by its tremendous power. It looked like the art of supreme attack of the holy land of Taichu. Let's settle the match with one last strike, said the Renhuang from the holy land of Taichu. His body vanished into thin air as he stepped ahead. His fist, on the other hand, blasted forward as straight as an arrow. The true will of waves of the war god transformed into countless waves of the war god in an instant. The shock wave shattered everything. Yaya could feel her space was vibrating violently. She activated the sword matrix. Countless divine swords fused into one and pierced through the void. The crowd could only see two beams of extremely brilliant light dashed against each other. The flash dazzled people's eyes. The rolling waves of the great path crashed and formed ripples in the void. The Renhuang from the holy land of Taichu staggered back a few steps, while Yaya, on the other side, was blasted back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. She threw up a mouthful of blood due to the damage the impact did to her internal organs. Futian moved swiftly and caught Yaya. They balanced themselves on the ground. Yaya's clothes were already stained by her blood. Go to treat your wounds, Futian said to her. But Yaya shook her head. She said, I'm all right. I want to stay here. It was a crucial day for the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Despite losing the match, Yaya didn't care much about herself. She couldn't accept the current situation the Heavenly Mandate Academy was in, and she wanted to stay to see how they turned the tables on the holy land of Taichu. They couldn't lose this battle even though the opponent was the mighty holy land of Taichu. If they were discredited and humiliated today, how could they later compete with the holy land of Taichu, which intended to preach in the 9 realms? They would be mortified in front of the holy land of Taichu all the time, even if they stopped them from barging into the Heavenly Mandate Academy today. Futian looked at Yaya's determined eyes and nodded slightly. Chapter 1768. Yu Sheng stepped up. The Renhuang who defeated Yaya didn't return to his team. Just like the swordsman before, he remained in the air and looked out on the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Nonetheless, it was also possible for him to leave the battlefield after the Heavenly Mandate Academy sent another cultivator, since that was what happened in the last round. There was no written rule for this contest. The initiative was in the hands of whoever came out on top. Futian, there might be few people who could beat him. Qi Shengang transmitted his voice to Futian. As a lower Renhuang, he was at the same level as the opponent from the holy land of Taichu. Therefore, he could easily detect and assess the opponent's intimidating strength. Only a handful of people would be confident of defeating the man from the holy land of Taichu. Even Do Jiao could lose to him. Futian nodded. He already noticed that the man from the holy land of Taichu was proficient at several different kinds of power of the Great Path. Not only he comprehended the Gungjin and the Great Path of Water, but he had also mastered the space will of the way. It was even more impressive that he understood these powers so thoroughly that he was able to combine them and develop the extremely potent art of supreme attack. Let me go. Do Jiao stood next to Futian and asked to be sent out again. He watched the Heavenly Mandate Academy lost 2 matches and couldn't wait any longer. Futian looked at Do Jiao. The man from the holy land of Taichu was exceptionally strong. Even Do Jiao could be defeated by him. However, sparring with a cultivator at this level was a valuable opportunity for Do Jiao to gain some experience. Go ahead. Futian agreed to let Do Jiao compete in the next match. Do Jiao grinned from ear to ear immediately upon hearing Futian's instruction. He stepped toward the man from the holy land of Taichu in long strides. A frightening burst of energy charged forward and made the void tremble when he was still walking. Why did you let Dou Jiao join the battle after all? Qi Shengang asked Yi Futian in a low voice. Yi Futian probably foresaw that Xiong Mang and Yaya would lose to their opponents in the first 2 matches, yet he still chose to send them up. We can't win every single flight. The Holy Land of Taichu marched here with might, providing us a great chance to put our disciples to the test. It will also have a significant psychological impact on the cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm. They will witness how strong and domineering the Holy Land of the Divine Prefecture is. But they will also see that the top forces in the Divine Prefecture are not invincible. Yi Futian looked ahead and transmitted his voice to Qi Shengang. Qi Shengang was stunned. He cast Yi Futian a surprised glance, then cracked a smile. He didn't expect that Yi Futian would have such a long-term plan that went far beyond the results of the sparring session. Instead, Yi Futian used this sparring session as an opportunity to educate and enlighten the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and the people in the 9 states. They didn't need to win every battle and didn't mind letting everyone know how strong the Holy Land of Taichu was. They had no way of hiding their opponent's ability anyway. Yi Futian never intended to conceal the truth. On the contrary, he wanted to use the powerful rival to inspire and motivate people in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It looked like Qi Shengang didn't need to worry about his disciple anymore. Yi Futian was already looking at the full picture from a higher level. Qi Shengang reminisced about the time when he took Yi Futian in as his disciple and let him leave in defiance of Emperor Li. He remembered why he liked Yi Futian so much. The Great Path knows no boundaries. Yi Futian was a real cultivator. He would undoubtedly become a legend if he stayed on this track. The battle already started on the other side. Dou Jiao and the man from the Holy Land of Taichu met head-on. The man didn't step back this time. He remained on the battlefield and continued to fight with Dou Jiao. Dou Jiao activated the will of the fighting god and turned it up from 5-fold to 7-fold. Nonetheless, he was still at a disadvantage. Dou Jiao was like a war god when he achieved the 8-fold will of the fighting god. His opponent became stronger and fiercer. The true will of waves of the war god exploded and created an illusion that the sky had become a sea of the Great Path. Dou Jiao was powerful enough to punch through the void, yet he seemed inadequate when dashing against the man from the Holy Land of Taichu. The Heavenly Mandate Academy is going to lose again. The old man from the Song Imperial Palace watched the battle and said, that disciple from the Holy Land of Taichu indeed acquired the essence. He has a profound understanding of the true will of waves of the war god. The Ren Huang representing the Heavenly Mandate Academy probably comes from the Dou tribe. He possesses great power, but his attack is weakened by the waves of the Great Path. It's not threatening anymore by the time it reaches the guy from the Holy Land of Taichu. The woman sitting next to the old man knew he was guiding her and watched the fight intently. As the princess of the Song Imperial Palace, she was also an excellent cultivator. But she could still learn a great deal from a face-off at this level. There were multiple ways to apply each type of power of the Great Path. The Great Path of Water was ideal for fending off attacks. How menacing could a punch be after dashing against the giant waves in the sea? The man from the Holy Land of Taichu brought such apprehension of the Great Path to the real fight. The true will of waves of the war god not only mitigated the attack from the enemy but also contained tremendous force. Dou Jiao, on the contrary, bore the real damage of his opponent's violent strike. Right now, the man rained blows on Dou Jiao. The true will of waves of the war god put Dou Jiao on the defensive. These people from the Holy Land of Taichu are so hard to beat. The cultivators from the Dou tribe were watching the battle as well. They sighed to themselves that the successor of the Dou tribe was probably going to lose the match. It more or less discouraged them. The Holy Land of the Divine Prefecture was surely intimidating. A loud bang echoed in the air. Facing the constant brutal attack, Dou Jiao reached his peak condition and held out for as long as he could. Eventually, however, he was still blasted away. His war god-like body was almost shattered, and his internal organs were damaged by the impact. He was caught by cultivators from the Dou tribe and spewed a lot of blood. The Heavenly Mandate Academy lost all 3 matches with little suspense. Dou Jiao refused help from the people who were holding him by his arms. He turned to Yi Futian with an embarrassed look on his face. He was so eager to fight, yet only suffered a humiliating loss in the end. He felt like he brought shame to Yi Futian and the academy. Yi Futian moved forward and patted Dou Jiao on his shoulder, said, "Don't worry too much. There is always someone better out there. It's not a big deal to lose a fight when our entire world is called the Void Realm." Yes, Dou Jiao pulled himself together and nodded somberly, but his face was still glum. It was impossible for him to feel relieved right away. Yi Futian didn't speak further. Dou Jiao had to get over it himself. Because of Dou Jiao's upbeat personality, Yi Futian believed that the loss would only motivate him rather than crushing his spirit. Dou Jiao wasn't dispirited when he lost to Yu Sheng back in the days. Instead, it made him more committed to becoming better. "Do you want to continue?" A voice rang out. Yi Futian raised his head and gazed into the distance. It was the white-robed leader of the Holy Land of Taichu. He stared at the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and continued to speak. "We already had 3 matches. These 2 are among the best cultivators in the Holy Land of Taichu. But they are certainly not the only ones. There are plenty of powerful cultivators just like them, or even better than them, living in the Holy Land of the Divine Prefecture. The Void Realm has been sealed off and separated from the Divine Prefecture for many years. You have no idea how powerful the outside world can be. Perhaps some people think our Holy Land of Taichu has ulterior motives. Indeed, we have our objects. The Void Realm is home to many excellent cultivators with great potentials. As the best school in the Divine Prefecture, the Holy Land of Taichu naturally wants to raise more influential cultivators and have disciples spread around the world. In the future, the Holy Land of Taichu promises to bring any gifted cultivator we encountered here in the Heavenly Mandate Realm to the Divine Prefecture. We will never hold back anyone who has real talents." The white-robed man spoke loudly and eloquently. "Lord Taishen, if the Heavenly Mandate Academy also seeks to impart knowledge, why would you refuse to let the Holy Land of Taichu in?" To be honest, his argument was quite cogent and persuasive. Even the cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate City were influenced by his words and shifted their eyes to Lord Taishen. Winner takes it all, loser stands small. It had always been the case. The Holy Land of Taichu and its disciples displayed awe-inspiring strength and gained the upper hand. At the end of the day, cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Realm cared more about becoming stronger. Even though they liked the Heavenly Mandate Academy better for now, their allegiance would change if the Heavenly Mandate Academy really lost its status. People in the Heavenly Mandate Realm would eventually accept the preaching of the Holy Land of Taichu. It was not a bad deal for them, after all. Therefore, even the Song Imperial Palace had to acknowledge that the strategy of the Holy Land of Taichu was exceptionally effective, albeit overbearing and disrespectful. The Song Imperial Palace had trouble copying this exact approach since they were not an educational institution and couldn't launch an attack without justifiable reasons. Yi Futian raised his chin and looked at the man. He admitted that the man from the Holy Land of Taichu had a point. Nonetheless, he still believed that they didn't have to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy if they simply wished to spread their ideas and recruit disciples. They only wanted to establish their presence in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path by conquering the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Holy Land of Taichu surely deserves its reputation. It's not strange for a top force in the Divine Prefecture to have such extraordinary cultivators, Yi Futian replied. Having said that, things are not as simple as you make it sound. He turned around and fixed his eyes on a man standing quietly by his side, then said in a low voice, "Yu Sheng, go ahead." Right now, he needed to back up his words with real strength. Chapter 1769 Traitor of the Devil World. Yu Sheng's face and name were not that familiar to people in the 9 realms. He was much less well known than Jiyu Dongliu. Most people in the 9 realms only knew Yu Sheng as one of the many first-class cultivators following Yi Futian around, similar to Swordmaster of Lihan or Yaya. Even though Yu Sheng once displayed remarkable ability in God's Relic, he had been outshone by Yi Futian and was less prominent among the several cultivators with perfect divine wheels trained by Yi Futian. Therefore, he made little impression on people outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. That was why the crowd didn't seem excited when Yu Sheng came onto the stage. Perhaps, he was just another man who was about to be trounced by the challengers from the Holy Land of Taichu. Many people cast their eyes on Yi Futian and wondered why he still hadn't joined the fight yet. In their opinion, the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu who excelled at the true will of waves of the war god was so forceful that even Do Jiao with the eightfold will of the fighting god was not a match. It was beyond doubt that the Heaven Mandate Academy would only stand a chance if Yi Futian stepped up himself. Yu Sheng might not be able to turn the tide of battle. However, cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy saw the arrangement in a different light. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate Academy knew that Yu Sheng had the most special relationship with Yi Futian and was almost like Yi Futian's shadow. Although he always kept things to himself and cultivated quietly, he was the only person in the Heavenly Mandate cottage that Do Jiao didn't dare to bother. Do Jiao liked to pick fights with other disciples in the cottage to practice and exchange ideas, but he never messed with Yu Sheng. Thus, many people were intrigued by what Yu Sheng could do. Yi Futian must send Yu Sheng with a specific intention in mind. Did he believe that Yu Sheng was capable of defeating the opponent? They could only wait and see. Yu Sheng stepped forward and went into the battlefield high in the sky. The man from the Holy Land of Taichu was still there, waiting to fight with Yu Sheng. Despite being the most renowned academy in the Divine Prefecture, the Holy Land of Taichu had a limited number of prodigies. In addition, this man was already the second best among all the lower Renhuangs who came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy this time. They were not in their home ground, after all. The man aimed to wipe the floor with the Heavenly Mandate Academy by crushing their cultivators with perfect divine wheels and leaving them no chance to redeem themselves. This man from the Holy Land of Taichu was almost unrivaled at the first level of the lower Renhuang Plain and possessed enough strength to win a resounding victory over the cultivators with perfect divine wheels in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone focuses their attention on Yu Sheng and the man from the Holy Land of Taichu. The Heavenly Mandate Academy would truly spoil their reputation if they lost again. They were beaten by the Holy Land of Taichu 3 times in a row. People surely expected that the Heavenly Mandate Academy selected the best cultivator at this level for the next match to end the losing streak. Your disciples can still stay here as they wish after the Holy Land of Taichu installed a program in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Moreover, we will give priority to them and even send them to cultivate in the Divine Prefecture. Why do you have to be so stubborn? The white-robed man from the Holy Land of Taichu said in a deadpan tone. It would be ideal for the Holy Land of Taichu to conquer and replace the Heavenly Mandate Academy smoothly. They would be very happy to coerce the talented cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Academy into obedience and bring them under control. Yi Futian heard him but didn't respond. It was pointless to argue with him. Yi Futian had no other choice but to fight for their survival. A man was sitting in an empty tavern in Heavenly Mandate City and drinking alone. Since everyone went to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to watch the battle, the rest of Heavenly Mandate City was especially quiet right now. The neighborhood this tavern located in was almost deserted. However, the waiter in the tavern was still deferential and attentive to the sole customer. He stood in the corner and stared at the battlefield far away while occasionally glanced at the man who was dressed in black and drinking alone. He was the Devil General who single-handedly halted the entire Dark Army of Hell, left an everlasting impression on everyone in Heavenly Mandate City. He destroyed the cultivators from the Fate World and slaughtered many Renhuangs. Not only the Dark Army couldn't contend with him, the King of Hell had to invite him for drinks. What a formidable person he was. Nevertheless, he was sitting in the tavern and drinking quietly at the moment. No one could tell how powerful and frightening he was if not for his stately bearing. While drinking, Mai Ting was also watching everything happening on the battlefield in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His divine consciousness already covered the entire area. He slowed down and sipped the wine unhurriedly when he saw Yu Sheng walking forward. In a sense, Yu Sheng was the descendant of the legend of the Devil World. Mai Ting didn't know about Yu Sheng's existence in the past. Thus, he stayed in Heavenly Mandate City for days specifically to wait and see how high Yu Sheng had achieved. Obviously, Mai Ting had heard a lot of stories about the legend. That man was cold-blooded while capable of feeling pity for the human sufferings at the same time. He betrayed the devil world yet was worshipped by countless people all the same, including Mai Ting. Besides, he truly lived up to his reputation as the traitor of the devil world. He didn't send his son back to the devil world even when he knew that his offsprings would always be revered in the devil world no matter what he did. His son remained in the Void Realm, one of the territories of the Divine Prefecture. Mai Ting wouldn't know about Yu Sheng if he didn't accidentally find his personal mount who happened to meet Yu Sheng in the past. Perhaps, no one else knew about Yu Sheng anyway. Mai Ting brought his thoughts back to the present and continued to watch the battlefield. Two people stood high up in the air above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Burly and rugged, Yu Sheng was a head taller than his opponent. The great path transformed into a vast ocean, roaring and rolling, as the man from the Holy Land of Taichu unleashed the true will of waves of the war god. In spite of the tremendous force he generated, he saw that Yu Sheng, who was on the other side, remained standing and staring at him coldly, as if he was the only target in Yu Sheng's eyes. Sima Xiao came from a distinguished family and was the direct disciple of a war god in the Holy Land of Taichu. He comprehended the essence of the true will of waves of the war god and was entrusted with the mission to promote the Holy Land of Taichu in the lower worlds. He was confident that no one in the Void Realm could contend with him. How would he stay competitive if he couldn't remain unmatched in the isolated Void Realm? Nevertheless, Sima Xiao was unnerved when he met Yu Sheng's unwavering stare. He immediately felt a sense of pressure in the face of Yu Sheng. This kind of pressure brought by Yu Sheng did not exist when he was confronting Do Jiao before. He figured that Yu Sheng was an even better cultivator than Do Jiao. However, it also meant that the Heavenly Mandate Academy indeed deployed the strongest fighter they had at this level, just like what Sima Xiao expected. The true will of waves of the war god became more and more powerful like a fierce storm. The golden waves surged and roared toward Yu Sheng. At the moment, Yu Sheng was wrapped in demonic might. A terrifying rush of energy burst out of his body before a frightening whirlpool appeared in front of him. The whirlpool was extremely dark and looked very similar to a black hole or a giant demonic eye. It appeared that it could almost swallow the worldly great path. The true will of waves of the war god storming toward Yu Sheng was entirely gobbled up by the swirling black hole and vanished from sight. Of course, Yu Sheng also had the perfect divine wheel. It was the divine wheel of the demonic eyes. Streams of dark, demonic air current became visible in the sky. Yu Sheng devoured all of the light and turned the entire battlefield into a scary dark whirlpool. The sky changed color and blended in the demonic world. A bolt of exceptionally domineering demonic chi burst from Yu Sheng's body. All the cultivators watching the fight were taken by surprise. Yu Sheng seemed to be very powerful. Sima Xiao raised his eyebrows. The divine wheel of the great path in his body swelled and released the golden divine wheel. The true will of waves of the war god, more and more intense, hurtled toward Yu Sheng like raging waves crashing onto rocks. Bang! A gigantic demonic shadow took shape like a statue of a devil. Yu Sheng seemed even heftier. Many demonic eyes with the power to consume everything started to emerge on the demonic shadow. In addition to that, the demonic eyes also appeared on Yu Sheng's body. Before long, the demonic eyes formed a wall in front of Yu Sheng and absorbed all the power of the great path generated by Sima Xiao. Sima Xiao couldn't use his divine wheel to subdue his opponent this time. It was apparent that he was not capable of overpowering Yu Sheng's divine wheel. Sima Xiao's arm rotated slightly, and the true will of waves of the war god converged on it. He stepped forward and launched the storm of the great path. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he streaked across the sky toward Yu Sheng's body and punched him with tremendous momentum. Waves of the great path rose and pounded against Yu Sheng, seeking to smash his defense. Bang! Yu Sheng moved forward as well. His forceful step made the sky tremble. He struck with his fist, just like Sima Xiao. The demonic eyes discharged monstrous demonic might. The dark-colored fist will charged forward with great penetrating power and dashed against the incoming waves. Bang! With a dull thudding sound, the storm rushed off in all directions. The cultivators in the Renhuang plain standing around had to exert their strength to protect themselves from the storm. Still, many people watching the flight were blasted away. It was not difficult to imagine how high-powered the storm was. Countless people stared at the sky and noticed the giant demonic shadow was still towering over everything else. Sima Xiao was flung away this time and couldn't balance himself until miles away. Many people felt their hearts pounding in the chests. How could Yu Sheng from the Heavenly Mandate Academy be so powerful? Chapter 1770 The Famous Strike. Sima Xiao defeated both Yaya and Do Jiao earlier this day and showed off the magnificent art of supreme attack to people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His true will of waves of the war god was excellent at both offense and defense. The terrifying destructive power of the waves of the war god could damage the opponent's internal organs and wipe out the spiritual soul from afar. It also had the uncanny defensive ability that could weaken the attack from his opponent until it was no longer a threat. Do Jiao from the Do tribe had reached his limit when he activated the eightfold will of the fighting god. But he was still crushed by Sima Xiao during their match. At that time, the Holy Land of Taichu had won all 3 fights and made everyone in the field watching the battle believe that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had lost all hope to turn the tide and redeem themselves. Since Yi Futian already advanced to the Divine Wheel Second Order, no one in the Divine Wheel First Order from the Heavenly Mandate Academy could be a match for Sima Xiao. Sima Xiao stood upright with an unconquerable pride after he clobbered Do Jiao. However, Yu Sheng came out of nowhere and blasted Sima Xiao away with one punch just when he was glowing. One could well imagine what an incredible shock it was to the people watching the fight. It turned out that cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu could still be defeated. How could Yu Sheng, someone who was virtually unknown to people outside of the Heaven Mandate Academy, be so powerful? It appeared that his direct attack power was even more striking than Do Jiao, the heir of the Do tribe. On top of that, Yu Sheng's domineering divine wheel of the demonic eyes did not simply swallow the great path. It absorbed and incorporated the energy from Sima Xiao's attack before firing back at him altogether. The demonic waves it created at that moment were no different from Sima Xiao's waves of the war god. What staggered the crowd the most was that the demonic waves of the war god generated by Yu Sheng seemed even more potent than Sima Xiao's true will of waves of the war god. Otherwise, how would it be possible for Yu Sheng to knock Sima Xiao over? This kind of power was beyond words. Disciples in the Heavenly Mandate Academy clenched their fists tightly and were overwhelmed by both nervousness and excitement. Even cultivators in the Renhuang plain were staring intently at the battlefield with their stomachs in knots. Do Jiao had been beaten by Yu Sheng before and certainly had first-hand knowledge of Yu Sheng's ability. He was thrilled to see Yu Sheng finally joined the battle. Sima Xiao was stupefied by Yu Sheng as well. He struggled to maintain balance and could feel the energy tumbling in his body. He was astounded that Yu Sheng could turn his own strength against him. He couldn't launch any more attack on Yu Sheng for the fear that his power would be soaked up by Yu Sheng's demonic eyes again and hurled back at himself. In the meantime, Sima Xiao's desire to fight also intensified. Strong-willed and unyielding, he stepped forward once again as if he was not disheartened by the blow moments ago. How could a person like him weaken his determination for a temporary setback? He was not truly defeated yet. It seemed like the true will of waves in the sky suddenly came to a standstill. The true will of waves of the war god didn't strike at Yu Sheng against for fear of being absorbed once more. Sima Xiao waved his arms and triggered the divine wheel. A massive golden pattern became visible around him. Like a golden pool of water, it rippled in all directions with Sima Xiao's body at the center and spread to the entire sky. The air vibrated violently as the true will of waves of the war god that came to rest just now suddenly became stronger. Sima Xiao lifted his foot and took a step forward. The invisible, terrifying power of the divine wheel of the great path swept toward Yu Sheng's body. The sky was almost blown into pieces following a loud booming sound. Sima Xiao wanted to use the power of his golden divine wheel to crush Yu Sheng's divine wheel. Nevertheless, Yu Sheng clenched his fists swiftly and conjured up countless demonic eyes on the demon's body. But that was not all. Millions of demonic eyes also became visible everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. As if the vast battlefield was transformed into a demonic world just now. Forming the divine wheel was the symbol of advancing to the Renhuang plane. The cultivator had to integrate his soul with the worldly great path and infuse his comprehension of the great path into his life spirit to develop his divine wheel of the great path. Different cultivators could generate completely different divine wheels due to distinctions in their life spirits, souls, and their comprehension of the great path. Even divine wheels in the same order didn't possess the same amount of power. Sima Xiao's divine will combined the great path of water and Gengjin and was even integrated with the true will of waves of the war god. With such a perfect and extremely potent divine wheel, no wonder Sima Xiao wanted to bring Yu Sheng to his knees straight away. Unfortunately, he only realized now that he didn't have any advantage over Yu Sheng in terms of the divine wheel. Moreover, his divine wheel was subdued by Yu Sheng's. The countless demonic eyes that appeared in the sky constructed a massive demonic net that surrounded the entire battlefield and consumed everything within, including the law power. This kind of divine wheel was truly masterful and dominating. Sima Xiao had always been an arrogant person who was extremely proud of his divine wheel. He was certain that his divine wheel of the great path was a cut above all of his peers. It would become even better when he advanced to higher levels and gained a deeper understanding of the great path. Nonetheless, the divine wheel that brought him great pride was humbled by a cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Bang! Yu Sheng also walked a few steps forward. It was like he stamped on Sima Xiao's heart with absolute supremacy and mastery. Sima Xiao looked into Yu Sheng's eyes and felt that Yu Sheng was more like a demonic god than a flesh and blood human. That pair of eyes trapped Sima Xiao in an illusion of thousands of demons worshipping their god. As if Yu Sheng was born to rule the devils. The vast space transformed into a frightening whirlpool where innumerable demonic eyes of the great path were spinning around in a frenzy and devouring the power within. Even cultivators from the holy land of Taichu were unsettled by the scene. They were perceptive, astute cultivators at an exceptionally high level and certainly understood the situation. This was different from the previous matches. Sima Xiao got the upper hand over Yaya and Do Jiao, but his divine will was overpowered this time. At this moment, Sima Xiao had less vigor as well as an inferior divine wheel. The holy land of Taichu might lose this match. A strange expression briefly crossed the face of the cultivator dressed in a white robe as he frowned slightly. Unlike people in the Void Realm, he thoroughly understood how powerful Sima Xiao was. Sima Xiao was a remarkable cultivator even in the Holy Land of Taichu and was entrusted with the mission to promote the Holy Land of Taichu in the Void Realm. He was pretty confident that not only would Sima Xiao not lose, he could also demolish the cultivators with so-called perfect divine wheels in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Nevertheless, his confidence had been fraying at the edges ever since Yu Sheng stepped out. He was especially demoralized now since Yu Sheng had turned the tide. Yu Sheng made a move under the white-robed man's watch. He leaped across the battlefield in one step and landed right in front of Sima Xiao. He threw a punch straight ahead just like what Sima Xiao did. It was plain and simple with dominating power. The divine wheel was set in motion, and the storm surged from the demonic eyes along with the fist will. A scary, black whirlpool appeared in front of Yu Sheng's fist. Facing the direct attack from Yu Sheng, Sima Xiao knew he couldn't back off. Therefore, he responded with a punch as well. With the maximum true will of waves of the war god, the golden waves charged ahead and shattered the space. It was another head-on clash that seemed to be overly basic. But the fist was the most effective weapon that contained the greatest strength. Bang! There was not any light screen expanding in all directions like the last time. Everything was annihilated when the two fists came into collision. Nonetheless, Yu Sheng was still moving forward. His fist drilled through the horrifying waves of the great path and cleared a path with absolute authority. Bang! 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 The true will of waves of the war god that could weaken the incoming attack disintegrated into pieces and hit on Sima Xiao's body. It was proven that nothing was invincible in the face of absolute power. One punch could destroy the most superb defense. The light rune of the great path of space came into view. Sima Xiao's body sunk into the void and was about to fade away. However, Yu Sheng's fist will penetrated the void and thrust into the passageway directly. Sima Xiao's body reappeared in someplace far away. But the fist will caught up with Sima Xiao and crushed his defense. Once again, Sima Xiao was blasted away. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his internal organs were badly damaged. It seemed quite similar to what happened to Do Jiao before. As though Yu Sheng intentionally chose to beat Sima Xiao with the same move Sima Xiao used on Do Jiao. It even achieved the same results. Yu Sheng pulled back his fist after Sima Xiao was sent flying. The demonic might was still rolling in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the strapping man standing in the void. How wild, fierce, and overbearing he was. His image burned in everybody's memory. Years later, people in the heavenly mandate realm still regarded this fight as the one that made Yu Sheng's name. Yu Sheng rose to fame with one strike. He blasted away the genius from the holy land of Taichu and accomplished something thought to be impossible by people in the heavenly mandate realm. Inside that tavern at Heavenly Mandate City, Mai Ting was still sitting there quietly, drinking. But what had just taken place also appeared in his divine consciousness. No wonder he was the one who possessed the noblest bloodline in the devil world. A natural-born demon lord, who could conquer everything in this world. If he grew up in the devil world, perhaps he would have been stronger still. Yu Sheng stood in the battlefield high above the sky, his dark demonic eyes swept toward the cultivators from Holy Land of Taichu. He declared with the most domineering attitude that even those from the Holy Land of Divine Prefecture were not invincible. They could still be crushed by the strongest of them all. Next, Yu Sheng spoke. His voice was incredibly domineering and full of contempt. It was as if, in his eyes, he had never taken the cultivators of the Holy Land of Taichu into consideration. To him, they were just the next ones. This was completely contradictory to the situation that had occurred just now. It seemed to be a total reversal. All around the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there was an exceptional quietude. Countless cultivators watched what was playing out in front of them silently, and many felt a surging excitement, especially the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Losing the previous 3 battles had been a tremendous blow to them, and now they could felt blood boiling in their veins. Next, the Holy Land of Taichu was known as the Holy Land of Preaching in Divine Prefecture. It had come to provoke the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to show its contempt, intending to crush the academy beneath its feet. Now that Sima Xiao had been defeated, who else could defeat Yu Sheng in this realm? Countless many were staring in the direction of the Holy Land of Taichu. They were also curious to see if stronger men than Sima Xiao would step up from the Holy Land of Taichu. But at this time, the reality was clear as day to those from the Holy Land of Taichu. They knew for a fact that for the likes of Sima Xiao to be so forcibly crushed, that there would be no one in this realm who could possibly hope to suppress Yu Sheng. You go. The old man in white looked at the swordsman, who was the first to make a move. He was the one who had defeated Xiong Mang. This cultivator was unparalleled in speed. His expertise lay in the great path of wind, and he had blended that into the great path of tearing swords. Not only was he invincible, but his speed was extremely fast, just like his sword. Everyone understood that they intend to win with speed. Yu Sheng's strength was second to none, but his speed was bound to be much slower. That Renhuang walked out, a murderous sword intent surrounded him, as a terrible storm blew up between heaven and earth. Many afterimages appeared in different directions as if he was everywhere at the same time. Yu Sheng glanced at the opponent with cold indifference, and the divine wheel of the demonic eyes once again appeared in this space. Countless vortices of the demonic eyes instantly swallowed up the way of heaven and earth, covering the sky. He raised his arms and stretched his hands forward. In the next moment, a terrifying hurricane seemed to appear in his palms. And it was not only in his palms, but that huge shadow of the demon god and the demonic eyes between the heaven and the earth had both turned into one terrible vortex, swallowing the power of the great path within this space. Everyone saw that the afterimages of that Renhuang seemed to be distorted, giving the impression that the power of the great path was affected, and that it had lost the smooth flow that it previously had when it was integrated into the space. Suppression of the great path. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. This overbearing divine wheel and this dominant will of the great path had directly smashed the opponent without any fancy tricks. No matter how fast the speed, once suppressed by the great path, the truth was revealed. The same perfect divine will had been suppressed equally. The impression was that Yu Sheng had forged an absolute demonic space with his power of the great path. It was a world in which he ruled, and anyone who confronted him within this world would most certainly be suppressed by him. The sword will flashed in different directions, and the other seemed to know that he couldn't afford to wait any longer, or his great path would be suppressed even more, and then there would be no chance for him at all. In an instant, infinite sword light appeared around Yu Sheng, tearing the void where he stood. Bang! He stepped forward the moment the sword light exploded. His retracted arms slammed forward as if he had no specific target but to slam them into the void. When he blasted with his punch, the space in front of him seemed to freeze suddenly. The great path was suppressed, as all the afterimages stopped moving, and those swords seemed unable to advance. Boom! The fist will pierced through the void. Dark fist aurora swept out. Immediately after, everyone saw a figure flew out upside down. The body was tilted, arched, and it was blown out. There was a cracking sound that came from inside the body. It was as if all his internal organs were shattered, and cracks also appeared in his divine wheel. When they saw what had happened, a cultivator from the holy land of Taichu came forward to catch him in the fall. After the opponent stopped falling, his body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. All his clothes were reddened, and his breath was weakened instantaneously to the extreme. A Renhuang was debilitated so suddenly, no longer the audacious individual he was before. Suppressing the great path, the power of the great path. The cultivators from the holy land of Taichu stared in Yu Sheng's direction. The two blended into his fist will, and it was another simple strike. There was no technique to speak of, only absolute power. It was as if the simplest way for Yu Sheng was also the strongest. No matter what they did, he was still invincible. Before, even Sima Xiao's true will of waves was pierced by Yu Sheng, and he was seriously injured. It was only conceivable that this swordsman, without the weakening and blocking of the great path, to be blasted like this by Yu Sheng's fist, he was probably only half alive now. Across a long distance, many felt the misery experienced by that Renhuang. This strike was seriously horrific. No one could imagine the outcome of being on the receiving end of such a strike. Next, Yu Sheng continued. His indifferent voice still gave everyone who heard it a feeling of extreme aggression. There was silence again, very quiet. This man, with his own power, had completely kept the holy land of Taichu in check. Two genius talents from the holy land of Taichu were blasted out with a single strike in succession. The holy land of Taichu had come to trample on the Heavenly Mandate Academy to prove their superiority, but now they were trampled mercilessly by Yu Sheng. Seeing the silence coming from the holy land of Taichu, an old man in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy spoke, "Aren't you the holy land for preaching from divine prefecture of the upper worlds? With such a lofty title, you have invaded the Heavenly Mandate Academy as if it was the academy who should be honored. Now, you won't just have one or two people who could come out and battle, do you? So, it seems that the holy land of Taichu came here prepared, and sent the strongest among you right away to the field. You don't have anyone else that is good," someone else spoke again. All these voices sounded extremely exhilarating at this moment. The feeling of unjust persecution was being released. The truth was that it wasn't because there was no one from the holy land of Taichu. They were fully prepared this time and brought a lot of cultivators with them. However, Sima Xiao was indeed the topmost cultivator from of the lower worlds, at least in this realm, no one could surpass him. However, since he was defeated by Yu Sheng, there was indeed no one else they had who could come out and battle. At this time, the cultivator in white said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy is worthy of being the most prestigious preaching place in the Void Realm today, with impressive talents. Just as I thought, if it can be unified with the Holy Land of Taichu, there are bound to be more dazzling figures that will emerge. Are you still fighting?" Yi Futian interrupted, speaking loud and clear, which shocked the cultivator in white as his eyes swept toward the direction where Yi Futian was. Everyone knows the purpose of your coming, so you don't need to bother making it pretty. The Holy Land of Taichu from the Divine Prefecture cannot even suppress the cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate Academy of the Lower Worlds. What are you good for? Yi Futian continued, no matter how strong you are in Divine Prefecture, if you would have minded your business in Divine Prefecture, and let our academy preach in the Heavenly Mandate realm, we would not have had to interfere with one another. However, if you came here to trample on our academy simply because you are from Divine Prefecture, your current performance is a big disappointment. Previously, you won 3 times. If my guess is right, it's because you had a cultivator who was the first order of the Divine Wheel. I just wanted the disciples of the academy to feel that even your strongest was only SOSO. I think you should know by now that in the following battles, as long as you continue to face Yu Sheng, you will lose every single battle in this realm. I will give the Holy Land of Taichu another chance. Yu Sheng will not participate in the next battle, so you can pick another person. We will have someone other than Yu Sheng respond, Yi Futian said. As if to give the Holy Land of Taichu a chance to redeem itself. After all, as long as Yu Sheng was around, they had no chance but to be fully suppressed in this realm. The cultivators in white from the Holy Land looked intently at Yi Futian. Previously, they had the absolute advantage, but now they were in a passive position. Moreover, their previous aggressive attitude was in sharp contrast to their current state. Because they had lost. Therefore, they couldn't afford to lose anymore. He turned his head, and his gaze fell on someone whose cultivation was also very powerful. Although this man was not quite up to the level of Sima Xiao, he was definitely a top figure. That Ren Huang understood what he meant and stepped out. In this battle, he had to win. As this man stepped forward, he exuded a shocking aura. Yu Sheng took a look at him and returned to the location occupied by the Heavenly Mandate Academy and settled behind Yi Futian. Yi Futian's attention was focused on a man in white, who was handsome and extraordinary. Third senior brother, may we trouble you to respond in this battle? Yi Futian asked. Now, Jiyu Dongliu was already well established in the Renhuang realm and was even hitting the second order of Renhuang realm. There was no doubt about his combat effectiveness. The inheritance from the Demon Emperor, along with the inheritance from Jiyu Tianxing, he had gathered all the resources of the origin from the demon realm. No problem. Obviously, Jiyu Dongliu would not refuse. He also had a mind to step into the battle, but Yi Futian seemed to want to test some other people first. In other words, it was precisely for this moment that he had allowed the Holy Land of Taichu to showcase their strength first. After all, the preaching Holy Land from Divine Prefecture was indeed powerful. But after this, he wanted everyone in the 9 realms to know that the principalities from Divine Prefecture were not unbeatable. Chapter 1772 Unleash the Sword. The 2 figures stood opposite each other, and this was their 6th battle. Before this, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Holy Land of Taichu had each lost 2 battles. Therefore, this battle was the key to victory. Whoever lost the battle would be completely at a disadvantage in terms of future momentum. The celestial light lingered upon Jiyu Dongliu's body. His white robe fluttered as he stood there like a rebellious deity, unrestrained and willful. Above Jiyu Dongliu, an uncommon sight was forming. The great path above the firmament roared, and a boundless giant pattern appeared, sheltering the sky and the sun. As the pattern swallowed up the power of the great path, it became ever clearer, like a divine matrix. The 9 seals of spiritual power revolved above this divine matrix, and each seal of the ancient world seemed to contain the horrific power of the great path, from which the most brilliant divine light exploded. Afterward, there were some roars from some ancient giant beasts. Above the divine matrix, thousands of fierce beasts appeared. Their roars were enough to shatter the heavens. In a turn of the mind, the sky changed color, and a might oppressed the heavens. Jiyu Dongliu understood Yi Futian's intention. The previous 3 battles were just an opportunity for a trial. At the same time, He hoped to use this fight to stimulate the Heavenly Mandate Academy and even the cultivators from the 9 realms, to jumpstart their fighting spirit by showing them the power of the Holy Land of Taichu. However, the real message was that even though the Holy Land of Taichu was strong, it could be defeated. The same was true for those principalities from the Divine Prefecture. No matter where they came from, as long as they themselves were strong enough, they could resist these foreign invaders and even triumph over them. People in the Void Realm need not cave in to any outside force. Therefore, Jiyu Dongliu immediately exploded with his most horrific ability, totally suppressing this space. The strong aura of the Great Path from that cultivator of the Holy Land of Taichu roared but was suppressed right away. The roaring beasts above the divine matrix suppressed the heavens. Their roars were enough to shatter everyone's divine spirits. The 9 seals of spiritual powers descended and resonated with the Great Path, as well as the heaven and the earth. All powers were converged upon the divine matrix, and in an instant, that power erupted to its fullest. Buzz. Jiyu Dongliu took a step forward, carrying endless divine light with him. He unleashed one strike to the Renhuang from the Holy Land of Taichu with his pal. Its power was great enough to suppress the heavens. 9 seals of spiritual power surrounded Jiyu Dongliu, who, at this moment, burst out with infinite celestial light behind him, and countless demonic beasts roared in a symphony. The power of this one palm strike was simply formidable without question. The Renhuang from the Holy Land of Taichu looked in front of him, and the man who was coming at him looked like a real deity, one with bad intentions. Both of his hands were forming a seal, and both hands struck hard as if they were pushing against mountains and oceans, to block those giant palm prints blasting toward him. In an instant, the celestial light descended, and a violent rumbling sound came out. The powerful palm strike continued to shatter everything underneath that celestial light. Jiyu Dongliu continued his downward momentum, destroying everything in his path. The momentum that continued as he moved forward did not weaken but was getting stronger and stronger until it blasted right in front of the opponent. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom, the Renhuang of the Holy Land of Taichu felt as if his body had been subjected to countless shock waves. It seemed that many ancient behemoths had run through him, and it was like all the forces of heaven had smashed down at the same time. His body was slammed down from the void. With a loud bang, his body was shocked into the ground. The ground had sunken as cracks started to appear, and there was a human-shaped pit when the palm strike had sent him into the ground. Jiyu Dongliu retracted his hands, and the celestial shadow returned to its place. Once again, that free-spirited man with white hair stood there with his long hair flying in the wind, extremely at ease. Although he didn't know much about the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu, the opponent had no chance to make his move. There was no doubt that Jiyu Dongliu's strike was powerful beyond doubt. That one palm strike was simply stunning. That incredible figure was too brilliant to behold. Many couldn't help but exclaim to themselves that no wonder this was the heir of Jiyu Tianxing, and now the sole inheritor of the celestial gate of vast heaven. The 3rd senior brother's combat effectiveness is getting stronger again, Futian said. Presumably, the 3rd senior brother's power to comprehend the inheritance was getting deeper, and his potential was gradually released. Back then, in the Origin Mountains in the Demon Realm, the power that Jiyu Dongliu inherited was much too frightening to contemplate. Furthermore, his own realm was already at the peak of Divine Wheel First Order, not too far behind the Second Order. Therefore, he was successful with a single strike. The celestial light dissipated, but Jiyu Dongliu's temperament still felt elusive. In fact, he had actually employed extreme force, and without reservation, all to achieve the one-strike one-kill effect that Futian wanted. This was so that everyone could see for themselves that those who came from the Holy Land of Divine Prefecture could be trampled just like the others. No one could say that Yu Sheng's first battle was an isolated instance, and Yu Sheng's personal strength was an anomaly. Because just now, Jiyu Dongliu had done the same at this moment. It was enough to make everyone realize that the power now gathered at the current regime of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not any less than those top invading powers, even compared with the preaching power from the Divine Prefecture. They were using actions to declare that this generation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would represent the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and even very possibly the future of the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In due course, they would be the equal of any other top forces from the outer realms. The impact of this battle, if no other major events were intervening in the future, would have a long-lasting effect. The reputation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would also reach a more frightening height. Jiyu Dongliu looked at the people from the Holy Land of Taichu and said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy is now more than just the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but also represents the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. We have also formed alliances with many top forces in other realms, hoping to produce more outstanding cultivators in this land. The Heavenly Mandate Academy will never hold back better conditions for cultivation to the world, so if the Holy Land of Taichu is intending on preaching to the world, you are welcome to establish a place elsewhere in the Heavenly Mandate realm instead of using these despicable means to rob the others of the resources for your use. It isn't something a true preaching principality should be doing." After having said all that, Jiyu Dongliu walked back. The people from the Holy Land of Taichu fell silent, and many of them had a terrible look on their faces. Sima Xiao, the strongest in this realm, had already lost to Yu Sheng. Now that Jiyu Dongliu had defeated them again, which rendered the previous 3 victories completely meaningless. This meant that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had not exerted all their strength before, but the Holy Land of Taichu had given their all. Therefore, no one would care about the previous 3 victories at all. This kind of contrast made it even easier for people to remember that when the Holy Land of Taichu had won all 3 battles before, their stance was so high, and their words were so haughty. In the following battle, their menacing attitude was slammed from the high of highs into the abyss. Now the consensus was that the Holy Land of Taichu was completely defeated. Under such circumstances, how could the Holy Land of Taichu continue with their proposal to preach within the Heavenly Mandate realm? Everything that happened before was like a joke now. However, it was clear that the Holy Land of Taichu would not give up easily this time. Even if they didn't end up preaching, they would never allow their name to be trampled by anyone, especially not by the preaching force that they had openly despised. If this news were to get back to the Divine Prefecture, their reputation would be severely damaged by this shameful stain. Below, the people from Song Imperial City watched everything with an interested look. They could have never imagined that the true strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would surpass their expectations so much. They thought it would be a hardcore crushing duel in which the Holy Land of Taichu would trample the Heavenly Mandate Academy to death. Who could have thought that Yu Sheng and Jiyu Dongliu, who answered the battle calls, were so powerful that they crushed the Renhuang of the Holy Land of Taichu with such brilliant aggression? Therefore, the Holy Land of Taichu was now in an extremely passive position. It seems that his sword is going to be unsheathed, after all, the old man from Song Imperial City secretly remarked to himself. The woman next to him also looked at the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu. They were all top principalities in the Divine Prefecture and knew how strong the Holy Land of Taichu was. The people from the Holy Land of Taichu did not exaggerate, and they were even stronger than they had presented themselves. Their disciples spread all over the Divine Prefecture, and they had produced a lot of people with great abilities. Several leaders in the Holy Land of Taichu were also powerful existents themselves. In Divine Prefecture, those ancient forces that had been around for countless years had long histories. The strongest among them was not any less than those top figures directly under the Great Emperor, such as the Lord of the Underworld and the Devil General Mai Ting. They were definitely right up there in terms of their strength, while some might even be stronger. However, these people generally would not have come to the Void Realm in person. Under such circumstances, Mu Chinka, the heir of Taichu sparring grounds, had no choice but to show his sword. Otherwise, the Holy Land of Taichu could only leave with their tail between their legs. Pest! At this moment, a sharp and piercing sound was heard, and in the next moment, an infinite sword will roiled and moved. It was as if a sword had been unsheathed. At this moment, many people felt a tightness in their bodies. Between the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Holy Land of Taichu, a sword suddenly appeared above the void. This sword was suspended there, clamoring loudly. Its sword will was sharp to the extreme. Above the sky, the sword will tossed and roared, and another sword gathered and emerged. It appeared next to the sword that had just appeared, So the two swords were suspended in the air together, ringing loudly. Afterward, the third sword, the fourth sword appeared until all 9 swords were standing side by side. That sword will was everywhere. It seemed as if the battlefield was completely controlled by it. Any cultivators who enter into this sword will would most certainly be crushed by it. At this time, in the direction of the Holy Land of Taichu, someone stepped out. This man was dressed in a long blue robe, and he cut a handsome figure as he was tall and slender. He stepped directly onto the 9 swords and stood there quietly with the swords underneath his feet. Mu Chinka, some people from the Divine Prefecture remarked to themselves when they saw him. As expected, Mu Chinka was making his move now. Previously, many had speculated whether Mu Chinka would wield his sword this time. If the performance of the Holy Land of Taichu was strong enough, there was obviously no need for Mu Chinka to use his sword. But the Holy Land of Taichu was suppressed so completely in the battles that took place. Even though they still had many more cultivators in all 3 realms of the lower Renhuang who could battle, but at this moment, it no longer made any sense for them to do so. A win or two was totally meaningless now. What they needed was an absolutely powerful existence. It's true that the Holy Land of Taichu underestimated the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but the Holy Land of Taichu that you see is not the real Holy Land of Taichu either. My name is Mu Chinka, one of the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu, Divine Wheel Second Order, an expert in swords. I am honored to be here today, and would like the opportunity to exchange with all the lower Renhuang from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,